Um, Unfortunately, the injuries that I received eventually led to the amputation of my left leg. In 1998, I started Charlie Mike Enterprises, excuse me, uh, during the time that I owned Charlie Mike Enterprises from 1998 to 2020. We trained somewhere around 5,000 Texas peace officers, officers up in Alaska, California, and on the East Coast. We conducted approximately 160 law enforcement schools, active shooter, basic and advanced SWAT, hostage rescue team leader, then counter paramilitary operations were the big schools. Now we also worked exclusively with individual teams like Cedar Hill Police Department. At the time, they had their own SWAT team. I worked with Dallas County Constables Precinct 4 on their SWAT team.
Okay. And that's been a wonderful job going through your experience. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
So you, after leaving the
you walked into just
Mine and my assistant instructors.
And as far as active shooting, is there a standard, a universally kind of accepted basic columns of what's required when you engage in active shooting?
Well, yes, sir. As the name would indicate, active shooter, immediate response. All of our response has to be quick. We have to get in there. We have to stop it. Or if the bad guy is at, let's say, a park, we've got to get in front of him. We've got to stop his movement.
Okay. And so when you prepare training, do you have to, for a police officer to get credit for it, is there any kind of routine that the trainers must go through in order for the police officer to get credit?
Okay, I'm not really understanding.
Go through in order for the police officer to get credit?
Okay, I'm not really understanding.
this map, have you reviewed this map?
I've seen it.
Okay. And so I know you were talking about like, you know, in parks or whatever, like, were you talking about that in relation to like this open field here or this area here, these areas out in the open?
That would be both.
Okay. Both.
Open area, a big park, or in and around buildings.
Mhm. I got it. And so you're going to talk about there was training, open area, in and around parks, and also inside a building. That's what your training covered.
Yes, sir.
Now, as far as any information about, any information about, like, for instance, other officers being here with a line of sight to the building, you didn't review any of that information or no?
I know about it, but I haven't reviewed it, sir.
Okay. So you know about it from, I guess, your conversations? Yeah, I mean, did the DA ever talk to you about those three officers? Because we're not really talking about it much during the trial. I mean, we are. But...
Sir, I'm sorry, repeat your back was to me. I'm very hard of
I
hearing.
apologize. Yeah, that's 101. Don't do that. So I guess my question is, did the DA, did you get your information about those three officers from the prosecutor in your conversations with him, or just from, I guess, watching this? And
Sincerely, well, I haven't watched any of this.
Mhm.
All right, sincerely, I don't remember. I don't know if it's something I read in a news report. So everybody understands that I got the subpoena for this in December 10th. And that is when I stopped reviewing and watching any news reports on this. Now, once court started, Your Honor, completely cut off everything from any conversations at all.
And, and I'll just tell you, I appreciate understanding that you did it, but they have told me from the beginning they were offering you as an expert, and so you would have been able to.
I'm going to object to that, Your Honor. They asked what I was going to offer. I said, it's just doing training. And he said, well, that may be an expert, so would you please call him in? So I have not designated him as an expert. That is a misrepresentation to the court.
Well, it's not intentional. I mean,
I didn't say it was intentional.
Okay, I got it.
Oh, I was
We don't
saying
need to
this-
argue that. Let's just go. Let's go. Come on.
Okay, sure. So the
When the engagement news broke, Kylie shared on Good Morning America.
that may or may not be me, but it stopped. The
That the entire family was.
I guess ultimately then your understanding is that you are simply offering your testimony as to the facts of your training course, your training, and the fact that Adrian took your training. Can you tell us when he took it?
I think it was 2018, sir.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, may I look at this? Yes, sir, that would be, it was class 5-18, so the fifth class of 2018. The specific dates were from April 9th, 2018 to April 13th, 2018.
And is that done in Dallas?
No, sir, that was in Uvalde.
In Uvalde? So
Yes, sir.
I guess that's what I'm asking. So you go to Uvalde,
Yes, sir.
and were you training at Robb Elementary?
No, sir.
Okay. Where were you training?
We used the college, the police academy. We used their grounds. Now, we did not go into schools, mainly because school was in session, if I recall correctly, but we had 70 false walls that we put up to represent long hallways, classrooms.
And in these scenarios you talked about, 75%, did any of those scenarios, did you have I guess because what we have is we understand, like, I understand what your course you're offering, but like, did you take any photos or?
Yes, sir. You'll have to forgive me. I went through a big move and I don't know where those photos are at this time. But we took about 300 photos. That's kind of average for a class. Adrian was provided those pictures of the entire class.
And for the record, Your Honor, we have those photos and turn them over to the defense.
Okay.
But you don't have them here now, or you do?
No, sir, I do not.
Okay, but you do, and but he doesn't. Did you review those photos with that the DA has in his possession?
I gave them to him.
Accident, like in front of the location? I'm just wanting to know if he, in order to
I'll
make,
overrule the objection. We're outside the presence of the jury. You can answer, sir. We're gonna need to conclude the hearing here pretty quickly, so let's go.
Sir, not to my knowledge.
right, okay. Oh, as far, because I did go through I did hear your resume, your SWAT experience,
Yes, sir,
and SWAT is Special Weapons and Tactics, right?
it is.
Okay, so your SWAT experience, how many years on SWAT did you have?
Well, Dallas SWAT, it was about 3 years. Back at Fort Hood, I ran the SRT, Special Reaction Team, helped them train. So that was 2 or 3 years. After that, I've been a member of different SWAT teams. Specifically, sure, my job was to help them train. I was completely crippled, so I was not a door kicker. I was a trainer.
Sure. Okay. No, and I appreciate your service in every aspect of your service.
Thank you.
Judge, I'll pass witness back.
No further questions.
Okay, sir, you can, I don't know, is he gonna be the first witness?
No.
Okay. I guess I think I've got a witness room for you, so you excuse to be called later on. Thank you very much. Nice to
Thank
meet you.
gentlemen. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, please be seated in the courtroom. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. This witness has been sworn outside the presence, so you may proceed when you're ready, Mr. Kern.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Would you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
Yes, I'm Melody Flores.
And Ms. Flores, what do you do for a living?
Well, I used to work at with the school district in Uvalde, Robb.
And where do you work now?
I work in BVO ISD.
And what do you do at BVO ISD?
I'm a bus aide.
A bus aide?
Yes. Mhm.
And tell us what a bus aide is.
Bus aide is when you go with the driver, and that's my part. It's the special ed bus, so I make sure they're seated with their seatbelts at all times and follow the rules on the bus.
So your assignment is basically the special ed children
Yes,
on the bus.
Yes.
You help
Yes.
make sure they're following the rules while they're on
Yes.
the bus. Thank you. And when did you start that work?
I started back in January, which I already have a year working with it. with
So you have
BVO.
a year, so it's been just right out a year since you started that work.
Yes.
And before that work, what did you do?
I was working at with the school district in Uvalde, Robb, at that time.
And how long had you lived in Uvalde?
I want to say like 25 years. And I
25
worked
years?
with the school district there for 23.
Okay. And what did you do at the school district for those 23 years?
First I started off as a parent liaison, and then I started as an instructional aide.
And tell us what an instructional aide
An
is.
instructional aide is helping a teacher with some of the students that need the extra help.
And the kids that need extra help, what kind of kids are we visiting about now?
They're like the lower, like
Excuse me?
the lower class, the lower, like their studies.
Their
So,
studies
yes.
need help,
Yes,
and you assist in that way?
yes, I did.
Okay. And in 2022, that school year, what were you doing?
The 2 years there at Robb, I was an instructional aide with the fourth grade teacher, and then these last 2 years there, I was a behavior unit aide and special ed aide also.
Behavioral unit aide and special ed
Yes.
aide? Tell me what those two things are.
Special ed is I would do part helping with the special ed students, and the behavior unit I would do the other half with just a student. the
Behavioral
behavior,
aide, you would
with
just
the-
work with one student
Yes,
at a
I would
time?
do half day with them. the
And
other
what
half.
did you do with those students?
With those students,
When you aided, what kind of activities were you doing?
of course, like if they would, I guess you want to call it like do a little outburst or something, just to calm them down, talk to them, and just to keep them calm.
So your job was to calm kids, behavioral kids down,
Basically,
get their-
yes. Mhm.
And I'm sorry, sometimes I'm talking and you're talking and the court reporter's gonna yell at me if I do that, so. And so was that a full-time job?
Yes, yes.
When did your day start?
At Robb,
Yes.
like in the morning, or are you talking about the year?
Well, I was talking about the mornings,
The morning, my time was from 7 in the morning till 3:30.
7 in the morning till 3:30.
Yes.
And where did you report at 7:30?
At 7, I would go into the office to clock in.
And after you clocked in, what did you do?
Then I would go set my stuff in the classroom and wait out there. Well, not wait, but to do the duty that I needed to do.
So before school started, you would do bus duty
Because I had to wait for some of the students.
for your kids specifically?
Right, yes.
And how many kids did you take care of?
At that time, it was 3, actually. You had to wait for 3 of them to get off the bus. There was 2 and 1, and then the other one was later on, a couple of minutes after, yes.
So 2 buses, but you ended up with 3
Yes.
children.
Mhm.
And what did you do with the children?
And then I would, of course, take them, if they needed to go to eat breakfast and stuff, I would take them, and then we report to the room, to the classroom.
And now I'll direct your attention to May 24th, 2022. You were working that day?
Yes, I was.
And did you go through the same procedure early in the morning that you just described to the jury?
Yes,
And did the kids go to the cafeteria then?
at that day, like I said, I was waiting for one of them to take them, but he didn't show up that day. But we did take the other students. Yes,
And so that morning, how many students did you have?
2 that got off the bus, but in the classroom we had about 4 or 5 that day.
That you were not responsible for taking off the bus, the other 2 or 3?
I was, but they, like I said, one of them didn't show up for that day.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. What did y'all do that morning?
That morning we're just in the classroom, keeping them busy with the activities and stuff like that before it was our time to report to the cafeteria for their awards.
So they had an awards day?
Yes,
And what time was the awards day?
I don't remember exactly what time it was our turn to go to report to the cafeteria.
And how long did you stay at awards day?
We were done and then we just waited there for a couple more minutes and we saw the other teachers with the classrooms and while they were presenting the awards to them, I would say maybe like, I don't know,
So you
20,
don't
30
have-
minutes, I guess.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Like 20 to 30 minutes that we stayed there, so they,
Okay. And are we in mid-morning now?
yes, just,
And then after the awards were presented, what did you and the class do?
like I said, we waited there for a couple of minutes. And then our teacher said, we're ready to take the students back to the classroom. So that's what we did.
And what age were these students?
We had 3rd and 4th graders at that time.
Okay. And did you get back to the classroom?
Yes, we did. We did.
And what happened next?
We were there and and it was like almost time for them to have their lunch, where we had somebody bring their lunches to the classroom because they eat in the classroom.
Okay. Do all students have the option then of having their lunches brought to them in the classroom?
Yes.
Okay. And so what did you do in regard to lunch?
What I did is we were there and of course we had the TV on, that's cartoons, some music and stuff for them, and they were eating, and of course they were watching TV and stuff. And the teacher already was already eating her lunch, and I said, well, I'm gonna go ahead and warm up my lunch, and that's what I did.
So you were eating your lunch as the children were eating their lunch.
Right, just about, yes, because I was just barely warming up my.
And did anything disturb your lunch?
Yes, it did.
And what was that?
I had the school radio, which I carry with me.
Let me
And
stop you there then. Tell me about the school radio.
it's a radio that I carry where we can communicate. Like
Who can you
office or,
communicate with?
excuse me,
Who do you communicate with?
whoever calls me, or I need to call somebody.
Is it just for that school? Just for
Yes,
Robb
just for
School?
that, yes.
Okay. And is it just adults or is it kids too?
No, it's just for the employees only.
And you keep that radio with you?
Yes.
And you got a call on the radio?
Oh, I didn't actually get a call. There was a call, and we didn't understand what they had said because the teacher said, "What did she say?" I said, "I have no idea because I don't know. I couldn't understand." And then
So the first communication, you couldn't understand
No.
what was being said?
and then the second time it called, and they said that there was a shooter, and he was jumping the fence and had a gun.
Do y'all have a fence around Robb School?
Yes, we do.
And could you describe that fence?
It's chain link, I think that's what you call it. It's all around the perimeter of the school.
Okay. And what were the words that you heard?
When we kind of understood, they said that he's jumping over the fence, he's shooting, he has a gun.
So a man jumping over the fence, shooting, and has a gun.
Mhm.
So what did you do when you heard those words?
When I heard that, I just got the radio, clicked it back where what clip it at, and I just ran outside. And as I'm running outside, one of the coaches was running this direction, getting the other students and teachers, I guess, in. I don't know what they were doing or what they were at. So I run the opposite direction and run down a sidewalk where some fourth grade students and teachers were coming out from that door, from that building.
Let me stop you for a second. What is a lockdown?
A lockdown is where you get all the students in, make sure your doors are locked, lights are off, quiet.
And what causes lockdowns?
I want to say, I don't know, like high-speed chase, bailouts and things like that.
Would an indication that there was a shooter, somebody that jumped the fence and was shooting, would that cause a lockdown?
Yes, definitely, yes,
So normally you would stay inside and lock the doors?
yes.
Tell us why you didn't do that.
Because I knew the schedule that we had, and we already knew who was outside at that time and who wasn't, and things like that.
And who would be outside at that time?
Some of the students with some of the teachers either having recess or just coming out from lunch or before lunch in the playground.
So it was your understanding of the schedule that caused you to go outside?
Because what they had said was said on the radio.
And what was the schedule for people being outside at that time?
What was it like I said, it was someone were going out to recess or someone going to lunch or someone coming out from lunch.
And so that was your concern?
At that time, yes, because if there was kids outside, like I said, there were some of the classrooms and teachers were coming out from that fourth grade building door. And that's when, because that's when I heard that, well, of course, we had to take precautions with that and stuff. And as I was running over there, I was telling them to get back in. And they were like, it's kind of confused for me telling them to go back in.
Who were you telling to go back in?
The classroom, the fourth grade classrooms that were coming out with some of the teachers.
And where on the fourth grade classroom were you?
I was running down the sidewalk, going to that building, to the fourth grade building. Because I was actually in my classroom at that time.
And the north side or the south side or the east side or the
It
west
was
side?
on the side of where the pavilion, where they have PE, that building, there's that door. They come out from there.
The announcement to you had been that there was a shooter?
Yes,
But wouldn't that pose a threat to you?
right, but I just wanted to make sure that the kids were in and safe.
And so you ran to the south side.
Yes, and
Were there kids out?
they were coming out, yes, and then I believe
Coming
there
out
was
of where, ma'am?
the fourth grade building door.
Okay.
And I kept telling them to go back, and they were confused, like, why? I guess there's fire shots, and that's when they ran back in to the building.
And where were you when you were telling the children to go back in?
Like I said, I was running down the sidewalk, and when we all heard that, they went in, and I kept running to make sure once they all went in, I wanted to make sure that door was locked.
Okay. And so as you were running down this toward the fourth grade, did all the children get back inside?
Yes, yes.
Did you leave until all the children got back inside?
I didn't make it to the door to see if it was locked or not.
So you were headed to the south door for the purpose of locking it?
Or making sure it was locked.
And why did you want the door locked?
So nobody would go in, whoever was there.
But you didn't make it to the south door?
No, I didn't.
Tell us why.
Because there's right there an area in the corner where the ACs are at, and it's fenced up. And that's when I saw the shooter right there.
Had you seen him before that period?
No, I didn't, no. It was
You
just
just
that
seen
time
the
when I
kids?
saw him.
And so it was right by the ACs?
Yes, right in the corner, that's where.
Describe what you saw.
like I said, I didn't make it to the door because that's when I saw him. He was wearing all black and a hoodie, then the hoodie just fell off him and had curly that kind of shoulder length there. And that's when he started shooting at.
And he was wearing all black?
Mhm.
And how did you know he was shooting at you?
Because he just stood there and lifted up this rifle as I started running back.
At one point, did you think it was a handgun?
I thought it was at one point, yes.
Okay, but this is, a lot of media has passed since then, is that correct?
Yes.
But at the time, that's mainly what we want to know about, is at the time that you observed it as opposed to other influences, okay?
Mhm.
So at the time, you thought it was what?
I thought it was just a regular handgun or something.
And why did you think he was shooting at you?
I mean, because I was running and he just kept shooting, and when I looked back, all I could see was that he was still standing there. And all I could see was just the fire coming out of the barrel.
Now, when you saw him, what did you do specifically?
I just ran. I ran away from him.
And did you take a pattern as you ran?
I did. I was running and
Excuse me?
I was running, and then I looked back. Like I said, that's when he was still standing there and was shooting, and I could see the fire from the barrel. And then all of a sudden, I ended up on the ground. I was on the ground.
You fell down?
Mhm.
Let me stop for a second. I never asked you, do you recall what you were wearing that day?
I want to say some khaki slacks with the orange peach color shirt.
And you fell down?
Yes, I did.
And what did you think when you fell down?
I thought he had shot me.
Just because of the circumstances that
Yeah.
occurred? Had you been shot?
Have I?
Had you been shot?
No, I wasn't.
Okay. And how long did you stay on the ground?
I want to say just a couple of seconds because I was like, I need to make sure, these kids are in to, and make sure these kids, I take them in somewhere for them to be safe.
So you got up immediately?
Mhm.
And what happened when you got up?
When I got up, I seen this vehicle drive right up to me, and I was telling
Describe the vehicle?
it's a white vehicle. I know it was a PD vehicle, but it didn't have, all the, I guess you want to call this logos on there or something. It was just a plain vehicle, white vehicle.
And when you got up, where was the vehicle?
It was like kind of like almost parked
It
next
was
to
almost parked? And then
where I was at on the ground. when I
And
got
what
up.
happened then?
That's when I said that he was heading into the fourth grade building, and we needed to stop him. We needed to go in and stop him before he went in.
Who did you say that to?
It was a PD. I cannot I can't recall.
You didn't know him or they were
And
going
I
to.
really didn't know who.
And what did you say to him?
I told him that he needed to get stopped before he went into the fourth grade building. And we needed just to stop him.
And what did he say?
He did nothing because
Did you say it more than once?
I did
What did you say the second time?
the same thing. But
Which was what?
we need to go in and we need to stop him. He needs to be stopped before he goes into the fourth grade building.
Did you tell him what he was wearing?
No, I didn't. No.
Did you tell him where he was?
I think I told him he's right there running in. He's in the corner. He's running in to the fourth grade building.
And did you use any arm gestures to point out where he was?
I did.
Tell us about that.
I just kept pointing. He's going in there. He's going to the fourth grade building.
And how many times did you say that?
I want to say a couple of times.
And did you hear anything from this gunman while you were talking to the police officer?
To the gunman, the shooter,
Uh-huh.
I just kept hearing shots.
You heard gunshots?
Yes,
Where were they coming from?
that's where he was going into the fourth grade area.
That south area?
Yes,
Could you see the gunman at that time?
and no, I couldn't.
But you heard where the gunshots were coming
Yes.
from? And when you heard the gunshots, what reaction did that have with you?
Like I said, I just had to make sure that everybody was in, the kids, and as I'm getting up and trying to find a place, I see a teacher, second grade teacher. I'm not sure exactly what she was doing. I don't know if she was the last one in or she was opening. I don't know. So when I went over there, she told me if I wanted to go in. I said no, because I need to make sure your door's locked. And so
Let me just stop. I think you're getting a little ahead of
Oh.
us at this time. How long had you been talking to the police officer when you heard the continued gunshots at the south end?
a couple of seconds,
Just a second or two.
maybe 3 to 5.
And how many shots did you hear?
Couple.
Okay. And when you heard the shots, did that cause a reaction from you? Did you say anything to the officer?
Like I said, I kept telling him that he needed to be stopped. He was going before he goes into the fourth grade building.
And while you were talking to the officer, did anything on the east side of that fourth grade wing catch your attention?
The east side is you talking about
The side that, yes ma'am, that you were on,
it was just shots.
there were more shots? Did you see the window break?
I did not.
Excuse me?
I didn't.
Okay.
I could not see where I was at. I could not see it from the other side, but I could just hear them.
Okay, you
The
couldn't
shots.
see the west side,
Right. As
and then the other side, the east side, did you ever see any of those windows break?
not that I recall, no.
When you told the officer to go in, did he go in?
No.
What did he do?
Is he just stayed there? Because like I said, that's when I ran to see if everybody else was in and find a place.
He just stayed there?
I believe so.
And about how many times did you urge him to go in and do something?
Like I said, it was a couple of times,
A couple, does that mean twice,
2, 3 times.
2 or 3 times? Okay. Then what did you do?
And that's when, like I said, I got up and I saw the second grade teacher on her door of the classroom, and she asked me if I wanted to go in, and I said, no, I need to make sure the door's locked. and it was locked. And I went in, and when I went in, she already had the kids in the corner covered with her bookshelves, to protect them, and her phone was ringing and her blinds were still up. And I said, you need to put your phone on silent or turn it off, and we need to put the blinds down and close them. So I guess while she was doing that, I'm not too sure, like I said, I put the blinds down and closed them up.
And where were you when this happened?
What do you mean? I was in,
What room?
I don't remember the room number, but it was a second grade teacher classroom.
While you were in the room, what happened?
And then I started looking around. I gathered some papers from different desks that were there and taped them up and taped them to the door window. And then I put a chair on the door handle, which I guess I didn't do it right because it fell. And just telling the kids for them to stay quiet. I wasn't gonna let nobody.
Excuse me?
I wasn't gonna let nobody hurt them.
Did the kids stay quiet?
Yes, but you can still hear them when they were like crying and stuff.
And where were the kids?
They were in that classroom. They were, as soon as we walk in, they were on the left side with the bookshelves around them.
And is that how they've been trained?
Yes,
And how, while you were in the room, did you hear anything else from the gunman?
or nothing but shots.
You continued hearing shots? Could you describe how many?
Just kept shooting and shooting.
And you could hear that where you were?
Oh, yes.
How long were you in the room?
That day for me was like fast forward, slow motion day for me. I don't know.
While you were in the room, did you consider, what were you considering or thinking or planning? Did you do anything like that while you were in the room?
I was just like, I mean, what can I do if it, if he doesn't come here and I did grab some scissors that were there. I said, I can protect not only myself, but the kids if he does or comes in here or something.
Scissors are about all teachers or kids had in the room.
There's the teacher's scissors.
They were teachers'
Mhm.
scissors. And any other planning?
Would you?
Did you do any other thinking about what was happening?
That's about it. I mean,
Fair enough. How long were you in the room about?
it was a while. I don't remember because, like I said, it was a while.
And how did you leave the room?
I guess whoever was going by classroom in that area was knocking on the door and which we got a knock, and I was trying to tell the second grade teacher not to open the door because at that time they didn't say who it was or anything like that. But she went ahead and opened the door, but it was law enforcement.
Okay. And what did law enforcement do?
They said that if we're okay and stuff, and they were there, but for us to wait because they were still gonna go down the hallway in classrooms, and that they would be back for us to just to
And did they come back for you?
yes. They did.
How much later did they come back for you?
It didn't take them that long until they finished going down the classrooms down that hallway.
And when they came back, what happened?
When they came back, they said for them to hold their hands together and go behind each other and
Did
follow them.
what?
To go behind each other and hold hands and to follow them.
And did the kids do as they were told?
Yes.
And where did y'all go?
They took us down like like 2-3 blocks down the street away from the school,
And then what happened?
and we just waited there
Until when?
until they brought buses or whatever vehicles they could get to pick us up.
And you were taken where?
We were taken to the Civic Center at that time.
Is that where the children were reunited with their family?
Right, yes.
And as far as you're familiar with that grounds and those areas that you just described for the jury,
Yes.
and have you been out with personnel from the DA's office to pinpoint the things you saw and where you were, where the
Yes.
gunman was, as well as where the officer was?
Yes.
And were photographs taken during that time?
I'm not sure.
You didn't take any photographs?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, approach that. Showing you exhibits 9, 12, 9/21 through 9/24. Do you recognize this area?
Yes,
And 9/22
yes,
and 9/23
Mhm.
and 9/24.
yes,
Is that a fair and accurate representation finally at 9/24 where the cones are placed by the direction? Is that correct?
yes.
State officers 9/21 through 9/24.
No objection, Your Honor.
Admitted.
And they be displayed.
Yes, sir.
Before, these are gonna be displayed and they're gonna be shown back on that TV to your right, so that we don't stand in front of the jury and use that point in my view. Okay. Starting with page exhibit 9/21. Can you tell us when you got that first radio communication, where you would have been?
I would have been in that area over there. That's the
If you need to stand up to get close to it,
I was in this area over here. That's where my classroom was at.
and you're talking about the second building from the bottom.
Yes,
And was that's your classroom?
yes.
And when you heard the communication, you didn't understand that communication, but you heard the second one?
Yes, I did.
And tell me about that one.
They just said he's jumping over the fence. He's got a gun. He's shooting.
And where is the fence?
This is way over here.
So you get a communication and the gunman is jumping over the fence shooting. And where do you go?
I just started coming out and I start running over here, this direction. Because this is where some of the fourth grade students and teachers are coming out. And running, telling them to go back in, and that's when they're shot. And I just made it just so that.
Okay, let me stop you for just a second. So you ran in the direction where you believe the gunman was jumping the fence.
I didn't really know what direction or who this person was until I saw him right here.
Okay, so you didn't know where he was. All you had was information that somebody has jumped a fence and they're shooting.
Yes,
You didn't know where they were,
you know,
but you acted.
you
And you acted for what purpose?
to be safe.
To save who?
Everybody, the students, everybody.
And what, did you see students?
I saw what they were coming out of this building right here.
And how far out did they get?
I guess they got just about right there.
So they hadn't yet gotten to the green area.
Not these, not these.
And where are you? At this point, you see the kids?
Yes, I was like right here, telling them, yelling at them for them to get back. And that's when they heard gunshots, and that's when they went back, and I guess I just made it right here while the gunman comes out right here.
Okay, about how many kids were outside?
Outside, out here. I don't remember.
Fair enough. And is it a recess area?
I guess the recess area is over here in the pavilion P area. And I guess it's in this area. Some recess,
So there's several recess areas?
not several, but there's many, they say that there's too many in the playground area. Some just stay on this area right here.
Okay. And so you don't see the gunman when you see the children,
No, I don't. I just hear the shots.
but when the children get in, you have an intention?
Yeah, that's when he's right here, comes out right here.
And you're talking about at the southwest corner?
Yes,
And when you see him, you also saw the gun?
yes,
So you didn't stay long?
I know.
What did you do when you saw the gun?
I stopped there, but like I said, I saw him right here, and I just ran this direction right here.
And show me again, a little more slowly, the direction. Okay. And then at the bottom of that photograph, there is just a small white corner. Can you see that? Is there another building there?
Was it this one? Right?
Yes. That's the last building on the campus as far as south, is that correct?
Right.
Okay. But that's the direction in general that you were running?
Yes.
And when you turned to run then, I suppose you weren't watching the gunman?
Not until like I said, well, let me see if he's running behind me, you know, and that's when I looked back to see if he was still there or not. But he was still right here.
And where did you fall?
I felt somewhere around this area right here.
And can you describe what vehicle that is that's on the photograph?
That's one of the.
Excuse me?
That's a PD vehicle.
Is that the place that the PD vehicle parked?
It was a different one.
Excuse me?
It was a different vehicle.
You think it was different? How was it different?
Because it didn't have, I guess, the logos on there. It was just a plain white four-door car.
So you don't remember any logos
No.
from that? You believe it was a different vehicle? Was there more than one vehicle that arrived, police vehicle that arrived while you were there?
That was the only one.
Okay.
So that's
And,
when I ran into this area right here.
okay,
went
but
into
before
the
you
country.
ran in, did you have a conversation? Did you talk to the officer?
I didn't talk to anybody. I was just telling them,
What were you telling him?
like, we need to go in. He needs to be stopped.
Where was he?
He was, like I said, there was the other vehicle was here, and he was just, I don't know exactly what he was doing, but he was just like running back and forth.
Pacing back and forth?
Yes,
As you were telling him to go in?
Yeah.
And you pointed to where he was?
yes.
And then where did you go?
Like I said, I believe this is a second grade building, and I went into one of these second grade classrooms.
Thank you. You can sit back down. Showing you Stakes Exhibit 922. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
I believe it was that vehicle.
Excuse me?
I believe it was that vehicle that I saw when,
Okay, so now we see two vehicles, and you believe it was that one?
yes.
And on the first vehicle, is there markings that you can see there?
No.
Would you approach it?
Would you,
Would you just get closer to it, so you can see if you can say what's on the side?
on what side are you correct?
I'm sorry, may I approach it? Yes, sir.
Ms. Flores, I'm just asking you, does this say police
Yes, it does.
and Uvalde CISD? Thank you.
And Stakes Exhibit 923, is this the time that you went out to show us where you were?
Yes.
And would you point out where, how far down you got as you were helping the kids?
So where just by where the cone's at. This area right here.
And was there a second cone there?
Yes,
What is that?
that's kind of like where the gunman comes out.
And Stakes Exhibit 924. Do you see that first cone still at where you were when you were telling the kids? And did you show us the direction of the path that you ran?
I believe it was somewhere right in here, this area.
So from that farthest cone, you ran to the second cone. Would you point out which cone?
Somewhere right here.
And then the third cone?
I felt in somewhere in this area.
Is
Where
that
you
where
ended
you
up.
fell?
That's where I kind of ended at on the ground.
And where was the police car?
still somewhere right over here.
And does that fourth cone indicate where the officer was?
Talking about this one here?
Yes.
Yes, still.
Thank you. Ms. Flores, when this happened to you, did you talk to your family?
At that time when I was in the classroom, I called one of my brothers,
And why did you call your brother?
to let him know what was going on.
And did you find out what was going on?
Yes, there was a
And what-
shooting going on.
Excuse me?
There was a shooting going on. There's a shooter on the campus.
And did your brother have any advice for you?
I told him what was going on and what happened. He just said for me to hide and to check myself if I was shot or not.
Did you eventually go to the police with this information?
To the police.
Did you give a statement to the police about what you just told the jury?
I know, because I left out of town, and when I had told them that I wanted to come back when the funeral services started. So I did. I came the day before, and then I had a report to the Fairplex.
To who?
I had a report to the Fairplex, but I didn't make any reports to that's the PD that you're talking about.
Uh-huh. Did you eventually give a statement to police officers?
It was when I got there at the Fairplex. It was Texas Ranger.
Oh, a Texas Ranger, okay. Thank you. And how is it that you got with the Texas Ranger?
Because I went in there and I had some people there. I don't know. They were like counselors and stuff like that, and that's when they told me that Texas Rangers need to speak to one of them or something. I really don't know exactly how it all started there. I eventually ended up talking to a Texas Ranger.
But you just remember talking to him.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Pass the witness.
May I proceed, Judge?
Please.
Good morning, Ms. Flores.
Good morning.
My name is Nico LaHood. I'm one of the lawyers that represents Adrian. I'm assuming you've never testified before?
No, never.
Okay, you a little nervous?
Yeah.
And it's emotional. So there's no gotchas here. I'm gonna ask you some questions.
Okay.
And I may ask you questions about what you perceived or what you remembered.
Mhm.
And it's not that I'm questioning your character, but we're gonna be, I may be questioning your perception or your memory, okay?
Okay.
But just don't take that as a personal attack.
Okay.
It's gonna be just observational questions, okay? If you don't understand my questions, you ask me to repeat them and I will.
Okay.
And if we need to go slow, we need to stop, I'll do that, okay? And for the court reporter, you have to say yes, or you have to say a word because she's typing it.
Okay.
Okay. So you were, it seems like for Robb Elementary and for Beeville currently, you are a special education aide.
Yes.
I'm gonna take a side note here. I'm a daddy of a special needs son, so I appreciate what you and all professionals like you do.
Thank you.
There is no doubt in my mind you're a special type of woman. You've been doing that for 23 years, 25 years.
Yes, sir.
That is a unique type of teacher. So my wife and I thank you, okay?
Thank you.
Because you talked, and I knew that because I'm sure you're involved in ARD meetings, right? Those assessments.
At
for
one
what-
point I was, but
Okay, and that's part of your duties,
Yeah.
dealing with special ed needs kids. But you described outbursts, and you have to deal with outbursts, and
Yes.
as a daddy of a son on the spectrum, it's a meltdown. We have a sensory overload, and
Right.
it can be intense,
yes.
and so it takes a lot of patience, and thank you for that. So I want to direct your attention to May 24th, 2022. We're gonna get into this, and you testified that everything started the way it normally does for you, and you went
Yes.
through the procedures with the government. At some point, you were eating lunch, and you described where that was, and you heard on the radio something, but you didn't understand what it was.
At first, right, correct.
And then it came in again, and the shooter jumped a fence, has a gun, something of that nature.
Yes,
And you responded, right? You left the building and you wanted to make sure that the kids were not outside.
right,
Because the initial report, and you had not seen anything, was that there was someone that jumped that fence, and you know where that perimeter fence is.
yes,
And you didn't know what direction they were going, but you were just rather be safe than sorry, and you went outside.
yes, that's
So you get outside and your instincts were correct. There were some children that were trying to come out of that south end of the fourth grade building.
yes,
Now, you had already seen, because you could see the playground, there were no kids in the playground, thankfully,
right,
right? So there were no kids on the playground. You were focused, when you got out there, you were focused on those children
yes.
coming out of the building. And can I have states, government's exhibit, the 922? 922. I'm gonna walk beside you, okay, Ms.
Oh.
Torres? Thank you. And so you come out here, you can scan this area and you can see that thankfully there's no kids out here.
Right.
And so you turn and you see children coming out of here and you tell them to get back.
Yes,
Okay. And so, and that's your focus, and you don't see any children over here, correct?
correct,
Or over here?
right,
Okay, just at that building. And they were confused, but they listened to you and they went back.
right.
I don't recall, at that time, had you yourself heard any gunfire?
As I was telling the kids to go back in, like I said, that's when we heard, and that's when they kind of like started running back in. To
Right.
the, yes,
But at that time, you hadn't heard gunfire yet. You told them to go in.
right,
So there were no shots while the children were exiting, thankfully,
Right.
you got them in
Yes.
before. But then I think you testified, I want to make sure I get it right, so please correct me if I don't. Well, before I get to what actually happened in your experience there, the government asked you about lockdowns. The jury's heard a lot about lockdowns, but one of the things you said is a major part of the lockdown is you have to make sure the doors are locked. You remember
yes,
saying that?
yes.
Why is that so important in a lockdown?
Just make sure nobody's gonna go in.
And so those doors are really the only barrier between anyone with bad intentions and the teacher and the children inside, right? And so we've heard about the procedures of turning the lights off and hiding and getting away from windows and turning off your phones. But the main barrier of protection are those doors, right?
Right,
And you would agree that there was a policy that all doors at the school needed to be locked
yes,
at all times.
right,
And I won't belabor this with you, the jury's heard about teachers having keys and other teachers using magnets and that magnet system or whatever. But the school policy was for the external doors to be locked and the internal doors to be locked, correct?
Correct.
And something caught my attention when you mentioned lockdowns. I think that Mr. Turner asked you, what is the purpose of lockdowns? What is it to protect you from? And your two things you said were high-speed chases and bailouts, right?
yes,
Because that's in that community, that's you correlate lockdowns to high-speed chases and bailouts, right?
yes,
Because thankfully there had never been a school shooting before, right?
right,
And so lockdowns in the community's mind was for that because there was a lot of bailouts at that time, right?
yes, it was, yes,
I mean, a lot, right?
yes,
And so now I want to direct your attention about your engagement here or what you testified about the shooter. Back up. Start with that, thank you. So you testified that I think you pointed it out on one of the other ones, and we'll get there. The shooter was somewhere out here. When he shot you, you can stand up here.
It comes out right here to this point right here.
Is it fair to say, and I want to put words in your mouth, are you saying that he kind of stood on this sidewalk here?
Yes.
Okay. And these shots towards you, are these the first shots that you had heard?
Towards me?
Well, just in general, because you hadn't seen shots before. Thankfully, when the kids weren't there, the kids go back inside. I guess you're coming back here, you're saying to the jury that you see the shooter come out to here,
Mhm.
and then that's when he starts shooting at you.
Right.
And where were you when he started shooting at you? Did you recall, if you can recall?
I was just running.
Do you remember if you were kind of near the, I mean,
I
obviously
was-
this vehicle wasn't there yet, but you were somewhere here maybe?
Yes, just
Okay.
about, yes.
And do you recall how many times he was shooting at you? Because I think you said more than one time he just kept shooting and shooting. And
I
shooting.
want to say maybe 3 or 6.
So
I
three to
don't
six.
recall exactly, but
Okay.
there were.
And then you fall down, correct, at some
Right.
point?
Mhm.
Because you look back. But then the shooter doesn't shoot you when you fall down.
No.
Okay.
That's when he started running.
Yes, ma'am. He started running?
Mhm.
Okay. You know now that the shooter shot up this whole side of the school before he
That's
entered, right?
yes.
Are you aware, and I'm just asking you, are you aware that there are no spent casings? You know what a spent casing is?
After you finish.
Yes, ma'am. After you shoot and the projectile goes out,
Mhm.
a semi-automatic weapon will get the
Mhm.
dispel that casing. Are you aware now that there were no casings found over here?
I didn't know that.
Are you aware, and if you're not, you're not, are you aware that there's no evidence of shooting, they call them defects, that they're shooting in that direction? Are you aware that there are no?
No.
Okay.
Objection, it's a misstatement of the law, of the facts. If there's a defect in building 24, we put on a number of pictures of.
Yeah, at the lower level, Judge, and I recognize that one up top.
Okay, once again, ladies and gentlemen, if it conflicts with your memory of the evidence, rely on your own. You may proceed.
And look, I'm not ragging on you, I'm not, because there's a lot of people, I shouldn't say a lot, there are multiple people, even police officers up here that thought they were getting shot at. I'm just saying, I was just asking, are you aware that there are no shells? That's all, and you're not aware of that.
Right.
So now, I want to make sure the timing's right. Because I wasn't sure, because the way you testified, it made it sound like that this happened right behind each other. So the shooter is here shooting at you, you fall, he doesn't keep shooting, he runs over here, and then the police officer drives up here.
Correct.
That kind of happens simultaneously?
Yes.
And the shooter did not try to shoot at the police officer?
No, because I guess he just kept running
Okay, he kept running.
towards the, yeah.
And so then that's when this officer parked right there. And you were on the ground still, or had you gotten up at the
That
time?
was not the vehicle though.
If I had to represent to you and the government won't contest me that is the vehicle, but that, again, that's just your perception. In your mind, you perceived it, that there were no markings on that vehicle, correct?
Right.
We'll stipulate to that, Your Honor.
Thank you, Bill. And so stipulate means they agree. And let me tell you something. You went through a hellacious experience. There is something called perception distortion. Have you heard about that?
No.
Okay, where stress. Have you heard of
Yeah.
PTSD,
Yes.
post-traumatic stress? That has a very serious and real effect on people. And that's why we're asking you these questions. This is not an attack on your character. Do you understand that?
Yes.
I promise you that. So this is the vehicle that was there, but at the time you thought that it didn't have any logos and you were sure of it, right? Even to right now,
Yeah.
correct?
Yes.
Okay. You want to take a moment?
No.
Okay. Excuse me, I'm gonna pass you up. And so may I have permission to ask you about some of your other perceptions?
Mhm.
Okay. You initially described the officer as wearing khaki pants, correct?
Yes.
a white shirt.
I believe it was white, like a bluish.
Well, no, you said white. Remember, you've spoken to a Texas
Right,
Ranger?
yes, it was,
Right.
yes, I did say, yes.
You spoke to, well, this, for clarity, you've spoken to a Texas Ranger and you spoke to, Mr. Rick Garza with the DA's office here, right? This gentleman,
Yes,
behind-
yes.
am I right? Okay. And so you described that officer in that vehicle as having khaki pants, correct?
Yes,
A white shirt, correct?
yes,
Short sleeve white shirt
yes.
and a full beard.
I wasn't a fool, no,
But that's what you had spoken.
but that's, okay, yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
You had said that to Mr. Garza and then Ranger Pettis previously, correct?
right,
Okay. And so if I represent to you that Mr. Gonzales had a dark uniform on, no white shirt, no shirt sleeves, and no khaki pants, and did not have a beard, that's kind of an example of your perception, right? In
right,
your mind, that's what you saw, right?
yes,
Okay. And so the officer gets at the time, you didn't know it was Mr. Gonzales, right? You didn't know it was Adrian.
no, I didn't, really, no,
But that officer, I believe the government asked you, you testified that he just was kind of pacing back and forth,
yes, he was.
and that's your perception of what he was doing. Is it fair to say that, I mean, I can see it's emotional now, but at the time, because this was real time, that you were frantic. You were extremely excited at the time.
Excited as,
This was traumatic experience.
yeah,
Right? I mean,
Yes.
so you're running out, you get this call, your instincts were correct because you know the school. You have an absolute love for children. I know that, it's obvious to me. And so you go out there to warn children to go back in.
Yes.
You're yelling at them, because I think you're yelling at them to get inside. And then you see this shooter, whether he shot at you or not, I believe you saw him.
Mhm.
And then you fall because you're running, because at the very least, you perceive that he's shooting at you. And then you fall, so you think, I believe you told investigators, he got me now, he's gonna get me, right?
right,
Matter of fact, you initially told them that you thought he shot you,
yes,
but he had not shot you, thankfully.
right,
But you thought he did.
yes,
And so that's all I'm trying to say. I'm trying to set this tone. There's a lot going on in your mind at that time, right?
yes,
Okay. And so you perceived Mr. Gonzales as, you didn't know it was him at the time, as pacing, right?
right,
But he was getting out. He's assessing you because you're yelling things at him, right?
yes,
You're saying he's over there, correct?
mhm,
You're with Adrian for somewhere between 2 to 7 minutes, right?
right,
But that, you've said that to Mr. Garza before, right? You said that you were with Adrian and you gave yourself a range. You were with him in that scene for anywhere as low as
I
2
didn't
minutes.
recognize the PD that was there,
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. What
I
did you
did not, I didn't know, I didn't recognize the PD officer that was there, that was telling that to,
When I mean Adrian, I'm talking about the PD officer.
okay,
Let me represent to you that Adrian Gonzales sitting to our left is the officer that drove that vehicle with the logos on it, okay? And he's
okay,
the officer that you were dealing with. So if I say Adrian, I'm sorry, I mean Mr. Gonzales, the PD officer, okay?
Okay.
So you're yelling at him instructions, but he's getting out. At some point, there are gunfire, right? At some point, there's
Yes.
gunfire. Do you recall the PD officer, I'll just say PD officer, do you recall the PD officer radio in and saying shots fired, shots fired?
I don't recall it,
Okay, but if that's on dispatch, that dispatch will be the best evidence for that. Do you recall at some point after getting instruction from you and you're yelling at him and he's ducking, you remember him moving around the vehicle to get behind it for cover? You didn't know it was cover, but you remember him getting behind the vehicle?
I know I would see him, see that PD, pacing back and forth,
Yes, ma'am. So you're pacing back and forth. Could that be that he was going behind the vehicle to get behind it for cover?
I'm sure,
Okay. Do you recall hearing him say, west side of the building, supposed to be wearing black?
No, I don't.
But when you're talking and yelling at the PD officer, you're pointing to the south side of the building.
Correct.
And look, and it makes sense, Ms. Flores, because those children were coming out of the south side of the building. You have tunnel vision on the south side of the building, right?
Yes.
And so you're focused on that south side of the building, and you're yelling at him, he's going in, but you're thinking south side of the building,
Yes.
right? You thought it so much, understandably, that you were under the impression that the shooter went in the south side of the building. Do you remember that?
No, he went around.
I know that, but at one point,
Right. At what? Yes.
you thought he went in, remember?
Yes.
Do you remember Ranger Pettis had to correct you because you kept asking, and he said, I can tell you for sure he did not go in the south side of the building, and you said, I thought he did.
Okay.
You
Yes.
remember that from
Yes.
your 2 interviews? Okay. And just to give a little bit of context, I believe Mr. Turner was asking you this at the end. You didn't speak to police right away, right?
Right.
The first time you spoke to anybody was on May 31st,
That is correct.
and this incident happened on May 24th.
Right. Because like I said, I left out of town with my family.
Yes, ma'am, understandably. But by that time, you had seen the news for 6 days, 7 days, right?
Yes. Some of it. Yes.
And you were honest. You told them about that in one of your interviews. That said, I viewed videos, and so you had been watching the news
Yes.
that time, and then you're this traumatic experience, and you're putting your memory together. So all that's going on when you're talking to them. Those 2 interviews, right?
Right.
Understandable. So you're with this officer anywhere between 2 to 7 minutes, correct?
If that's the correct time. Yes.
Well, that's what
The
you said
minutes.
to them. Do you remember
Okay.
saying that?
Okay. Yes. Yes.
Okay. And so there's a lot going on, right?
Yes.
Because at some point, there's multiple shots, right? And I have permission to walk up to you, the judge has given us that. You now know, and you knew then that this person shot up all the way until he got into
I
the
can hear
west.
the
I'm gonna object to that,
gunshots.
Your Honor, that's not the facts.
Okay, once again, ladies and gentlemen, if it differs with your recollection, rely on your own, you may proceed.
Do you know that the shooter hit multiple times at the building? I don't know what the government's comfortable
I
with,
have no
but,
objection to multiple times at the building, but he pointed all the way up the building. That's what I object to. That's not what.
well, the evidence will show what it shows. Judge.
Okay, overruled. You heard my admonishment, ladies and gentlemen. Let's proceed.
Thank you, Judge. So there were multiple shots at this building all the way up until this monster got into the building, right?
Yes.
You know that now.
Yes.
But when you were telling to the ranger, Pettis, and to Mr. Garza, you in your mind, you really thought that he had entered here.
Yes.
And so you're yelling at the officer and you're telling him, you're saying he's on this side of the building and you're pointing here because you really thought it was on the south side of the building. And so there's this dialogue back and forth between you and the officer for those 2 to 7 minutes, right?
Yes.
Because there's a yelling, it is frantic. I mean, understandably, you thought you had been shot. You thought you were being shot at. You're yelling at him. You knew that you got children back in the building, but you thought he followed those kids in the building, right?
Right.
At some point.
Yes. Yes.
And then you explained that he's on the west side of the building, and you say he's on. So there's it's definitely not intentional, but there's kind of this south side, west side discussion going on between you and the officer, right? At some point in this
Yes.
engagement. Is that a fair statement?
Yes. I really wasn't like really listening. I was just.
I know. Have you heard of something called auditory exclusion, where stress makes, you get tunnel vision visually, but then you can exclude things auditorily because there's just so much stress going on. Right. And so there's just a lot going on, a lot of perception, you're communicating with the officer because you're really in your heart of hearts, and I don't think anybody doesn't believe you. And these children were in danger, but you had a specific perception of what entrance this man went in, right?
Mhm.
Okay. And the officer is talking with you. He's communicating with you. He's focused on you too, because did you tell him you thought you were shot?
I didn't tell him.
Okay.
No.
But you're on the ground.
Right.
And when you hit the ground, and I mean hit the ground, I mean when you fell, do you agree that it created kind of like a dust?
Yes,
Because it's all dirt right there, right?
right,
And so, and he drives up to you. That's where his car is. He drove all the way up to you, right?
yes,
So even though there was if you don't know, maybe you know now that there was a call of a person at the school with a gun, he didn't, obviously that vehicle is not parked on the corner. This officer in this vehicle drove into the trouble, right? He drove in, he acted, he drove to you. They didn't know it was you, but I mean, he drove to
right.
your area, right? Are you aware now there were 3 other officers over here?
I couldn't see.
You know now,
Okay, yes,
but this officer isn't these officers, right? They stopped over
Right.
here. This officer made it over here, right?
right,
At some point, after that 3 to 7 minutes, you described to the jury and the government asked you, you go to that classroom with Stradino and you see that officer move up. He moves up at some point, right?
Mhm.
Do you agree with that? Kitty moves?
I'm not sure because, like I said, I was in the classroom doing what I that needed to be done.
And while you're talking to this officer, because there's that 2 to 7 minutes, there's actually shots being fired. You guys both can hear shots.
Right,
So he's hearing shots, you're talking to him, you're giving him instruction. I'm not gonna put words in your mouth. You said he's pacing, but let me suggest he was taking cover, but he's talking to you, and shots are being fired throughout this whole time.
The mischaracterization of her testimony.
She can correct
She
me.
said that he was pacing, not that he was taking cover.
Okay, once again, ladies and gentlemen, if it differs with your recollection, rely on your own, overruled, proceed.
No, I said that you said he was pacing. Do you remember me saying that?
Yes.
Okay. So, and if I say something, you want to correct me, you can say, Nico, stop. I'm going to correct you. You can do that, okay?
Okay.
Okay. So, I'm going to direct your attention to State's Exhibit 922. Oh, there it is right there. So you see that second car?
yes,
Do you recall telling Ranger Pettis and Mr. Garza that at some point when you went to the other classroom, Mr. Nino, and you didn't say it exactly like that, that you saw this officer, whoever he was, move forward? Move forward. Do you remember saying that?
I don't remember seeing that.
Okay, at some point when the jury's out, I can have you listen to your statement, okay? It's audio, right?
We'll stipulate to that, Your Honor.
Excuse me?
We'll stipulate.
Okay, thank you, Bill. So the government has stipulated that at some point when you go to Mr. Vino, you say to them, to the ranger and to Mr. Garza, that you saw the officer move forward, okay?
Okay.
And when the government showed you, when Mr. Turner showed you this picture, you said, no, that's the vehicle that you thought was here, right?
Right,
Because this one doesn't have any emblems.
right,
Right? So at some point, this officer moves forward to this officer, right?
Mhm.
Do you agree with that?
yes,
Okay. And you might not have known it was an officer at the time, but are you aware now that you described this officer, Officer Page? He was wearing khaki pants
really?
and a white shirt, a whiter shirt. He didn't have a beard though. So all I'm saying is there's a lot going on in your mind, right?
Yes.
Okay. So at some point, after 2 to 5 minutes, there's gunfire, you're on the ground, you're yelling at this officer, he's going in here, the kid's in here, save the kids. At some point, and we can see, you can't see anything. You can't see the west side of the building from here, right?
Right,
And neither could the officer.
Right.
And so this fence here around the AC unit?
Mhm.
It's a chain link fence, right?
right.
So you can see through it.
Mhm.
So can you tell that part of this SUV is behind that chain link fence?
Yes,
Can you see it? It's
Yes.
behind there, but you can still see it, right?
right,
So if an individual was standing there, you could still see an individual standing there, right? So if the shooter was standing there, you would be able to see the shooter from where you were at.
right.
I understand you perceived him to be out here, but if he was standing there, you could still see the shooter.
Yes.
Okay. I want to talk about another one of your perceptions, and I think that Mr. Turner tried to clear it up. At some point, you told Ranger Pettis and Mr. Garza that you believed the gunman had a handgun.
At some point, yes.
And then you when you told him that, you were sure about it. You were sure that it was a handgun, right?
Right.
And then either the Ranger or Mr. Garza, I can't tell on the audio, corrected you and said it was a long rifle. It was not a handgun.
Right.
And you correlated the handgun to a handgun that you carry sometimes, and so that's in your mind. That's
Right.
what you correlated that to. And so I want to clear one thing up also. You told the government, ultimately this jury, that when this officer showed up, you gave instructions and that he didn't say anything back to you.
No.
Oh, he did say something back to you?
No, he didn't. No.
But do you remember telling them that he said, which building? And that's
Okay,
what-
yes.
Yeah.
No, yes. He did say, that officer did say, where's the fourth grade building?
Right. So this officer didn't even know where the fourth grade building was, right?
Right.
Well, at least that's how you perceived it. That's what he said. Because Robb Elementary, unfortunately, did not have a full-time officer there.
No, not that I know of.
Right. But he kept asking you which building. You said fourth grade building. Which building is that?
Right.
And then that's when the discussion about south entrance versus west entrance
Yes.
happened, right? And so all that is within that 2 to 7 minutes.
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Flores, thank you so much. And I want you to know that all my questions had nothing to do with your character. You have an outstanding character, okay? God bless
Thank
you. Pass the witness.
Regret?
Yes, ma'am, and, when you said the fourth grade building, the officer said, which building?
Yes, he said, where's,
Is that when
Where's
you
the fourth
started pointing?
yes,
And where did you point?
to the fourth grade building.
And was the officer standing looking at you, as you pointed to the fourth grade building?
At the, yes,
Y'all were having a discussion, he wanted to know where it was, and you pointed it out,
yes,
but he stayed there.
yes.
I want to ask you about that short trip that you had down the walkway toward that south door, toward this door.
Mhm.
And show us about how far you got down toward that south door
Just about right, somewhere right here.
and where did you see the gunman?
He's standing right here.
Okay. Is there a little culvert just right here, a few steps behind that?
Yes, so it's part of the sidewalk
Okay.
going to the parking lot, fourth grade parking lot.
A culvert where a casing was located?
I'm not sure.
Okay. But the kids go inside the door,
Yes, back in there.
you're focused on them.
Yes.
When you see the man, how's he dressed?
He has the black jeans, the black hoodie, and the hoodie fell down from,
And black's a dark color.
Mhm.
And so if something black is in front of black, it would be a little bit more difficult to articulate what it was.
yes,
And when you saw the man with what you perceived as a gun, whether handgun or rifle, you turned and ran.
right,
And when you turned, that means you turned away from him.
yes.
So you didn't see where he went.
When I was coming somewhere right here, that's when I looked back and he was still in this area here.
Okay.
So he was kind of in this same area here.
Yes,
And is that why you thought he was going to the south door?
right,
Okay. The police car is white, correct?
yes,
You saw it.
yes.
Was the gunman the position that he was facing? Was he in a position to see this white car
I
drive
believe
up?
that's when he like starts running this direction.
Sure. When he sees the white car, then you say, you believe that's when he went that direction?
Yes,
Is that just your common sense, or did you see that?
that's what I saw.
Okay. And as far as auditory. Auditory exclusion, I believe, Mr. LaHood said that an officer got on dispatch and said, shots fired, shots fired. Do you recall him asking you about that?
You're talking about,
Mr.
Yes,
LaHood asked
yes.
you about that? And to get on a microphone and say shots fired indicates either that he heard shots fired or you told him shots were fired. Is that correct?
we could hear shots fired.
Oh, you could hear shots fired.
Yes,
You weren't going through auditory exclusion.
that meaning, like,
I'm sorry.
I mean, that time, I mean, you could hear the shots. And I don't know, I don't recall him
Okay.
or the
So you
PD.
clearly could hear the shots.
Yes,
And you didn't get on the police radio to say shots fired, shots
Mm.
fired.
no,
Okay. But whoever did was in a position to either hear the shots or you told him shots were being fired.
right.
Did you tell him that shots were being fired?
Well, you can hear him. I,
Didn't have to.
no,
Okay. That's what.
I hope you keep teaching special ed kids. I really
Thank
do.
you.
God bless you. No question, Judge.
Okay, recall, you decide.
No.
There's a subject to recall. I don't want to belabor it, but we do, we might have some follow-up with this, but
Okay, so you want to recall.
yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
They should leave, they should go leave town and come back.
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, ma'am, the rule's been invoked in this case, and all that means is, since you're subject to recall, you need to stay in touch with the DA's office in the event of a recall. We'll give you as much notice as possible, but more importantly, don't talk to anybody about the case other than the lawyers until you're aware the case is over. All right, so thank you, you're excused today.
thank you.
You'll call your next witness, please.
Sherry Hotmeyer, if I said that.
You want to come up, ma'am? Raise your right hand, please. You do solemnly swear the evidence of the testimony given in this cause will be the truth, so help you God. Okay, see right over here. Adjust that microphone, make it comfortable. Speak up so everybody can hear you, please. You may proceed.
Good morning.
Morning.
Would you tell the jury who you are?
Hi, my name is Dr. Sherry Hotmeyer. I'm from Uvalde.
And Dr. Hotmeyer, where do you work in Uvalde?
Currently, I work at Uvalde Medical Surgical Associates, which is an outpatient clinic that's adjoined to the hospital.
And when you say adjoined to the hospital, does that just mean you have a business relationship, or is it also physically adjoined to the hospital?
The building is right next to the main hospital. It's also owned by the hospital.
And tell us what your credentials are.
I'm a doctor of osteopathic medicine, which is essentially, there's allopathic and osteopathic. We do same training, but we do a little bit more in musculoskeletal.
And what?
Musculoskeletal.
Muscular and skeletal?
Mhm.
Okay. And when did you get your education?
I completed medical school in 2011, from 2007 to 2011.
And after medical school, what did you do?
Then I went to residency at Christus Santa Rosa in San Antonio, family medicine residency program.
How long is that residency program?
That was an additional 3 years.
And after the residency, then what?
And then I graduated in 2014 and I moved out to Uvalde and began working. And I've been there ever since
Ever since 2014?
2014, yep.
And so, May 24th, 2022, what were you doing on that day?
I was working at the time I was working at a different clinic, which was right down the road from the hospital. And we had just finished morning clinic and we were in a meeting.
A meeting with other doctors?
Yes, with the staff at the clinic,
A business meeting?
business meeting.
And about what time was this?
Started around 11:15.
Okay. And did you end up going to the hospital that day?
Yes, I did.
How did you end up at the hospital?
We had an alert that sent a mass text message to all the physicians saying that they needed us immediately in the emergency room.
When you say all physicians, I don't understand what the mass texting is. How did that work?
It was sent out by, I can't tell you I know the exact texting service or anything like that, but it's a messaging service that sends a text message to, physicians and basically was just asking them all to come immediately to the emergency room, that there was a trauma,
A need there?
an immediate need.
Okay.
Mhm.
So you weren't actually in the hospital, but a text went out to all physicians to come.
Yes,
And did you go?
yes,
And did other physicians go?
yes.
And on that afternoon, then tell us how you spent your time.
I got there, I can't tell you exactly the time I got there, but I got there as soon as I could. And it was probably right around noon. And when I got there, I'm sorry, I don't quote me on that. I apologize. I don't know what time I got there. I got there as soon as I could. But when I got there, there were other doctors that were already treating patients. And I circled around in the emergency room and tried to help in any way that I could.
And so this is the emergency room where you see doctors treating patients.
Yes,
About how many doctors did you see working?
there were probably about 8 to 10 of us.
And patients.
Mhm.
Can you tell us about how many patients you saw?
There were 10 to about 15, I believe.
Okay. And did you treat any of the patients?
I did. I treated. I helped and assisted in some of the ones that were already ongoing and needed just like a little bit of help here and there. And then when those ones were stabilized, I went to a different area where children were waiting that were not as critical but still needed medical care.
So there is an order in which you treat patients when they come in,
Yes.
and describe that for us.
And call it triage. And basically, those patients that are the most critical get the most immediate care. The ones that need to be stabilized, it's all hands on deck, and we do everything we can to get that patient better. The ones that are less acute, those ones typically will then be, next in line, and then the ones that are least acute will then be seen after the other ones.
And is that the way the procedure went that afternoon?
Yes.
Now, you said that you actually did treat some of the children yourself,
Mhm.
but other doctors treated children too.
Yes,
And let me ask you then, are you familiar with the records?
yes,
of the Uvalde Hospital?
yes, sir.
And is it common for doctors to review the records of other doctors?
If asked, we will do that.
I mean, you can read a medical record whether you created it or a fellow doctor did.
Yes, correct, absolutely.
And I believe that the defense's agreement, they've agreed to allow you, rather than having eight or nine doctors come in to testify to the records.
Yes, that's correct. This witness can testify to all the injuries to the kids and all the treatment that was done by all the doctors.
Okay, you can proceed.
And so have you done the time, you've spent the time to look at the records of those children that were treated at Uvalde Medical Hospital that day?
Yes, sir.
And are you familiar enough, and have you summarized it so that you can tell us the name of the child as well as the any injuries they sustained and the nature of that injury?
Yes, sir.
And you have summarized that for us.
Yes, I have them here. If you don't mind me using my notes.
And we may not be in the same order, so it may take
Okay.
a second for you to find it.
Okay.
But if we could start with exhibit 910. Mia Cerrillo. Could you tell us what injuries Mia Cerrillo sustained?
From the summary on the medical record, she had pretty significant shrapnel injuries
What
to
is shrapnel injury?
shrapnel is basically little parts of or fragments of bullets that
Fragments of bullets.
fragments of bullets that get embedded in the skin or other locations.
And was there a location in which she had the shrapnel?
Yes, sir. She had fairly significant shrapnel to her thorax, which is basically the back and the chest area, in the left flank, and then on her left shoulder.
And when you see shrapnel in somebody, do you remove that shrapnel?
If it's superficial enough, then yes. Otherwise, it can work its way out. Sometimes it, may need to be surgically removed if it's symptomatic, if it's causing pain or causing nerve impingement.
So with all of these shrapnel wounds, the issue is if it's superficial, it can be removed.
Yes.
And if it's deeper, why would you not remove it?
You just have to weigh if it's doing more harm than good, then you would definitely want to remove it. I mean,
Shrapnel.
sorry, not good. It's not going to do good. Excuse me. If it's not causing symptoms, then it's something that could potentially be left in.
Because going in could cause harm too.
Yes, absolutely. It could cause, pinching of nerves. It could cause pain, pain with movement.
And the nature, because it was shrapnel, do you have an opinion as to whether or not this was a gunshot wound?
I think it's definitely a gunshot wound.
Thank you.
This patient was treated by a different physician.
Thank you. 905. Could you tell us what injuries
AJ Martinez, he had a gunshot wound to his right thigh with significant shrapnel to the right thigh, as well as some shrapnel injuries to the left side of his head and his face.
And what is the right femur?
The femur is the long, big bone on the top part of the leg, right here.
And so was this shrapnel penetrating shrapnel or superficial?
Was the shrapnel?
Did it penetrate or was it only superficial?
It was close to the femur. and it had multiple shrapnel injuries in the subcutaneous, which is basically the layer below the skin, and in the deep soft tissue, which is
Deep soft tissue.
Mhm.
Thank you. Exhibit 906.
significant right ankle injury from shrapnel foreign bodies. He had several pieces of shrapnel embedded in his right ankle, and some of them were large, up to 10 millimeters, which is 1 centimeter, about a little bit less than half an inch. But thinking about that being embedded in soft tissue, that is fairly large. And then one of them was close to the Achilles tendon, which is the large tendon in the back of the lower leg where the calf attaches to the heel.
Kendall Oliver.
To her left shoulder, she had a very large soft tissue defect, fracture of her humerus, which is the bone in the upper part of the arm, significant shrapnel to the left shoulder, and then across the front of her abdomen, she had quite a bit of shrapnel as well. Shoulder. He had an actual gunshot wound. It was described on the CAT scan as a massive soft tissue defect containing multiple bullet fragments of the right shoulder. And then, of course, multiple shrapnel pieces in that area as well.
And what is massive?
So this exit wound was described as 4 centimeters by 4 centimeters, which is about 1.5 inches in such a small anatomic area for a child. That's he had shrapnel injuries to his right thigh, so on the lateral part of his right thigh. This girl, she had shrapnel to her left thigh and also to the left side of her face, along the frontal bone and then around this area of her scalp.
And where is her frontal bone?
Right here on the forehead. On the forehead.
And there was shrapnel there.
Yes.
Maya's.
When she arrived, she was scared, anxious. She wasn't talking. She was already receiving fluids from EMS because her blood pressure was low. She was found to have a gunshot wound to the left side of her chest, which was a sucking chest wound, which is basically air is going in, but it's not coming out, which then caused both lungs to collapse. She had a very, very large gunshot wound to the left shoulder, the left arm, and then the right hand. The ER physician that was taking care of that trauma bay, he had to do needle decompression, which is done in emergent situations to let that air out, allow the lung to expand, and then he had to put in bilateral chest tubes to continue to allow the lung to reach the pleura, which is the lining of the lung cavity. He gave fluids, crash blood, and then this patient was one of the ones that was transferred out to a trauma center.
When you say transferred out to a trauma center, tell us what that is.
BAMC is typically where we'll transfer to, university, a higher level of care that has a trauma surgeon available. Reported that he had a bullet go past his thumb and then it created significant ringing in his ears. He reported that when he was running from the active shooter, he hit his lower leg on an object, and he had a big bruise on his lower leg.
Dr. Hotmeyer, my name is Jason Goss. I'm one of the lawyers who represent Adrian. I just want to say, I know that you would just say it's doing your job, but we appreciate that you did that, help those kids. I don't have any other questions.
Anything, redirect? No, Your Honor. Excuse, not subject to recall? Yes, Your Honor.
No, no recall.
Okay, Doctor, you are excused. The rule's been invoked, so we would appreciate it if you just wouldn't discuss the case with anybody until you're aware the trial's over.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'll tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, let's take our morning recess, take about 10 minutes. Please remember my instructions. Would everyone please rise for the jury? swear the evidence of the testimony given in this cause will be the truth, so help you God. Have a seat over here, please. You can be seated in the courtroom. Thank you. State's called the next witness. She's been sworn, so you may proceed.
Good morning.
Morning,
State your name for the record.
Jamie Torres,
And Ms. Torres, where do you currently reside? Don't give me the specific address, but what town do you live in?
Uvalde, Texas.
And in May of 2022, where were you living?
Uvalde, Texas.
Now, I'm going to be real specific and go ahead and take you back to May 24th of 2022. Are you the mother of Chloe? And for the record, can you spell Chloe's first name?
Khloie,
And what grade was Chloe in on May 24th of 2022?
4th,
And how old was Chloe at the time?
10,
And what school was she going to on that day?
Robb Elementary,
And what grade was she in?
4th,
And do you recall what room she was in at Robb Elementary?
112.
Now, you were not at school that day,
No,
and was there something special about this going on at school that day that she was excited about?
yes,
And what was that?
sorry. She was excited. She had left early that day to get bubbles and watch a movie after awards. And so she was excited for that.
And did she receive an award that day?
She did.
And what was that award?
The Good Citizen Award?
Now, at some point, did you receive a text message from the school?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember what that message was?
Yes, that the school went into a lockdown and to stay away from the premises, that everything was under control.
At some point, did you receive some information that was a little bit more than a regular lockdown?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the information that you received?
That there was, well, first I think it said it was a bailout to stay away, and then another one came in and said active shooter.
Okay. Now, when were you able to see Chloe on May 24th?
It was after she came home from the hospital because I was out of town.
And she was at the hospital for physical injuries that she suffered?
Yes.
And can you describe for the jury what those injuries are or were?
Yes, she had bullet fragments in her forehead and in her left thigh.
Now, those bullet fragments in her head, do they still exist today?
Yes.
What about the ones in her leg?
Yes.
And does she suffer from the fragments in her head?
Yes, she gets headaches frequently. And then in her leg, if she walks kind of far, sometimes she'll say that she has to stop because her leg was hurt her.
Okay. Have you decided if you will remove the shrapnel or are you going to leave it?
As of right now, they don't want to mess with it because it's sitting to where it's able to stay. They did say if it was to move, then they would go ahead, but as of now, they think she's fine with it in there.
Okay. I'm gonna leave it at that. Ask the witness, Your Honor.
Ms. Torres, I'm very grateful, Chloe, that you still have her, because as we know, a lot of people don't. So I hope she continues to be a blessing to you.
Thank you.
That's all I have.
Thanks.
Pass it.
Okay, recall either side.
No recall, Your Honor.
No, Judge.
Okay, ma'am, you are released from the subpoena and you are excused. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
State calls Jennifer Haby. Step out real quick, Deputy.
Yes. Good morning. Could you raise your right hand, please? You solemnly swear the evidence in the testimony you're giving this cause will be the truth, so help you God. Let's see, right over here. That microphone will adjust, make it comfortable, and speak up so everybody can hear you, please.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Please state your name for the record.
Jennifer Haby,
And Ms. Haby, where are you currently employed?
Bluebonnet Children's Advocacy Center.
And what is your job position there?
I'm a licensed professional counselor.
And where did you go to college at?
Texas State University and then Sul Ross University.
And you got your bachelor's degree from Texas State?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that in?
Education.
And what did you get from Sul Ross University?
Master's of Education and Counseling.
Okay. And did you previously work for the Uvalde Independent School District?
Yes.
And what did you work as?
I was a teacher.
Was that before you obtained your master's?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And are you a licensed professional counselor?
Yes, ma'am, through the state of Texas.
Okay. And are you licensed by the Texas Board of Professional Counselors?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're current on your licensing?
Yes,
At this point, Your Honor, the state would tender Jennifer Haby as an expert in post-traumatic stress disorder counseling.
We're not in federal court. I don't know that the court can do that, but I
Do you
will,
have any questions on?
yeah, as a board dyer, I will say that I will agree that she is good at what she does and that she has every right to testify about what she did.
All right, so you may proceed.
Ms. Haby, can you, where are you currently employed at?
Right now, Bluebonnet Children's Advocacy Center.
Okay, and for the jury and for the record, can you explain what the Bluebonnet Children's Advocacy Center is?
Yes, it gives a safe place for children to come and talk about their trauma, abuse, and then through that, it's so the child doesn't have to say things over and over again. They say it one time to an interviewer, and through that, officers, medical, CPS all work together through the investigation, and then they offer mental health services to the child, for the child.
So at the Children's Advocacy Center, you deal with clients, patients who suffer abuse or trauma of some sort.
Yes.
Okay. And through that, have you provided counseling to some of the survivors in this case?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Now, and for the record, those medical records and counseling records have already been admitted into evidence, okay? So what I want you to do though is can you explain to the jury what is post-traumatic stress disorder?
PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. It is ongoing stress after the traumatic event.
And how does that manifest itself? What are the symptoms of PTSD?
It can manifest itself in many ways, through the body, through headaches, stomach aches, nausea, as well as
not be wanting to leave your home or not being able to leave your home, socially, trust with others,
And we call that disassociation.
dissociation.
Is that what it's called? Okay. And do you also see children with anxiety and depression that are suffering from PTSD?
Both, yes.
Okay. And are these considered a disorder
Yes.
or an impairment of some sort?
Disorder, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what are the different ways that these are explained through children with PTSD? In other words, do they express it through like guilt, or I mean, how does that work?
Through PTSD, can you repeat your question? Just so I'm answering it.
Right. Well, if they have PTSD, do they also have maybe other impairments? Such as,
Yes, I apologize. Yes, usually with PTSD, anxiety comes as well with it, hand in hand, only because the stress, your body becomes alert, hyper alert, and stress rises, and that brings on anxiety.
okay. Do you know what survivor's guilt is?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you explain that to the jury?
Yes, it's when a survivor feels guilty for living.
And have you seen that through some of your patients through their counseling?
That's me.
Now, what is a triggering event?
It's when something happens that escalates anxiety in their body. It's when you're triggered by something and it brings you back to whatever traumatic event they had.
Is it a sensation that stimulates the nervous system?
Yes.
And is it a biological response in a child?
Yes,
And
it's
can you explain that?
an automatic response in your body. It's not something that's they think of. It's protection. It's dissociation, it's protection.
And what can be a triggering event in a child with PTSD?
I've seen many things that trigger children right now. I'm seeing helicopters, loud noises trigger children, colors,
What colors?
red.
Why red?
It's the color of blood.
Okay. And explain to the jury what these triggers do. What do they do in a child physically that they're called triggering events? What do they do?
Some children, when triggered, they might cry. Their heart might race. They might get under a table and not want to leave. They might want to hold someone's hand for safety. I have many clients I'm trying to go through, so many of them.
Well, do these triggering events take the child back to the trauma that was suffered?
Yes,
Okay. And is the child able to differentiate between where they are now versus the traumatic event?
not always. It brings them back to the event, and their brain believes, or their brain is saying, no, this is happening, although they know obviously it's not happening over and over again, but they believe it is. Their body feels it is, as if it's happening.
Now, what type of techniques do you use in providing treatment for post-traumatic stress disorder?
So I work with children and adolescents with PTSD, and we use sensory boxes, art, breathing techniques, reframing, like rewriting or rethinking the trauma, knowing it's not there any longer, narrative, oral and written.
Is one of these things you do called eye movement desensitization and reprocessing?
EMDR, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
That is evidence-based treatment.
And can you explain to the jury what that is and how it works?
Sure. It's bilateral stimulation of the brain, which it's used to reprocess the trauma they've had. So although, may I give an example?
Yes.
Although they know the trauma has already passed, after EMDR, and bilateral stimulation just means back and forth with the brain, after EMDR, then they're able to talk about the trauma and it doesn't affect them as much. So their nervous system is a little de-escalated, I should say.
Okay. And what are the things you do with that? I mean, what specific techniques do you use?
So you can use is eye movement. So you can use a light bar where they follow the light back and forth. Or with my age, we use a lot of tappers, and all that's doing is buzzing their hand like left, right. And that's bilateral stimulation of the brain, which helps reprocess the trauma. That's what it's used for.
And what is TFCBT?
Trauma focused cognitive behavior therapy. It is for children and adolescents to, at their own pace, walk through their trauma with coping skills, narratives, and so forth.
Now, is post-traumatic stress disorder, is that something that can be eventually treated, and or how does that work?
Treated, yes. Both TFCBT and EMDR are both evidence-based for PTSD for children and adolescents. So PTSD can be treated, yes. People do heal from PTSD, although it is always ongoing. And when I say that, that sounds kind of backwards, but what I'm saying is it does not affect them as much, because our goal, or my goal as a therapist would be that they're able to hopefully function day to day in their living, live a healthier day than they did the day of the trauma, right? Making progress.
Is there a permanent brain injury associated with PTSD?
Yes.
And again, you treated some of the survivors in room 112, is that right? Pass the witness, Shauna.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. KBT,
Yes, sir.
my name's Jason Goss. I'm one of the attorneys for Adrian. And, I want to start out by saying thank you. I mean, I know it's difficult even for treaters and providers, because you're having to experience that with kids, right? So there's a secondary trauma that goes on with you as you're having to work through that. The fact you're willing to do that is important. So thank you for that. I did want to talk, not necessarily, I know that we talked about, yes, you've treated some of the kids. Are they all confined to 111 and who were in 111 and 112? Or were there some other kids at Robb that day that have also come in for treatment?
I
survivors?
treat many kids from Robb.
So not necessarily even the ones that were in the room
Not necessarily.
with the shooter. And that's because, and the point I'm trying to make with that is that's because you can get anybody that's involved in that situation can have PTSD for that situation.
Yes, sir.
Including the officers,
Yes, sir.
including the witnesses, the teachers, the adult. You would agree with that?
Anyone in a traumatic event.
Sure. And I guess and I didn't hear, I know you worked at well, I call it a CAC, but a child advocacy center.
Yes, sir.
Do you ever do forensic interviews, or are you just the counseling side of that?
On the counseling side. So after the forensic interviewer, then the client is passed to me
Okay.
for therapy.
And it sounds like you have a lot of experience with PTSD and trauma and talking to people who have suffered trauma. So I want to ask you some questions about your understanding of the medicine and the science in your discipline, and as far as like what you have been able to learn about how people who experience trauma, I guess, relate and talk about it. Okay, so you would agree that Like with the kids you've worked with the adults you've worked with, who has experienced that kind of trauma, the next day after that is not, they're not 100% accurately recalling everything that's happened perfectly, because trauma affects memory and stress affects memory.
Trauma does affect memory.
It does, right? And you know that. And so asking somebody the next day who's gone through a situation like that, what happened, you might not get exactly what happened or exactly in the right order, or exactly in the right times, right? Because if they've gone through a stressful event like that has caused trauma, then their recall of that can be inaccurate. You would agree with that?
You might not. Every person's different.
Sure. And just so you know, I'm not talking about any of your kids or any of those kids at Robb. I'm not talking about any of their statements or anything about them. I'm using your experience to talk about, because there are other witnesses and other people that were at the scene who
Yes, sir.
also kind of went through this. You see what I mean?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the stress, you know, that stress can be like it maybe you know, maybe you don't, but stress can cause things like auditory exclusion when it's happening. It can cause time compression when it's happening. Those kind of things can happen as the person is witnessing an event if it's a high stress or traumatic event.
Yes, sir.
Right. And so sometimes they don't hear things that you would think that they hear. Sometimes they mix things up, like what order things were in, right?
Yes.
You would agree with that, because, and I don't know if you've had this experience, but even people who, somebody can be absolutely sure of something and then see a video that didn't happen the way they thought it happened, but in their mind, because of the way their memory has been kind of forged into trauma, in their mind it happened this way, even if there was evidence that they could see that it didn't happen that way. And that's because that's how people process in trauma. You would agree with that?
That's how trauma works.
Right. So, and that's all I'm trying to point out is that it is hard. It is hard with witnesses and other people to get sometimes accurate recounting if they've gone through a traumatic event.
As a therapist, I'm not there for accuracy. I'm here to work on their healing.
100%. But I think one of the things you do want them to do is process by, like you said, you use different techniques to process by remembering or recounting the trauma or going through and talking about their trauma. And like I said, it's not up to you, or you don't care whether they're accurate, but you don't care if they're accurate about what they're saying. You want them to process it therapeutically.
Correct.
Right. But your experience and understanding of how trauma works and how stress works on memory and recalling and recounting is really what I'm going to. Like, that it can affect those different things. It's a physiological effect that happens to people.
Yes.
Right. I'll pass it. And thank you again.
No more questions, Judge, and she's excused.
Not subject to recall, Mr. Gus?
No, you're on.
Okay, thank you. You are excused, not subject to recall. Thank you very much.
Mike Westall.
He's coming, Judge, it's just a little slow with his
Okay.
cameras.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this witness was previously sworn outside your presence. He is under oath, so you may have a seat, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Would you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
ladies and gentlemen, my name is Michael Whitskall. I'm a retired police officer. My career is with Dallas, and I'm here as an expert witness in training of law enforcement.
And what do you do these days, Mr. Whitskell?
These days, sir,
Yes, sir.
I am retired. I sold the law enforcement business, and I am now a gentleman farmer.
Does that mean you're broke?
Most of the time, yes, sir.
Would you tell me what your career in law enforcement is, please? Share that with the jury.
All right, law enforcement. I started with Dallas in 1988. I graduated from the academy in 1989, and as typical, I spent several years on patrol, and then I switched to Dallas SWAT. I was with the elite SWAT teams for several years. And then I ended up getting hurt pretty bad, so I went back to patrol, at which time in 1998, I was forced into medical retirement, and that injury eventually led to the loss of my left leg. And then I started a training company strictly teaching SWAT, hostage rescue, active shooter, amongst other subjects.
And so, how long have you been teaching, or how long did you teach SWAT, hostage rescue, and active shooter?
22 years.
And what is the difference between SWAT training, hostage rescue training, and active shooter training?
Ladies and gentlemen, it all blends. It really does. Subjects that you learn in hostage rescue also will transfer across to active shooter. The difference being active shooter training is almost an exclusive of patrol officers, guys that are out working, guys and gals that are out working the field constantly. SWAT, you're off to the side a little bit until you're called.
So an active shooter training is for the people that are going to be first responders. Is that
Absolutely.
the
Yes,
way
sir.
to say it?
Yes.
And did you develop an active shooter training program for Texas peace officers?
I did. The curriculum is what
Yes,
you're
sir.
speaking of. Yes, sir.
Could you tell us about the training that you developed?
First and foremost, everything is as much hands-on as we can possibly make it. So it's 25% lecture, PowerPoint lectures, and 75% hands-on out in the field doing drills, scenarios. I based this curriculum back in my military days. I was trained in hostage rescue and how to clear an embassy, because back in the 70s, a lot of people don't know this, but we lost a lot of embassies. Embassies and schools, there's a lot of similarities to them, long hallways, offset rooms, big rooms, classrooms and stuff. So that's what I based the curriculum on at the start. Now, when I was with Dallas, my sergeant, Tom Shelton, far-reaching, we went into schools long before Columbine, and we did what would be now called active shooter training. We did this at Sunset, I think that was in middle school, I don't remember, South Oak Cliff High School, and several other elementary schools.
And so you have decided to divide it 75%, 25%.
Yes, sir.
Why is that?
It does no good for an officer to be trained in something unless, of this nature, okay, to be trained in this type of thing without hands-on, to develop almost an automatic response. I'm sure you've heard the term muscle memory and things like that. Yeah, absolutely. You cannot do that in a pure classroom setting.
And so you spend 75% of the time in the field.
Yes, sir.
And what does in the field mean?
We very infrequently, ladies and gentlemen, we able to actually get into a school because a lot of times schools were running at the time. So we had false walls that we put up, long hallways, 100 feet long. We'd have rooms off to the side. So we would be doing drills on what we could simulate for a school. Now, we also did in this curriculum, the 75% part, we did, because we've had active shooters in churches. Okay, I know people kind of look at that in defense of God's word, but not in defiance. All right, we went to nightclubs when we could find one. We went to movie theaters, pretty much any place that there have been an active shooter, sir, that we could get into.
Does that include open fields?
Yes, sir, it does.
And how many hours was this training?
The total training, sir,
Yes, sir.
40 hours.
We noticed that there's other active shooter training for 8 hours.
Mm-hmm.
So how would you distinguish an 8-hour course?
8 hours isn't enough to do much of anything, sir, other than classroom work. They might be able to do some hands-on, but in my opinion, this is just strictly my opinion, it's greatly deficient in any type of what we would call developing muscle memory.
Now, did you have a title for your course, the 40-hour course?
Yes, sir, it was active shooter, immediate response.
And let's go over both of those terms. What does active shooter mean?
Active shooter, an uncontrolled situation where there is an assailant, either, forgive me, in a school, outside of a school, at a church, outside, moving around, it didn't matter. All right, so that is an active shooter. The whole situation is out of control in that moment. Okay, the immediate response.
And when you say out of control,
Please.
in the shooter part, is that just obvious? It's out of control because there's active shooting?
Yes, yes, sir.
I hate to be too
No.
fundamental, but the point is there's shooting going on.
Yes, sir.
And does it also include that there's people in danger?
Yes, sir.
And that's the nature of that?
That is the nature, pardon me, that's the nature of the beast.
Okay. And then the second part of the title of your course was what?
Immediate response. What this means, when there's an active shooter, we cannot sit around and wait. And most of law enforcement, from the day you are in the academy, they tell you never do anything by yourself. Never ever. Never make a traffic stop without somebody coming by to back you up. In an active shooter situation, because of the lethality, the nature of the whole thing, we have to act, which can mean acting completely and wholly alone.
And that's what immediate response means?
Yes, sir.
So in an active shooter situation, and I'm just asking about what you trained.
Yes,
in
sir.
the 40-hour course. Active shooter situation, immediate response, if a first responder is there, what is your training as to whether they should wait for backup?
We've got to stop the killing. There's no other way I can say that, folks, okay? You can't wait for backup. I know there are curriculums out there, sir, that teach, always wait for 2 or 3 more guys. In my opinion, in the way I train people, you don't have time to wait. You've got to make a move.
And is that what solo entry is?
It can be, yes, sir.
And when you say you got to make a move, where do you make the move to? What
Look,
does your training teach?
depends on the circumstances, okay? Outside, if it's a big park, all right? I know where the bad guy's been. By bodies, by blood trails. I know where his direction might be going. You do that by auditory sounds, gunfire. My job then is I've got to get in front of him to keep him from entering soft targets.
What's a soft target?
These days, pretty much anything, sir. I'm sorry. Schools, churches, hospitals,
Why is it called a soft target?
because there's no defense. They don't have, most of the time, they don't have security guards.
When we were talking about they, who are you speaking?
I'm sorry, the ISD. I know many ISDs have police departments now, but for many years they did not. Hospitals might have some security. They hire off-duty cops, but it's never enough. And you can never put everybody, you don't have enough people to put at every door.
I guess by soft target, are you saying a target which people can be
Easily,
victims of an active shooter?
yes, sir, easily victims of an active shooter.
Is that why time is of the essence?
Yes, sir.
And what does gunfire have to do with what your action is?
Depending, okay, if I'm the responding officer, depending on where I am at, I hear gunfire, I need to march to the sound of gunfire, and I'm heading that direction. All right, I'm not just hanging back. If I'm in a situation to where I know that there's been an active shooter, I see all the evidence, blood holes in the wall and stuff, then I follow that evidence also.
So if you get there a little late, you may see evidence of the active shooting that's already occurred.
Yes,
or
sir.
has been occurring.
Yes, sir.
But if you get there before there's bodies or blood trails, is gunfire important to you?
It's critical.
And critical, it means what?
I need to move toward that gunfire.
What if you're alone?
I need to move to that gunfire, sir.
If you are the first responder, is moving toward gunfire the primary objective?
Yes, sir.
Is it also important to locate, to tell other officers where you are?
It's all happening at the same time. Now, this is basic police. I did not teach this. They should know this. I get out. If I'm the responding officer, I'm on my radio. I'm moving to where I hear gunfire. I am telling my dispatch or anybody that can hear me, other people on the radio, I'm telling them my location. I'm telling them my direction of travel. And if I have information on the suspect, I'm telling the suspect information, clothing description, hair description. I'm telling them I'm marching to gunfire. I've heard gunfire in this area. Might be around the corner, might be in a park way off to the side. I've got to get there. So, and I need backup. I won't kid you. I desperately need backup, but I also know I can't wait.
And so when you hear gunfire, there's two objectives. One is go to the gunfire. The other is to tell other people.
Yes, sir.
Notify them either for backup as well as to notify them where the problem is.
Yes, sir.
Which of those takes priority?
Boy, because we are trained never to operate alone. My internal police officer says, no, tell them the information, tell me, but I know I've got to get to the gunfire. And you can do it simultaneously.
What does that mean?
At the same time, I can run to gunfire. I can move with one hand on my weapon or my weapon out and on the radio.
Okay, so it's not an either or.
No, sir, it is not.
And ultimately, you have a room full of police officers that you're training.
Yes, sir.
What is your ultimate goal for these officers?
Could you be more specific, sir?
Sure. Not only, well, let me ask it this way. When you run to gunfire, do you do that recklessly?
Never. You can move tactically.
And what does tactically mean?
Okay, I'll use the example of an open area. All right, hopefully there's trees, other things that I can move to leapfrog from one to the other. All right, I'm doing it fast, and I'm not doing it with reckless abandon. moving tactically. That's what we talk about. Yeah, if it's a completely open field, well, I'm in a lot of danger. I know I'm in a lot of danger. So
You still move to the gunfire?
I'm still moving to the gunfire.
And you talked about trees, is that this concept of cover and concealment?
Yes, sir.
And explain that for us.
Cover is what protects you from bullets. Concealment is what hides you from the bullets.
And so as you teach going to the gunfire, you teach them to do it as safely as possible.
As safely as possible, yes, sir.
And that's by using any cover or
Any
concealment.
cover that you can find.
Is that part of what these exercises are all about,
Yes, sir.
to go through that? Now, fear is part of this active shooter, right? There's a threat.
Yes, sir.
And does your curriculum cover that issue?
We
That issue of
discuss, yes, sir. I'm sorry, I cut you off. We discuss how to handle fear. Everybody's afraid. And if you're not afraid of gunfire, you're a little bit of a knucklehead. I've been in the military. I was under fire many times. All right. Yeah, I was scared. Same thing with being a cop. But you have to learn to fight through the fear.
Do you teach all the officers in your class how to fight through the fear?
We discuss it, sir. That's not something you do in the field, but we teach them, really to fight through the fear. Take a few deep breaths and focus. There's nothing complicated about it.
Take a couple of deep breaths.
Yes, sir.
And focus.
And focus.
Okay. And is fear part of that fight or flight? Is that
It is.
part of what you teach?
Yes, sir. We discuss fight or flight syndrome.
And what is that?
It is, excuse me, fight or flight. Your response, your internal response, when you are confronted with something that could harm you, you go into fight or flight. It's a massive adrenaline dump, all right, that your body says, man, we need to get out of here. And there are physiological changes in your body that can make the difference for you. For instance, your heartbeat can be normal. I don't know what your heartbeat is normally, but it can go up to 200 beats a minute within not even a second. That's part of fight or flight. And you have to fight through it because your natural reaction is, man, I got to get away from this. And we can't do that as police officers.
So as part of the lecture, how to fight, how to work through that.
We discuss that, yes, sir.
So you expose the officers to that information,
Yes.
knowing that it's a potential,
Knowing that it will happen, sir.
not a potential.
It's not a potential, it's a certainty.
And so now could we move to the field?
Yes, sir.
So how many days do you stay in the field out of this 40-hour work week?
Well, I mean, every day is 25, 75.
Every day?
Every day. Fridays were usually a little bit of a short day because when we say it's 40 hours, I guarantee you those officers were out there with me for about 50 or 60 hours. All right, 40 hours is all that we could give them credit for.
So that's the basic then.
Yes, sir. Well, no, sir, the active shooter.
Okay. And then this is where you set out different scenarios.
As best we can, yes, sir. What we would do is we'd set up the panels for the long hallways, about 100 feet, sometimes longer. We'd have rooms that were enclosed or at least half enclosed. We had shooting dummies, and we would move these dummies in around the room and things like that. So there would actually be something. Occasionally we'd put an instructor in there, but we use tremendous amount of airsoft, and holy cow, that stuff hurts.
What is
And
airsoft?
what's that, sir?
Airsoft, what is that?
Airsoft. Airsoft is like a BB gun. All right. It's a biodegradable BB that, it'll go away after a while, but they hurt, they sting. And all my instructors have to wear, and students too, when we're doing these drills, they have to wear protective gear.
So you make it as lifelike as you
as
possibly.
realistic as we can. There are things, sir, that I can simulate, emulate, and there are certain things, even in training, I cannot. It's impossible.
What do you mean by that?
Odors, sound, the smell of gunfire, blood.
So training, you're not gonna be firing off weapons.
I did not do live fire. That's with real ammunition and stuff. That was by choice because it was actually, sir, a liability issue. But we used tens of thousands of BBs in a school.
Okay. And as part of your training, open areas, did you train in open areas or
Yes, sir.
have a scenario of open areas?
We tried sometimes. We were very limited with the amount of the open area that we could use. Uvalde, we used a park, but there were people in the park, so we couldn't really do scenario-based training other than have somebody, an instructor, walking around, and the officers would have to maneuver into position to neutralize that threat.
And in the training, the 75%, did that include solo entry by officers?
Yes, sir, it did.
And did it include multiple?
Yes, sir.
So it's not just training for a group, how they should tactically move together, but also for one person.
Yes, sir. Again, 75-25, and I don't mean to be so redundant with that. This is crucial. So many schools, even tactical schools, are death by PowerPoint. All right. But again, there's no way to learn. There's no muscle memory in what I'm talking about. In places like, anywhere we trained, whether it was a church, a park, we did bus takedowns, everything starts with one man. And after I am satisfied, which sometimes happens, all right, I'm satisfied, then we move on to 2-man, 3-man, 4-man.
And specifically, did you do this 40-hour training in Uvalde, Texas?
Yes, sir.
And the defendant, Adrian Gonzales, did he attend that training?
Yes, sir.
And when people attend your training, they have to sign in, is that correct?
Every day, yes, sir.
And you have records of that?
Yes, sir, I do.
And is it once a day or twice a day?
Now, TCL says twice a day now.
Okay. And so when you have those rosters, it indicates not only did somebody sign up to take your class, but they were there.
They were there
at least
every
twice a
day. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. And as they're going through the training, what is the purpose of photographing?
All right, we took approximately 300 pictures every school. Actually, I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, we took about 600 pictures. I'd have to go back through after the training ended and get rid of all the ones that were blurry. And I'm nobody's good photographer. My finger would be in the way half the time. We used a big Nikon camera for this with a telephoto lens. A lot of times, one is a matter of record. It helps me if I am subpoenaed. All right, I can go back, look through the pictures, and yes, the student, I can see them on this day at this time. Also, sir, the students like the pictures. We always made them a disc, or as things progressed later on, I was able to email them to the students. I'm no technical wizard, so I had to learn that one.
May I approach your honor?
Yes.
Exhibits 916, 917, 918, 19, and 20.
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, sir. You know, one. Yes, sir. I'm wondering why he doesn't have eye protection on in that picture, but okay. This is at the stadium. No, I'm sorry. I should. Yes, sir. Sorry. This is at the
I don't
football
need you to
stadium.
describe it,
Yeah.
yes. I just need you to say you identify those as being your photographs.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
State offers exhibits 916 through 920.
questions.
Yes. And we need to take up a matter outside your presence, so I'm gonna go ahead and let y'all go to lunch early, and we'll see you back here at 1:30. Everyone rise to adjourn.
Also, I can see why that's a concern for theirs. The purpose of introducing multiple photographs was just to show, because he's in different clothing, that he did participate in each one of them. I think that there's one that's obvious. 919, I would withdraw. And 917,
All we're really asking is just
Just to edit it out, just.
black marker over
Yeah.
the thing, so it's not,
I can,
Yeah, but let's go ahead and, over the lunch recess, go ahead and redact, what's displayed on the app
yes, sir.
and tender it to them to see if they're satisfied with that.
thank you, Judge.
All right, we'll be in recess till 1:30.
Are you the guy?
Record shall reflect that Superintendent Dr. Jaime Aquino
Attorney, you can resume your direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just to kind of close this out, the name of your enterprise was,
Charlie Mike Enterprises.
so that's the name of the business that put on active shooter training.
Yes, sir.
And is that the same for Alert? Is the name of the company that puts on active shooter training?
That is their name, yes.
But they're associated with the Texas State University.
I'm sorry, sir, please say again.
Are they associated with Texas State University?
Yes, they are, sir, as far as I know.
And you just looked at State's exhibits 916 through 920, is that correct? Just before the lunch break.
Yes, sir.
State offers exhibits 916 through 920.
That's fine, no objection, Judge.
They're admitted.
Showing you State's exhibit 916. Can you tell us, explain to us what this depicts and who it depicts?
This appears to be Officer Gonzales. We are doing, if I'm seeing this correctly, sir, this is usually the first day, first few minutes of training. We're learning to walk, move, and shoot.
And what does walk, move, and shoot mean?
Well, from a stable firing position, affectionately, it's known as the Groucho. Your weapon is up, all right, shoulders, elbows are tucked in, and you're not walking straight up. You're not walking super bent knee either. It's a nice, steady firing platform. If you walk and shoot standing up, your weapon's going to be doing this, or possibly even this. All right, so this particular way to walk, that's what that teaches.
And State's exhibit 917.
Same drill, sir, or it may be another part of a drill that I can't really tell. Looks like the background is fairly dark, so it may be after hours.
And on State's exhibit 916, it was Mr. Gonzales was in short sleeves, and in this example, there is at least one sleeve covered. Is that correct?
Appears to be so, yes.
Does that indicate it's a different drill?
Well, its clothing doesn't really indicate it, sir. It's just what is going on in that particular drill. But it is a different picture and a different drill, yes.
Okay. State's exhibit 918. Is this also Adrian Gonzales?
Yes, sir, it appears to be so.
And what is this drill?
This drill, we're at a football stadium, ladies and gentlemen, and teaching the guys how to take down an active shooter, like at a high school football game. In this case, I can't really tell how high up the assailant is. Sometimes we put them way up at the top in the middle of the bleachers. Either way, it teaches the officer how to move up steps without falling on his face. You can see his, it appears to be his left hand slightly touching the guardrail. That doesn't make contact again, so you know that your footing is sure.
And State's exhibit 919.
Okay, those are the false panels. You can see the walls. In this case, these walls are like about 7 feet tall. This is known as the heavy head. You can see the two officers. They actually would be moving down a hallway. All right, you can see the officer, just barely make out the officer in the rear. That is rear security. He checks back as we're moving, as we're progressing. Now, a couple schools of thought. You're either marching to the sound of gunfire, like we talked about earlier, right? Okay, or you know what room he's in, and you're moving toward that particular room. In this case, Officer Gonzales is checking the hallway, a little bit back and forth, and his wingman in this case, is covering deep into the hallway.
So this is if you have multiple officers responding at the same time.
If you're lucky and you have them, yes, sir.
And State's exhibit 920, is this also Officer Gonzales?
It appears to be so, yes, sir.
And when I say Officer Gonzales, are we speaking about the same Adrian Gonzales that's at the far end of the tape?
Yes, sir, we are.
And when was this course taken?
If I recall right, April 2018. I can check my notes again if you wish me to.
Pass the witness.
Mr. Whitskoll, my name is Nico Hood. I'm one of the lawyers that represents Mr. Gonzales. We've never met before, correct?
That is correct, sir.
Have you testified before? Have
In
you
what-
testified before?
In what manner, sir? Here or,
No, not in this trial. In
well,
any
as a
trial.
police officer, yes, sir.
Have you ever testified as an expert before?
No, sir.
Okay, so this is the first time.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so you understand cross-examination. I'm going to ask you questions. If you don't understand my question, then please ask me to repeat it, okay?
I understand, sir.
Okay. So you gave us some of your experience. You served 3 years in SWAT with the Dallas PD,
Yes, sir.
and then you served our country in the Marines.
In the Marine Corps,
And
yes.
thank you for your service, by the way. And so you did, I think you said you used kind of your experience in embassy sweeping,
Embassy clearing.
but you're sweeping a building. I'm sorry, I'm using a term of art, right?
Understood.
So embassy clearing to formulate this curriculum.
Yes, sir.
And I think you alluded to it on direct examination. Your curriculum is, in your opinion, a proper way to handle active shooting or some type of involvement tactics with these officers that you're training, correct?
It is, sir.
And you said it on direct that other experts may have different opinions and different curriculums.
That is correct.
Your curriculum is just one way of doing it.
One of perhaps many.
Perhaps, yes, one of many ways of doing it, correct? And so one of many. And so I want to talk about that because you're testifying that Mr. Gonzales took one of your courses, correct?
He took multiple courses from me. Active shooter was just one of them.
When you say multiple courses, as in two?
He took basic SWAT, advanced SWAT, hostage rescue, active shooter.
Okay, so 4.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and are they all 40 hours?
No, sir. All the hostage rescues were 60 plus.
60 plus on hostage rescue. Okay,
Yes, sir.
but on active shooter is a 40-hour.
It's only 40 hours.
Okay. And you say for only 40 hours in all fairness, because have you heard the term of the 10,000 hour rule to be an expert in anything?
Yes, sir. We have another saying, 5 minutes to dress like one, 5 years to be one.
That's right. Okay, say that again because I might use it later.
5 minutes to dress like one, 5 years to be one.
Fair enough. 5 minutes to look like one, dress like one, but 5 years to be one. And so that kind of coincides with this 10,000 hour rule, right?
Yes, sir.
Give or take. And so you use some phrases and they're general terms, concepts of you can't sit around and wait when there's an active shooter, correct?
Correct.
We have to stop the killing, right? And I want to talk about that because there's also another concept of we cannot use reckless abandonment either.
I'm sorry, yes.
Right, it's okay, take your time. Because if an officer uses reckless abandonment, no one is protected by that type of behavior from an officer.
It does no good to get yourself killed while you're trying to stop the killing, sir.
And you've heard the term, and I don't mean to sound crude, but a dead cop is no good to anybody,
That is correct.
right? And so if an officer is not using, as I think your term is not using tactically, is not moving tactically, then obviously that officer is not going to be as beneficial to the circumstance.
That would be correct.
And you also stated on direct examination that we are trained to never operate alone.
You start learning that in the academy.
Right. And that's an overarching theme in law enforcement that obviously it's safer to not work alone and to have backup. I think you used the term wingman.
Yes.
Right. Is that correct?
Yes, I'm sorry, yes.
It's okay. And so when we talk about, you can't sit around and wait and you have to stop the killing, those are, if we're using an analogy, those are 30,000 foot concepts, but then we have to drill down to how do we accomplish that,
Yes, sir.
right?
Yes, sir.
Because if I told you, if I was your football coach and I told you, may I call you Mike in my example?
Yes, sir,
If
please.
I'm your coach, I'm going to call you Mike, not Mr. Whitskoll. Mr. Whitskoll. Mike, go win the game. Your response would be, all right, coach, how? Right? There needs to be a how.
I'm sorry, sir. With my coaches, it would have been yes, sir, and I moved out, but I do understand and agree with what you are saying.
You're the exception to the rule. Okay, so, but all I'm saying is in normal people's minds, it would be a coach how, right? And so when we look at some of these trainings, the how is really just tactics. It's tactics combined with mindset. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, sir, I would think so.
Because if someone tells you to stop the killing, how? How do you stop the killing?
Okay, sir, I've got to I've got to maneuver up and neutralize whatever's causing the killing.
Okay, so when you say you close up, that depends on the circumstance, right? A lot of people get frustrated with lawyers when they ask them questions and the lawyer's answer is, well, it depends. Depends on your circumstance, it depends on the law, it really depends on fact-specific scenarios. So it depends matters in tactics as well. Would you agree with that?
Circumstances, yeah.
Right?
Yes,
And you can't train for every circumstance.
that would be impossible.
It would be impossible. And so what you can do is create an environment of training where you create a mindset and you give them some set of skills to hopefully apply in a circumstance, right?
Correct.
You know the difference between training and conditioning? And I'll define it better for you.
Well, define it.
I don't mean physical conditioning. You can train for something and then you can be conditioned in what you train for. Example, I box, I do martial arts. And so someone can train how to punch, but everyone looks good on the heavy bag and the mitts, but then you get into sparring and we test your skills. Does that make sense?
I follow.
Okay. And so it's called stress inoculation. Have you heard of that term?
I have.
Will you please explain to the jury what stress inoculation is?
Okay, in my opinion,
Yes,
I
sir.
mean, what
In
I
your
have
opinion.
understood
Yes,
to
sir.
be, it is when you're under stress or there is, okay, I'm gonna have to use law enforcement, someone is shooting at you, all right? You're under great stress. We talked about fight or flight a little bit earlier. Your heart goes from normal beat up to 200 beats, about that fast, all right? When you train correctly, you train hard, inoculation, if you will, all right? It is what I talked about earlier, muscle memory. Now, muscles do not have memory, all right? It's part of your brain, all right? And what it does is you do something so much and so often or respond so much and so often. It's like this young lady typing. She can look away and she's typing. She's done it so much and so often. And I need to, dare I say, under stress here in the courtroom.
When I'm talking, it's under stress. Yes, sir.
Yo, I'm following you. All
So
right.
my point is, do you think she's probably trained more than 40 hours to do what she's doing at her level?
Well, no doubt.
No doubt. And so an example of stress, I have permission to stand for the judge previously. So that stress inoculation would be a difference between if I were to shoot at a target and you're showing me proper hand grip, high on the tang. This part is the tang or the beaver tail, right? I'm gripping properly. We'll talk about hand grip in a second. I'm shooting, pop, pop, and I'm putting off rounds. 2 rounds within 10 seconds is a pretty easy shot, right? 2 rounds in 10
Yes, sir.
seconds. I mean,
Yes,
that's
sir. Yes,
easy,
sir.
right? Anybody. Now, stress inoculation would be if I holstered my weapon, and you remember what horses are in basketball when you run up and down the court?
I never played basketball.
Okay, well,
sir.
you know, if you had me sprint,
Sir, I'm following you. Go
Okay.
ahead.
let's say you had stress inoculation example would be I'm holstered, I'm in my uniform with my vest and my boots, and I'm running up and down 3 times. I come back to the same, as I'm coming up, I'm drawing my weapon, and then I'm
You're engaging.
and now I'm engaging, but I have this stress
Yes,
response because I'm breathing heavy because I just put myself through some stress physically, right?
that is correct.
Okay, so that's an example of stress inoculation, and that matters. Because then you're not only training your body, but you're also training your mind, your focus, your attention, right?
Correct.
You're also trying to prepare the officer for tunnel vision, because that's just normal under a stressful situation. Officers that normally, like right now, Jason used this example with another witness. Right now, I can see Mr. Turner, I can see his investigators, I definitely see all the jurors, and the bailiff and the judge. I'm not focused on them, I'm focused on you, but under stress, my focus comes like this. And if you're my threat, I'm just focused on you and I won't see all these other things.
Yes, sir. What you're describing is affectionately known as tunnel vision.
Yes, sir. That's exactly what I was talking about. and they've heard about tunnel vision. There's also auditory exclusion, where I'm listening for things, but under stress, I won't hear normal things, and I exclude certain things that I don't think are relevant to my mind, essentially. Okay, there's perception distortion. Under stress, what I perceive is happening may not really be what's happening, right? Is that correct?
Say that again, sir.
Perception distortion. Stress can make you distort what you think you're being perceived. And that's why officers train under stress, so they can make the right decisions.
That is correct.
Okay. And there's also time distortion. Under stress, something that took, 5 minutes may seem like 3 seconds to me, or 5 seconds.
Yes, sir.
Okay. These are just general concepts, by the way.
Yes.
Okay, so when someone is coming into a course, is it fair to say that you make an assessment of the people before they go into your course? Muzzle discipline.
That is what, sir.
Yes, sir.
The first day,
Yes,
that
sir.
slide that you showed just a moment ago, all right, and I talked about doing the Groucho. That is what that is for. Learning to move and shoot. The stress is in the class already. I'm not standing there yelling and screaming at officers. We don't need to do that.
Sure.
All right.
But you're making an assessment of the officers, because you're going to be working, even though you're just using not real weapons, right?
They're soft weapons.
They're soft, but still, you fight like you train. You've heard that term, right?
That is correct.
That's and you're trying to do muscle memory and condition yourself.
Mhm.
So you're looking at muzzle control. Can I sweep you, Greg? No. Okay. So if you're going to see if officers are doing this kind of stuff, or if they're not controlling, having discipline of the muzzle, whether it's a rifle, a long rifle, or a handgun, you're assessing them. You're assessing their grip, how they're holding. You're assessing whether their hand is a combat grip. A lot of people, nobody shoots like this anymore, right? The teacup and saucer.
I can't see.
Well, I don't like to even point a fake gun at people. So it's like this. No one does this anymore, right?
No, they shouldn't.
And remember, people used to do the Weaver in the old days.
Weaver and the isosceles.
And
yes.
now it's more isosceles where you're squared up, right? And so you're assessing all of those things on people before you start this course, because you're going to take them further into tactics, right?
That is correct.
And so that's what we saw on State's Exhibit. One of the State's Exhibits. I think you were saying, or maybe State's Exhibit 16 or 17, that you might have been assessing them.
Here,
Yes,
all
sir.
right, what you cannot see in this picture is, as a rule, hard rule, I always had an instructor walking around looking at his or her position. All right. In this picture, you know what? This might have been in the theater because it's dark.
Yes, sir.
Behind him. All right. My instructors and I are roving. We're watching everybody make entry and how they're moving.
And instructor to student ratio matters as well.
Critical.
Right.
Yes, sir.
And matter of fact, and please don't take this as a personal attack. You noticed something about your own training. You noticed somebody without glasses.
I saw that.
You picked
And
it
one of
up.
my instructors should have picked that up right away.
So take it easy on them. But that's something that if you would have seen that, then you would have said, "Oh, that is not acceptable."
Ladies and gentlemen, I probably would have hit the ceiling.
Right. Give me 1 second, sir.
Please.
And so you testified earlier that you have hundreds of pictures of your students.
They had hundreds of pictures, yes.
Right. And the pictures that we see here, and we're going to get into the training in a second, but the pictures we see here, every one of these pictures, what weapon system is Mr. Gonzales using?
M4, that's an airsoft M4. Essentially, ladies and gentlemen, a BB gun with it's magazine fed, spring loaded. The gun itself is battery operated.
But what is it simulating? It's
An M4.
An M4, or similar to people that don't know, maybe kind of like an AR-15.
Essentially the same weapons. Sir.
Right. And so none of these pictures have Mr. Gonzales operating a handgun.
We tried very hard. We had airsoft handguns.
Yes, sir.
And to transition, the hardest thing to teach is with the rifles. They should be experts in their handguns, as it already is.
You said transition, so what you mean by transition is that if somebody has a rifle, and then for whatever reason this gets jammed, and we've heard testimony that can happen, right? Weapons can jam, and you're taught with a handgun to tap and rack it and try to get it back into work, into service. If this jams or you run out of rounds, you may have to discard that and go to your secondary
You
weapon.
just drop it and go to your handgun. Conversely, if your handgun drops and you've got an AR, you transition to that.
Yes, sir. And but in these pictures we've seen, your students are training with a weapon system like this, with an AR-15 or an M4.
Yes, sir, because that is the hardest one to train on.
I understand, but that's the one you recommend somebody handling a school shooting or an active shooter. You prefer a weapon like this, correct?
I would prefer it.
And so, right, you have to do what you have to do. But I'm just saying, if you had a choice, if we had an AR-15 here and a Glock or your weapon, your pistol, a choice, and I asked you which one would you prefer in a gunfight, which one would you pick?
Yeah.
Without hesitation, right?
Yeah.
And so all of the courses are dealing, they're training with the AR-15. I understand the reasoning because it's harder to train with, but that's what these courses are entailing. They entail using an AR-15 or an M4 as a primary weapon.
Essentially correct, however. So there is a however with this.
Okay, I don't mind.
I should not have to train people on their duty handgun.
I understand.
All right. Now,
You're assuming they're coming in with some basics.
yeah, but we do use, and forgive me, I don't know if we used it in Adrian's class.
Sure.
We do have airsoft handguns that we make them go back and forth. I don't know, I'm sorry, I've slept since then. I don't know if we did that in his class.
And even though you can't use live rounds, well, you could use live rounds if you had a shoot house, correct? An alert has a shoot house.
They do, my personal opinion on actual shoot houses, they are extremely dangerous and people have been injured.
And then you said your personal opinion, correct? Because other people have different opinions.
They love them.
Right. But just as an example, a shoot house is an actual house, and there's places where the supervisors can observe from above, and they're watching teams actually move and breach, and we'll talk about a center fed room versus a corner fed room, and transitioning to their weapons and slicing the pie and doing all kinds of tactics with live rounds.
Yes, sir.
Not against another human being, against targets, but they're using live rounds so they can, the loudness inside of a building is different, right?
Mhm.
You understand there's echoing
Yes.
and can distract somebody to try to figure out where that shooting is coming from. Is that a fair statement?
It can be, yes.
Okay, and I'm not criticizing your curriculum. I'm just saying that your curriculum didn't involve that.
No, sir, mainly because we were a mobile training team.
Yes, sir.
And I can't carry a shoot house with me. However, there were places, Asheville, North Carolina, that I didn't do this as Charlie Mike. I did this when I was teaching with Texas A&M, that they had a really nice shoot house. Down at Texas A&M, they had at the time a nice shoot house.
Yes, sir.
All right, so yes, but with Charlie Mike Enterprises, as a rule, no.
I understand, because you can't take a mobile shoot house with you. It has to be set. But also, and again, this is not a criticism, it's just a reality. You didn't have furniture in your curriculum.
Actually, what we do, sir, is we fill the room with boxes, and that
Okay.
represents, it's things, anything, it doesn't have to be furniture, anything that an officer can trip over or bang into. All right, we set these boxes up in the room, and there's a lot of them, and if you touch it, it's a do-over. That's, we escalated up to that level, sir.
Would you agree that me running into a box right here is different than if I'm moving quickly and I take this corner and I peel off wrong and I catch this corner? It'd be different if I hit this big table versus a box.
It's gonna hurt.
Right, it's gonna hurt. And so that kind of stress, all I'm saying is, again, because your curriculum is mobile, and I understand completely, you just didn't have the luxury of having furniture as well.
That is correct.
Okay. Now, and there is something called as marking cartridges, right? You've heard of marking cartridges?
You mean like sim rounds?
Yes, sir. Sim is
Yes, sir.
yeah.
Yes, sir.
So
I know what
marking
they're.
cartridges is the general term. You have FX and you have SEM rounds. They're the brands. Is
There
that
are
fair?
different ones, ACT and several. Go
Right.
ahead.
And so marking, will you explain to the jury what marking cartridges are?
Well, if I understand what you're talking about, it's almost like a paintball round that marks where you hit on a target. You guys have seen paintball,
Mhm.
I'm assuming.
Yes, they have.
All right. Yeah, splat of paint. You know where you're hitting. You know where you're aiming. Is the goal in this.
And so a lot of people can use these marking cartridges, or we'll call them SEM rounds, even though that's the brand. Marking cartridges, 'cause then you can actually do live training in like a paint round. If I'm shooting or if I'm using it, and you can see who's actually hitting who, and they hurt.
Yeah,
Right? They leave a little bit of mark, and they make some noise. It's not like a discharge of a projectile, but they make some noise as well.
Yes, sir.
So it helps inoculate to maybe closer, it's a little bit closer to maybe a real situation. Would you agree with that?
Okay, yes, I do, sir, but please understand, airsoft can make a report, albeit not loud.
Yes, sir.
All right, they do have marking, what you would call marking BBs. We don't often use them because we found they fouled our weapons too much,
Yes, sir.
but there were times, especially in hostage rescue training, that we would use those.
And then also in the curriculum, it's impossible in a mobile class like yours, although effective, to do breaching of a door.
When doors were available, a lot of times the sponsoring agency would furnish the doors. The college did not. They didn't have anything that we could use.
But you wouldn't have a frame like that jury room behind you. I mean, so there's a difference between breaching, if this is the room, an inward swinging door and then an outward swinging door, right? I mean, that's a big difference when you're trying to breach.
That is correct.
And with an outward swinging door, there's a lot of things to negotiate, meaning you need a tool to get into it.
Yes, sir.
Maybe a Halligan tool.
Yeah.
Halligan, but some type of pry bar, and then you need a sledgehammer to get that in there, and then you have to pry it open, and you need 2 or 3 people to actually do that process on an outward swinging door.
It is complicated.
It's complicated, and because it's complicated, it's not safe. Right?
I would say essentially
I
correct.
mean, so if you have somebody, if this is our room, if this is our door, it's an outward swinging door to Mr. Turner. And so there's someone in this room, and you have no idea where, and that's part of the training. There's someone waiting for you, wanting to cause harm or cause someone else harm. It's much more complicated because you're trying to pry and you're trying to negotiate this door and then get in and tactically see what you have to do when you peel off or confront the attacker. Correct?
Correct.
That makes it more dangerous for an officer.
And more difficult, yes.
More difficult, more dangerous, and that's why that you should have, it's suggested to not do that alone.
That is correct.
And on an outward swinging door, one of the difficulties, I think it came out earlier, but I want to hear this from you. You can't just kick open a door on an outward swinging door because of the jam and the way it opens.
That is correct.
And so specifically, I want to talk about your training. And I'm not going to criticize it. I just want you to emphasize something for me, okay? I'm handing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 10 for identification only. You recognize Defense Exhibit 10, do you not?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, you already know what I'm going to show you, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to stand behind you for a second. Is that okay?
That's fine.
So Defense Exhibit 10 is a copy of your curriculum, correct?
That is correct, sir.
And is it fair to say that it's a fair and accurate depiction of your curriculum? If you want to look through it.
I don't need to, sir. What specific question?
Judge, we're moving the evidence defense.
Submitted.
Thank you, Judge. So we can read here. A part of the course rationale is active shooter situations evolve quickly, and there is no way to anticipate their course or direction of action.
That is correct.
Unpredictable.
Yes, sir.
Right? It might start one way and then end up in a completely different way. Correct?
Mhm.
And is that a yes, sir?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes.
You don't have to say yes, sir, to me, but just for her, you can say yes at least. And so, is it fair to say that you've never heard of an active shooting situation, especially a school shooting, that ever started with a crash?
You refer to a car crash.
Yes, yes, but thank you for that
I've
clarity.
I've never heard of
Yeah,
that.
because normally someone that is that sick in their brain and want to do something evil like that, they're very calculated. They get there unassuming because they don't want to give anybody notice to act and do the most amount of damage as they can, correct?
Mhm.
And so
Yes.
they don't want to get in a crash. So the fact that there's a crash is not normal for an active shooting situation or a school shooting, right?
The only one, sir, that actually comes to mind is San Bernardino, and that was more terrorism than it was, but they did shoot quite a few people.
Right. And so on course objectives, you have survival tips, you have negotiating, because that's part of it, right? You have to negotiate with somebody if there's a hostage.
Okay, potentially such.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Right. Yeah, you're trying to cover all the scenarios. Would you agree that there's a difference if you look at that board over here?
I saw it, sir.
Okay, man, you're on it. Okay, so then active shooters, you have I don't have my glasses, barricaded subjects, and then you have potential hostage situation, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and all those can stem from what you think is an active shooter initially, right?
It can initially start as an active shooter. That would be correct.
It says on negotiating overview. Should the suspect or suspects barricade themselves and or take hostages, the first responders must be trained to de-escalate and control the situation through clear and concise negotiation.
It is called first responder negotiations, and I recommend all police officers take that course.
Okay. Your course?
Any course on negotiations, sir.
Thought you were trying to advertise. Okay.
No, sir, I'm retired. I
Okay,
farm.
I'm just making sure. Okay. And because of the different terrain, we feel officers need to train in these locations, in the actual location of a school, churches, movie theaters, strip malls. That's always the optimal position, is to train in the actual location, right?
That is our curriculum.
Yes, sir.
And sir, please understand, ladies and gentlemen, I am not, even now, I'm not allowed to disrespect, show anger, or say my training's better about somebody else's training. Please understand that.
I do.
All right. I felt that we had to train on all these other locations.
Yes, sir.
Other people do not.
And you're being very respectful. So respectfully, you can disagree with someone else's opinion on training,
Yes, sir.
and respectfully, they can disagree with yours.
I would hope they'd be respectful.
Yes,
of
I
mine.
do.
Yes,
too.
sir.
I wouldn't tolerate it. But all I'm saying is these are just different people's opinions. These are suggestions.
Yes, sir.
They're not mandated. These are suggestions on tactics. Is that a fair statement?
Fair.
Okay. And on clearing entry, you have 1 man and 2 man, correct?
Yes, sir.
Under 1 man, it says CME, and that's you, right? Charlie Mike Enterprises.
Mhm.
CME does not endorse nor encourage. What is that phrase?
Yes, sir. I don't have.
Oh, you want me to do it for you? It's okay. I
Please,
got-
please read it. Yes.
CME does not endorse or encourage going it alone.
Okay. May I clarify
Of
this?
course, but is that what you?
Yes, and it says it's there.
And-
All right.
You go on and I'll ask you
All
some more
right.
questions.
Ladies and gentlemen, please understand that I don't ever endorse an officer doing something by himself. But if people are dying, then you've got to get in there and stop it. The first part of our entry curriculum, sir, in the manual,
Mhm.
all right, in the drills that we do, it always starts with 1 man. Under the guise that, sir, that 1 man can make a difference.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Or 1 woman.
Or 1 woman.
Okay.
Yes.
So, and then it says our goal in training first man entry and clearing is to give the officer the best chance for safety, survival, and success.
That is correct.
Because if the officer is not safe, then not only are the people he or she is trying to save won't survive, but the officer has to survive to make sure other people survive, right?
That is correct.
And that is how we define success. You have an alive officer that hopefully, God willing, can prevent more people from dying and have more live victims.
Yes.
Live people that have been put in danger, correct?
Correct.
Safety, survival, and success, right?
Sir.
2 man and greater numbers. These numbers significantly improves a first responder's odds for success.
Yes, sir.
So it's kind of a percentage thing, right? So the more the people, the more officers, first responders, the better the training and the better the conditioning through stress inoculation, then it raises the percentages of success, correct?
Yes, sir.
And part of success, and we're gonna sit in a situation where there's multiple deaths, unfortunately. If we can identify where the first responders prevented further deaths, even though one loss it breaks, and it's not like it's
Yes, sir.
success. But success meaning that you minimize the number of losses, correct?
You are attempting to minimize.
And so
Yes, sir.
in your experience, if someone's in an office building and there's an active shooter in a certain aspect of an office building, and first responders move in and they contain that person in one aspect of the cafeteria, the office building, that stopped them from going to floor 1, floor 2, floor 3, or other offices in that building if they contain them,
It
correct?
is now contained, probably not controlled, isolated.
Right, and those are different tactics, right? And another officer may have a different tactic versus your perspective, but what I'm saying is, if you can keep an active shooter in a certain area, and there's other people exposed, in my example, this office building, well, then there's been, in big picture, there's been some success because the loss of life has been limited to this area versus the rest of the building.
That is correct, sir.
And I think you said on direct examination, we talked about it, but I want to talk about something specifically you said on direct. You said that there are curriculums that say that you should wait for 2 or 3 guys to show up before you act.
Yes, sir, there is.
And you agreed with that at one point, but you have a different opinion.
Sir, I mean, in certain circumstances, sure, but I've never really agreed with it because I understand that an officer, almost every officer I know, if they're there and they can stop it, they're gonna go for it.
And I agree with that, but you have to see what you need to stop before you can stop it, right?
Sir, it's based on, and you touched on it earlier,
Yes, sir.
auditory.
Yes,
All
sir.
right, what you're hearing. And I do not know the circumstances very much on the outside that
Yes, sir.
Mr. Gonzales was dealing with. All right. But witnesses, the first few seconds, I mean, everybody has heard that witnesses are not good because they start thinking about it, they start changing their story. The first 30 seconds to a minute talking to a witness, that's usually fairly accurate.
Can I ask you this?
Yes,
And
please.
You're not relying on any studies to say that, right?
It's opinion, but
Okay,
there was a
well,
study out of Northwestern University that talked about this.
Right, and there's plenty of opinions that talk about eyewitness testimony and how it's not reliable. You've heard of those studies too,
Oh,
right?
absolutely.
Okay, so there's a lot of studies out there. So let's talk about this. But when you show up to a scene, and if the scene is done, it's different than showing up to a scene where someone is still under the excitement or the stress of whatever they've seen or dealt with, right?
Yes, sir. We touched on it earlier or this morning on fight or flight.
Yes, sir.
All right.
And so if you show up to an active scene, and an active scene means it has not been dealt with and it's still going on, right? If you show up to an active scene and a witness is frantic and yelling directions at you, you're not suggesting that an officer should automatically just take whatever they say and then run into
No,
careless-
sir.
Okay.
I'm not, but what they say if they're pointing, and I don't know the circumstances.
I
sir,
understand you don't.
But if they're pointing, if they're trying to give me some type of description, I'm gonna try and roll with it
Sure.
until or unless something better comes out.
And so when you mean roll with it, you don't mean act on it immediately. You just mean assess it, right?
I'm gonna start moving that direction, sir, based
Well,
on other information.
And you're gonna give information to other potential officers. You have to communicate that, correct?
That is correct.
And if you get information that you realize as an officer, you show up at a scene and then someone frantically tells you something, and in your observation and orientation, you realize that's not accurate, right? It's not consistent with what you're seeing. Then you need to pause and get more information, right, before you put yourself in harm's way or
Would
somebody
depend
else.
on, well, yes, but it depends, how long am I gonna pause for?
I understand. Well, we can go back and forth on
Yes,
every
sir,
situation.
I
is
understand
different.
that, and I'm not trying to be adversarial.
You can be,
I'm
I
trying
don't
to
mind,
think this
but I
through.
appreciate that.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is this doesn't happen in a vacuum. We're talking about safety and success, right? We want to make sure that the people are safe, but that includes the officer making a proper assessment, observing, orienting, making a decision, and then acting at some point, right?
Essentially, that is
Okay.
correct, yes.
And you said something, you talked about soft targets. right? That a school is a soft target?
Yes, sir.
Does the school not having locked doors make the school less soft or more soft?
Well, it makes it more soft.
Right. So doors that are not locked make that school more vulnerable.
That is correct.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. Pass away, Mr. Mitchell.
Yes, sir. Just make sure I understand, if you have a witness that's hysterical, but pointing and giving description, you said I roll with it, what?
I'm gonna move, I'm gonna go that direction, get on the radio as I'm moving, talking to, trying to communicate with my people, letting them know, this is my direction, this is what I've been told, this is what I am hearing, all of that, sir.
So you do take that information seriously?
I do, very.
And that's based on also on a Northwestern University study about how accurate that early information is.
Yes, sir, that came out about, was the 1990s, forgive me, I don't recall exactly.
So it's been around a while.
Yes, sir.
And officer safety, that's what your program is all about.
Yes, sir.
How to get there as safely as possible.
As best, as fast, and as safe, yes.
But with an active shooter, there's something on the other side if you don't move quickly. Is that correct?
Unfortunately, yes.
And what's that?
People are dying.
So you have to move quick.
I have to move quickly.
Time is of the essence.
Yes, sir, it is.
Every second.
Every second.
And the muscle memory on live rounds versus paintball versus airsoft. Remember that testimony?
Yes, sir.
Developing muscle memory and getting used to the stress. Whether you're using live rounds, paintballs, or airsoft, is the rule still move to the target?
Yes, sir, it is. And please understand, ladies and gentlemen, the fundamentals of marksmanship are the same. Whether you're using what I would call sim rounds, marking rounds, paintball, airsoft, the fundamentals, sight alignment, trigger, squeeze, and how you move, how you control your weapon. It's all the same.
And when you say there's an assumption that a police officer knows how to use their own sidearm, what are you saying by that?
They've been trained on that since the academy. They've been trained on it since the academy. If they're a smart officer, they go to the range once or twice a week and train and practice with their own weapon. They make sure that they are equipped with the best weapon possible. Granted, most cities issue what they want you to carry, but I'm going to make sure I know everything about that weapon that I can possibly know.
Okay. And so are police officers certified on their weapons, or do they have to prove their worth on that weapon?
Unfortunately, we certify only once a year. Qualify, we call it. It's not really certification. But once a year, people need to understand, ladies and gentlemen, qualification isn't training. It is the end of result of training. Makes sense?
Okay. But as far as training, officers can go as often as they want.
They may have to pay for it out of pocket, but yes, sir.
That's what.
And so you talk about your active shooter course, that's 40 hours. May I give you a hypothetical?
Please.
If you had a loved one that needed a very important surgery and the surgeon came in and said, I've had 40 hours in this surgery of training, would you want to use that surgeon or not?
Certainly not,
Okay.
sir. I need to qualify my answer on something that.
Well, I know you're going to recommend more.
No, but it was another training company that pushed that we can't do more than 40 hours on
Got
that.
it.
That's where I was going, so please.
Got it. But I'm making the point about 40 hours. 40 hours is not the holy grail of
No,
amount of
sir,
hours.
that's
to
why
train.
it's incumbent upon the officer to train on his own too.
Right, and that's why when it comes to shooting, you said if the officer's smart, once or twice a week, they're gonna go to the range.
If you can.
If you can. And so that has to do with muscle memory, stress inoculation, and all the other things in doing with active shooting. 40 hours is just the beginning, not the end, correct?
That is correct.
And you talk about time of the essence. Since every second matters, as the government asked you, locked doors give officers time to get there, correct?
Give me a scenario, sir. because
Let's
I'm not
talk about
really-
that office building.
Okay,
Someone's going into an office building or to another school, because I know you don't know about the facts of this case, right? You have not reviewed anything. So let's say we're going into another school and there's someone that has bad intentions, active, there's a person with a weapon that can do a lot of damage, and they're coming to the outside of the school to get in.
Yes, sir.
If that door was locked,
If it is locked.
time
yes,
is
sir.
of the essence. If somebody's calling the police, the fact that that person, that monster can't get into that school, that gives police time to converge and maybe engage the shooter, correct?
Hopefully, yes, sir.
But what I'm saying is,
No, I'm following
You
you.
wanna
And
lock-
yes, sir. Hopefully that's going to give me enough time to, as an officer, to move in there and neutralize it.
well, time is of the essence. So the more time that shooter is outside the building, the better it is for law enforcement, right?
Essentially, yes.
And if law enforcement was outside, looking at with line of sight, that would even be better. If that door is locked and then there's officers that had line of sight on this guy, that would be better too. For the officer to be able to react.
I see what you're saying, yes.
And let's say the person got inside the building for whatever way. If the individual classrooms were locked, that time is of the essence. And that would give law enforcement more time to catch up or to find out where this person is at to engage this shooter, correct?
Correct.
Now, when it comes to stress, you said something, and again, please don't take this as a criticism. I know you had limited things you can use when you have a mobile course. Because you were asked, I think Mr. Turner asked you about, does the curriculum discuss how to handle fear? And you say, yes, we discuss handling fear. Do you remember testifying to that?
Yeah, that is correct.
And I believe your answer was, you teach them to take deep breaths.
That's one of the ways to get your heart rate back under control.
Yeah, so the only way to handle fear is to put yourself in fearful situations. Is that a fair statement?
Enough, that's fair enough, yes.
That's stress inoculation. You
Yes.
inoculate yourself little by little. I mean, we do it in combat sports also. You do light sparring, touch sparring, then you do light sparring, and then you then you go at it.
Yes, sir.
And now it's a full stress you're in. But you inoculate yourself little by little to that full contact fighting.
And
Similar
military,
to
we
this.
call it desensitization.
You
Yes.
desensitize yourself to contact or to fearful situations or stress, and that prepares you for that. And again, you have to do what you have to do. This course didn't cover stuff like that.
In lecture, as best we could.
Yes, sir.
In the field, no, we did not.
Pass the witness, Judge.
Just one question. If a door is locked, it can give more time to an officer to neutralize the threat, correct?
Correct? Yes,
That is if an officer is moving toward the gunfire, correct?
correct.
Whether a door is locked or not, if an officer is not moving toward the gunfire, it doesn't matter.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Say that again, sir. Yes, I think so, but say that
Whether
again.
a door is locked or not, if you have an officer that's not moving toward the gunfire, it really doesn't matter.
It doesn't help. Yeah, so yes, it doesn't matter.
That's what.
And an officer has to know where the threat is to move towards it, correct?
That certainly helps, yes.
That's the witness, Judge.
That's what a question.
Recall.
No, Your Honor.
No, Judge.
Okay, sir, thank you very much. You are excused. Once again, the rule was invoked, so we'd appreciate it if you don't talk about the case until your word's over.
Understood.
Thank you. Next witness, please.
State House Christopher Salinas. May we approach, Your Honor?
Thank you. On the way. proceed.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
Christopher Salinas,
And Mr. Salinas, where do you currently reside? Don't give us the address, but just the town that you reside
Uvalde, Texas.
in. And in May of 2022, where were you living?
In Uvalde, Texas.
And I'm gonna go ahead and take you back to May 24th of 2022. Are you the father of Samuel Salinas?
Yes, I am.
And just so we know, how many children do you have?
I have 4.
And is Samuel your third child?
Correct.
What grade was Samuel in on May 24th of 2022?
In 4th grade.
And how old was he at the time?
9.
9 years old? And was he, where was he going to school on that day?
At Robb Elementary.
And who was his teacher?
Ms. Garcia.
And was that in
Room
room
112.
112? And was there something going on that day, something special for him?
Yeah, just a party after the day of school.
Is it
Celebration of the end of the school year.
okay? And was there an award ceremony that day?
Correct.
And do you know if Samuel did receive an award that day?
I do believe he did. Yes.
Okay. Now, you were at work that day.
Correct.
Okay, but did you receive a text from the school?
I did receive a lockdown, I believe, text.
Okay. And when did you become aware that it was something more serious, that it was a serious situation?
When I got the phone call from the hospital.
Okay. And was that the Uvalde Memorial Hospital?
Correct.
And when did you see Samuel on May 24th?
After I got back from the call, then I left work. So it was about 2.5 hours later when I saw him.
Okay. And I was at the hospital?
Correct.
And what was he at the hospital for?
He was shot this time
Where was he shot at?
on his right thigh.
And did he have shrapnel in his right thigh?
Correct.
Now, does he still have those shrapnels and those bullet fragments in his right thigh?
Yes.
And what is he able to resume activities because of the shrapnel?
Very limited.
Okay. Explain to the jury his injury.
His gunshot wound to his left thigh. He can walk. Very limited. He has pain all the time on his right thigh. So he puts more weight on his left thigh, on his left leg, so he won't feel so much pain on this gunshot wound where he got his nerves and everything. So he complains a lot of pain through any exercise activities, walking, running. He'll do it, but then the next day he can't get up or walk or anything because of the pain is so severe for him.
Okay. Now, is there certain things that trigger Samuel or bother him that you've noticed since May 24th?
Mm-hmm.
And can you explain to the jury what those triggering events are?
Popping sounds, slamming doors, loud arguments, just violence on TV, things of that nature.
What about any particular colors?
Red.
And why red?
I think it's just a picture of what he saw in the classroom.
Okay. And have you seen Samuel disassociating with certain members of your family? Okay. And have you seen him instead only gravitating to certain members of your family? Okay. And who would that person be?
My oldest son, Sebastian.
Now, Mr. Salinas, is the child that you picked up from the hospital on May 24th the same child that was taken to school that day?
No.
Okay. That's the witness.
May I proceed?
I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. Hey, Mr. Salinas, my name is Jason Goss. I'm sorry to hear about how Samuel's still suffering. I am relieved that you still have it, and I just wish the best for you. Okay? I'll pass it.
Redirect. He passed. Did you have any
Oh,
redirect?
I'm sorry, Ron. No redirect.
Okay, recall either side?
No, no.
Okay, sir, you are now released from the subpoena. You're not subject to recall. You're free to leave or stay, whatever you want to do. We just ask you don't discuss the testimony you gave in court until you're aware the case is over with. Thank you. Next one.
The state calls Mercedes Salas.
Now we're gonna need. Good afternoon. Julie, your name, please. You do solemnly swear the evidence in the testimony you're giving this cause will be the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
All right, take your time, and we're gonna have a seat over here in the witness stand, right behind, right in front of the bed. Proceed.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Please state your full name for the record.
I'm Mercedes Salas.
And Ms. Salas, where are you currently employed?
Uvalde CISD,
And what is your job position?
fourth grade teacher.
In May of 2022, where were you employed?
UCISD,
And what was your job position then?
fourth grade teacher.
And in May of 2022, what campus did you work at?
Robb Elementary.
And how long had you been working at Robb Elementary as of May of 2022?
Since we had the reconstruction, so I want to say about 8 years.
And what grades did you teach in May of 2022?
Fourth grade.
Now, you said the construction, were you,
The reconstruction because we were zoned before,
okay,
so now since they moved us, so first, second, this campus, third, fourth, this campus.
okay. And so was Robb Elementary, did it have new and old buildings also?
Yes,
Okay, and was the fourth grade building considered a new building?
yes,
Okay, and that's where you worked?
correct.
I'm gonna pull up for you what's been previously admitted as a state's exhibit. You got a pointer there right in front of you. And we're gonna ask you to kind of show us, where was your classroom in the fourth grade building?
106.
106. Thank you. Now, I want you to explain to the jury when, at the time in May of 22, when you walked into your classroom, what is it that we would see when we walk into your classroom?
My door is right here. And my desk is right here. Had a window here, a window here. My library area, my views on it was right here. And my desk were
And did you have one of those kidney-shaped desks?
no, mine was just a regular wooden rectangular
Okay,
desk. It was a good size.
okay, good. Now, you began the year at Robb, so 2021, 2022 school year, is that right?
Yes.
And now, I'm going to ask you to explain to the jury as far as what your understanding is of what a lockdown is.
A lockdown is we turn off the lights, make sure that our door is locked, and we are out of sight.
And had you received training as a teacher for the Uvalde Independent School District on lockdowns?
Yes.
And who provided those trainings?
Some years it was administration. Some years we would have officers that would come and do our training. So it does depend.
When you say officers, do you mean law enforcement officers for the Uvalde School District?
Correct.
Okay. Now, how often was that training? Was it once a year, twice a year?
The lockdowns were once a year.
Now, who provided the training to the children?
We did, teachers.
The teachers did? Okay. And what did you train them to do?
I trained them that we have to hide. We have to be very quiet. And I always told them don't sit next to a friend because we're going to talk.
Okay.
So, and I would turn off the lights and I would make sure our door was locked.
Now, how often did the children receive training on lockdowns?
Every single time we had a drill, we would practice our training.
Now, as far as the training, what, you're sitting there with lights out, doors locked, everybody quiet. What are you waiting for to end the drill or the lockdown?
Our admin would come on the intercom and they would tell us that it was clear and they would say it twice.
Now, that's for the drills. What about if it was a real situation?
We were told as some law enforcement would let us know somehow.
Okay.
So we just wait.
Now, Ms. Ellis, I'm going to take you back to May 24th of 2022. What were your normal work hours on that day?
That day I had morning duty, so I was there at 7.
Okay. And was that bus duty?
Yes.
And after you had bus duty, what did you do that day?
I went to my classroom and we started our writings. We had work to do, so.
Now, was that a special day? Was there anything going on special for that day for Robb Elementary?
Yes, we had our ceremonies.
Award ceremony?
Award ceremony, yeah.
And what time was your award ceremony?
Can't remember the time, but I know we were rushed out of the cafeteria because second grade was gonna come. So maybe 10:45, I'm not quite sure.
What did you do with your students after the award ceremony?
We went to our classroom and they wanted to watch a movie, Zootopia.
Zootopia?
Mhm.
Okay. And where were you around 11:30?
At 11:30, I was in my classroom.
Okay. And were the lights off while y'all were watching this movie?
Yes,
Okay. Do you remember how many students you had at the time?
16.
16. Is that how many had started the day with you?
No, I had a few that went home
Just
after the ceremony.
16 is still a pretty good number.
Yes, we were gonna have snow cones at the end of the day,
And so the children,
so they wanted to have a snow cone.
okay. Now, around this time, did something that you hear catch your attention?
Yes,
And what was that?
a gunshot.
And what did you do when you heard the gunshot?
Well, at first I heard one gunshot because we were all watching the movie. Then I heard a gunshot and that registered and I just looked up. And then I heard, but it was far when I heard it. Then I heard a second one and that one was really close to the building. And one of my students heard the gunshot and he looked at me with panic. He's like, gunshot. I'm like, I just nodded yes, because I didn't want the other kids to hear.
Okay, and then what did you do?
I immediately started locking down my classroom.
Okay, so at this point, you've only heard gunshots,
Mhm.
and you have a student that's heard a gunshot, and you immediately go on lockdown.
Yes.
And what did you do? When you say you went on lockdown, what did you do? You already had your lights out.
Right, I had my lights out, they were off, and my kids were scattered because they were laying down comfortable in their little pillows and stuff. So I started grabbing them and said, come on guys, let's go, let's sit down. They're like, but why miss? I said, you don't worry about it, let's just do it. So they started doing it. And so I'm, going through a list in my head, making sure I'm doing everything that I need to do. And then I received a Raptor alert at 11:32.
Okay.
And the last thing I had to do was to make sure that my door was locked, which it was locked. I normally kept my door locked.
Okay.
It was always locked,
Okay.
but I just had to make sure it really, really was.
Okay, so when you said made sure, what did you do to make sure that the door was locked?
I stepped out of my classroom
And what did you
and
do?
I slammed my door to make sure, it was, and then I wiggled to make sure it didn't open. So I knew my door was locked.
Okay. Now, what were your instructions? I want to be kind of clear with the jury. What were your instructions to your kids at this lockdown?
My instruction to the kids were, we're going to hide. We're going to be very, very quiet. And they did.
Now, did you stop the movie?
Oh yes, we paused the movie. The movie had to be paused. We couldn't have any sounds in the room.
Did you pause it or one of the children?
One of the kids paused it because they were close to the ViewSonic.
And did you tell that child to do it, or they knew to do it?
They knew to do it.
Okay. Now, at some point, did you look outside your window?
As I was looking in my room, scanning my room to make sure all my kiddos didn't stay closer, because I had some in my library area because it's a comfortable place. And I was in the library area, was right above a window.
Okay. Now, so did any one of your students help you lock the door?
No, they did not help me lock the door. I went outside by myself, but one of them was following me because every drill, he always liked to follow me, to do the drill. He's like, miss, it's just a drill, miss. I can open the door for you, miss. I can follow you. I said, this time it was different. I told him, you can't follow me. But he was relentless. I have to follow you. I do this every time with you. And I said, but not today. It's different today.
And you knew it was different because why?
Because I heard the gunshots.
Okay. So at the time that you're locking the door, are you hearing more gunshots?
At that point, no. I stepped outside, and because the way we were built inside, I was able to turn and I looked south just to see, make sure nobody was out there. And then I was gonna turn to look north, but I was the first classroom. But something inside me said, don't stick your head out.
Okay.
So I did it, and I quickly went back into my classroom.
Now, do you remember any odor at this particular time? Anything that
Not at that time.
okay. What were your students doing at this time?
My kids were sitting down except for one student.
Okay.
One student was standing, and as soon as I went into my classroom, I saw him standing, and I said, you have to sit. And I grabbed him and I just went down with him like that. And as soon as I did that, I heard a gunshot inside the hallway.
Okay. Now, while y'all are down and you're sitting down, what's going through your mind? Can you explain that to the jury?
When I heard the gunshot in the hallway?
Yes.
Okay, when I heard the gunshot in the hallway, I immediately texted my family.
Okay.
And I said, gunshots in the hallway, pray for us. I texted my husband, my daughter, and my son.
What were your students doing at this time?
They were sitting quietly because they heard them too. And I didn't want them to hear anything else, so I told them, you need to pray. So you need to pray. And I couldn't say it loud, and I had a lot of kids, so I just put my hands up.
Now, what is going through your mind? Do you think you're sufficiently protected at this point?
No, I knew I was not protected, and for that reason, I knelt. I was on my knees because I figured if someone comes in my door, I need to protect my students. So I looked at 3 chairs that I had close to me, and I figured, okay, I have chairs. I can throw chairs, and I can quickly get up. That's why I stay kneeling, because I can get up really quick, and I can just start throwing the 3 chairs that were right there close to me. And at that point, one of my students said, Mrs. Ellis, and I turned and I looked, and he had a pair of scissors. And I looked at him, I'm like, okay. I didn't tell him to put them away because those scissors made him feel safe.
Did any of your other students grab scissors?
I think a few more, but I'm not quite sure.
What could you hear as the shots were going off?
Before the gunshots started going off, I heard pounding. I heard pounding, like if somebody was pounding on my door, like the rattle of my doorknob. And then I thought someone's trying to get in my room. So I started praying. I was just praying to God, like, protect my door, shield my wall. And after that, then I heard a lot of gunshots. And after hearing so many gunshots, I started smelling gunpowder.
Did you hear any children at this time?
I heard kids screaming. And when they screamed, I heard the gunshots. Then I didn't hear them anymore. So I knew something happened to them because I couldn't hear them anymore. And whoever it was, I knew he was close to my room because I could just smell it. And I could hear the kids before he shot them.
But after that, you didn't hear any more screaming?
No.
Based on where you were, do you believe the children, the students in your classroom heard the same thing?
Yes, because one of my kids said, Miss Ellis, they're screaming. And I said, I know we have, because it was one of my girls, and I said, they're screaming because they're scared girls like you. I had to fight with them.
And what did you tell your children to do at this point?
I just told them to keep on praying.
You tell them to keep being quiet?
Yes, I told them just to be quiet and to keep on praying.
Now, why is it that you kept telling the children to be quiet?
Because of the smell of the gunpowder, I knew whoever it was, he was close to my room. And I didn't want that person to hear that we were in there.
So the whole time you're still thinking about how to protect your kids?
Yes, I kept on staring at my door, making sure no one came in through my door, and I kept on looking at my chairs that I had there. So I figured, okay, I can do this.
Now, were you eventually evacuating Miss Solace from your classroom?
Eventually, yes, I was.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury how you eventually got out of that classroom?
Someone through the window said, is anyone in there? And my kid said, Miss, someone's there. The police is there. And I thought, I said, okay, no, because they haven't identified. I didn't say that to them, but I was just thinking, in my head, I was like, okay, they haven't identified who they were. So we're going to keep on being quiet.
And can you tell the jury why that is? Why somebody's saying, as the police, that they haven't identified themselves, why you're reluctant to respond? Can you explain to the jury why that is?
Because they didn't identify themselves. They didn't say this is the police.
Is that part of your training?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So then what did you do?
So then I told my kids to be quiet. And then I heard them say again, is anyone in there? They screamed, is anyone in there? And I told my kids, like this, like, to be quiet. And then after that, I heard my windows breaking. And I just stared at my windows and I saw a baton at the end. So I figured, okay, these must be officers because who else would carry a baton? So that's when I told my kids, okay, well, let's get up and let's go.
And were the officers rushing to get your kids out of that classroom?
They were.
Okay. Now, who was the last one out of your classroom?
Me.
And why is that?
When my last kiddo got out, I turned back and I started walking back to my classroom, to the middle of my room,
Why is that?
because I had to make sure nobody stayed frozen.
And that was a possibility.
It could have been a possibility. They were scary.
But you wanted to make sure that every student was out.
Yes. So I remember walking back to the officer that told me, ma'am, you got to get out now. I remember walking in and I doing my hand and I said, you need to wait. I said, you just have to wait. I have to make sure none of my kids are in there. So I would turn around and I went back again to the middle of my room and I looked and I looked and I looked again. And then I turned around in the middle of the room and I remember saying, okay, I'm ready to go.
And is that when you exited the room?
That's when I exited the room.
Just to clarify, your windows were not shot out.
No.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury what your thoughts are about your students that day during this event?
My kids were so brave, being so close to danger. They listened to my instructions to survive. I was very proud of them.
Pass the witness.
May I proceed, Judge?
Please.
Ms. Salas, my name is Jason Goss. I'm one of the lawyers who represents Adrian, and I have a few questions for you. I think, I want to start out and just say, we all appreciate that you protected those kids walking through their training. You're proud of them. I can see why. I think when that glass broke and you realized that the police had come to get you out, what did you feel like at that time?
At the moment, I felt that someone was finally there to help us.
Okay, and relief.
Yes, I did feel relief.
Because I'm sure you had every right to. You thought, especially with somebody jiggling at your door handle, you thought you were ready to die.
I did. I made peace with God.
That's right. And that's terrible. It's terrible that anybody would ever have to experience that. I want to talk about, but when the police got you out, that was
A sign of relief.
Yeah, sure. So the door handle, it's one of the things you testified to. You were very direct about, and even to the point of you've already heard a gunshot, and that's why you're starting to lock down, right?
Right.
And you still go out of your room to make sure that door's locked.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sorry, you just have to say yes or no.
I'm sorry, yes.
Yes, sure. So you go out and check it, and here's one of the things that I haven't been clear on. I know that you have to use a key to lock and unlock the door.
Right.
And if the door is in a locked position, the ability is you can open it from the inside.
Correct.
But no one can open it
From the outside.
Right. So even if you made sure it was locked, you would then stick your key in it.
Right, to unlock it and lock it back, correct,
And then go back.
to get in.
Sure. So, and there was a time before you started hearing those gunshots in the hallway when you knew that there was a shooter inside of the school, that you said somebody was jiggling your handle, or you heard your handle jig. Is that right?
Right. Are you talking about the gunshots outside or already inside?
In the hallway.
Okay, yes. After the gunshot, then that's when I heard that.
So that somebody trying to.
Right.
And I think at the timing you assumed it was the shooter.
Yes.
And couldn't get in because your door was locked.
Correct.
And so your training and locking the door and making sure it's locked, if that is indeed the shooter, like you suspected, that stopped him from getting into your room.
Correct.
The as far as I saw, or I think I heard you testify that you had been at that point at Robb, you had been at Robb for 8 years.
Right, since the reconstruction.
Right, so 8 years to 2022 is 2014?
Yes, I thought 2014.
And it was your first year at Robb 2014, but not your first year teaching.
No, that year was not my first year at Robb. Of the 2022?
Well, no, 2014.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, yes. Before I was at Anthony Elementary.
Right, because I think, or maybe I saw it in your statement, you've been a teacher for about 15 years in 2020.
Since 2008.
Okay, so your first year at Robb, what room were you teaching?
Room 111.
And at a point during this, did you recognize the person who you now know as the shooter?
Yes.
And that person was one of your students in 111?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
While he was in 4th grade?
Yes.
And I don't ask you that to cause you pain. I ask you that because 111, it's a classroom like the other classrooms, but a person who's been in 111 might know the features of 111 because they had been there.
Correct.
I'll pass it.
No more questions, Your Honor. She's excused.
Not subject to recall, thank you.
Okay, ma'am, you are excused. You're welcome to stay or welcome to leave. We just ask, since the rule's been invoked, don't discuss the case with anybody until you know it's over with. Thank you very much. You want to call your next witness, please?
Ruby Gonzales.
Yours right here. Some sort of evidence of the testimony given the cause will be the truth, so help you. Yes. All right, you lower your hand, just have a seat over here and the witness stand for us. Adjust that microphone if you need to.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Would you introduce yourself, please, to the jury?
Yes, my name is Ruby Gonzales.
Ms. Gonzales, I can tell you're a police officer.
Yes, sir.
Who are you with?
The Uvalde Police Department.
How long have you been with the Uvalde Police Department?
Approximately a year and a half.
And before you worked at the Uvalde Police Department, where did you work?
I was employed with the Uvalde Consolidated Independent School District Police Department.
How long were you at the Uvalde Consolidated Independent School District Police Department?
About a year, give or take, maybe a little over a year.
So when did you start?
In July of 2021, I believe.
And that was your first job as a police officer?
No, sir.
What was your first job as a police officer?
My first full-time job as a police officer was with the city of Uvalde
And that was when?
in December of 2016.
Is that what started your law enforcement career in 2016?
Full-time, yes, sir.
And before that, you were part-time?
Yes, sir.
And tell us about that.
I was a reserve officer for the city of Junction.
Of what?
The city of Junction?
Junction, Texas.
Yes, sir.
So when were you a reserve officer?
For 4 months, and then I got an opportunity to come work for the city of Uvalde.
And what is a reserve officer?
It's just a officer that your license is being held by that department. If they need you to work any type of security or anything like that, that's pretty much what you do. If they're short on shifts or they need coverage somewhere, you just go in and you cover that for that
Is it a
department.
paid position or a volunteer position?
It's a volunteer position.
So you don't get paid,
No, sir.
but your commission is held, and what does that mean?
That means that my license will be active, so I'd still be able to work any other type of employment that is available to officers.
And what is a commission? How do you get a commission?
By the agency. So they hold your license for a certain, however long you want to stay employed as a reserve officer. And that's what it is. They just hold your license.
Do you have to have training to be a reserve officer?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us about that?
You have to be a licensed peace officer with the state of Texas.
So you have to go through basic police officer training
Yes, sir.
and pass that.
Yes, sir.
When did you do that?
In August of 2015, I believe.
What got you in law enforcement?
My family, they're all law enforcement.
And so you chose to go into law enforcement. You made application, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And was that it for each job that you just discussed with us, whether it's a reserve officer in Junction, the school district, the city of Uvalde, you make application to work there?
Yes, sir.
And if I understand correctly, you went to Uvalde Police Department first. Was that a full-time or part-time job?
That was full-time.
And what did you do?
I was a full-time peace officer.
And what were your duties?
Enforcing traffic laws, investigating crimes, maintaining the peace, things like that.
Maintaining the peace?
Yes, sir.
Did that require making arrests,
Yes, sir.
putting handcuffs on people?
Yes, sir.
And from there, you decided to apply at the school district police department?
Yes, sir.
What caused that change?
Just where I was at in life, I had a lot of other things going on in my personal life, and I felt like I needed just a change of pace.
Okay. And was this a change of place?
Yes, sir.
So you went to work for the school district police department?
Yes, sir.
And how many people were at the police department when you went to work for them?
I believe there was 5 of us.
And can you name who they were and the rank?
Yes, sir. My chief of police was Chief Arredondo. My lieutenant was Lieutenant Hernandez. Then I had a coworker, Officer Ruiz, Officer Flores, Officer Gonzales, and myself.
And so you named 3 ranks, is that correct?
2,
There's a police chief,
yes, and then there was just a lieutenant.
a lieutenant
Yes, sir.
below the police chief,
It was, yes, sir.
that rank?
Yes, sir.
And then what was the rank of the rest of you?
Just peace officers, just school-based officers.
And is rank important if you're being told to do something?
Yes, sir.
Tell us about that.
Anytime you're given a directive from somebody who holds a higher position than you have to abide by what they're telling you.
And you've been both at Junction, the city of Uvalde, and the school district. Is that true for all 3 of those
Yes, sir.
police departments you've worked in?
Yes, sir.
That they have ranks
Yes, sir.
and you abide by the people that are above you?
Yes, sir.
So at the school district, who was the person of highest rank?
Chief Arredondo.
And what was your jurisdiction at the school district?
All the campuses within Uvalde Independent School District.
And that was y'all's primary jurisdiction?
Yes, sir.
So that if something happened on the campus, who was required to be the people that responded?
We would,
The school district?
yes, sir.
Okay. Even though it's in the city of Uvalde,
Yes, sir.
the school district police officers handle problems within the city,
Within the school district, yes, sir.
within the school district. So on May 24th, 2022, were you working that day?
Yes, sir.
What was your shift?
I can't recall if I was a 7 to 3 or the 8 to 4.
But at any rate, no later than 8 o'clock, you were to work.
Yes, sir.
And where did you go to work?
That day I was at Morales Junior High.
And what were you doing at Morales Junior High?
I was covering the school for another officer.
For another officer?
Yes, sir.
So were officers assigned to specific campuses?
Somewhat, it varied, just depending on where we were needed at most.
Would you describe that for us?
Yes, sir. So typically the high school, you would have more officers responding there just because you deal with a little bit more because the students are older. Secondly, you would have an officer assigned to the middle school. So that would be like the second tier. So you would have an officer designated at that school at all times as well.
And how many middle schools were there?
I believe just one.
Okay. And how many officers were assigned at the high school?
I believe 3. Yes, I believe 3.
And then elementary schools, did they have officers assigned specifically?
No, sir.
How did y'all handle elementary schools?
We would rotate. How Chief Arredondo wanted us to do it was if we came in as the 7 to 3 o'clock person or 7 to 4 o'clock person, that officer would typically rotate to the elementary schools.
And what does rotate to the elementary schools mean?
You're making rounds, you're ensuring doors are locked, showing the administration in the main office that you're there, you're available if they need anything, and then if they give you the all clear that you're okay to go, you would move on to the next school. And you pretty much did that same rotation throughout this district.
So one of y'all's duties was to make sure doors were locked?
Yes, sir.
And if doors weren't locked, what did you do?
We'd bring it up to the administration and let them know. We address it to the teacher.
Excuse me?
We bring it up to administration or we'd address it to the teacher.
Okay. And who was on that rotation to the elementary schools to check to see if doors were locked?
Can you say that again?
What officers within the school district were assigned to that rotation to go to the elementary schools and make sure the doors were locked?
It was all of us.
Was that you?
Yes, sir.
Did it include Adrian Gonzales?
Yes, sir.
And y'all made sure that that was part of y'all's regular routine?
Yes, sir.
And are you familiar with the term lockdown procedure?
Yes, sir.
What was your familiarity with lockdown procedure?
Out of sight, lights off, doors locked, and stay out of view.
And did you have anything to do with the training on the lockdown procedure?
Not that I remember.
Okay. That was done primarily by the administration.
I believe so. I'm not 100% sure.
If other officers in your department did that, that's not something you're familiar with?
No, sir.
Okay. And as a school district police officer, was there requirements for training that was different from your training with the police department?
Yes, sir.
And what was that?
We had to take a school-based law enforcement course.
A school-based law enforcement course?
Yes, I believe it was online. It was an online course that we took. Yes, sir.
In addition to that, did you take active shooter training?
Yes, sir.
Where did you take that?
That was hosted at the Uvalde High School.
And who was teaching that course?
I believe it was taught by two. I believe it was Officer Ruiz and Officer Gonzales.
Is that Adrian Gonzales?
Yes,
And that's the man who's sitting in the courtroom today.
yes.
And how long was that course?
8 hours
And where did you take it?
at the Uvalde High School.
And was the course divided into classroom as well as field work, or was it just classroom, just field work? Explain that to us.
The morning was the classwork portion of it, and the afternoon was more of like a hands-on version of it. They run you through scenarios,
They would do what?
like run you through scenarios.
Scenarios?
Sir.
Did that include solo entry?
I believe so.
That is one-man entry?
Yes.
So on May 24, 2022, you worked that day?
Yes, sir.
When did your shift start approximately?
Give or take around 8 a.m.
And what did you do as part of your shift?
I responded to, I was at Morales Junior High. I was in the courtyard area while the kids arrived for school, rotated to the cafeteria, back down to the playground area. Once the bell rang, we walked the hallways to ensure that the students went into their classrooms, checked the restrooms, make sure nobody was in there, like skipping classes. And then the kids broke for lunch.
Okay. So that took most of your morning?
Yes, sir.
And when did you break for lunch?
I believe the students left for lunch at around 12, 11, between 11 and 12, I'm not 100%.
What did you do then when the kids broke for lunch?
I left campus as well
And where did you go?
to go get lunch
And where did you go to get lunch?
at my residence.
How far is your residence from Robb Elementary School?
Maybe less than a mile, about a mile.
Okay. And did you get to finish your lunch?
No, sir.
What, if anything, interrupted lunch?
I heard gunshots when I was outside of my residence.
And what were you doing outside your residence?
I was taking my dog out.
The part going home is to take care of your dog.
Just, yes, sir. If I'm able to.
They get a little noon walk or something?
No, sir, just to use the restroom.
Okay, very good. So your dog, you and your dog were outside and you hear gunshots.
Yes, sir.
That was your first notice?
Yes, sir.
And did you have your uniform on?
No, sir.
Tell us about that.
I took off my uniform when I went inside. I used the restroom, came back out, put my dog on the leash, and that's when we went outside.
Is part of your uniform uncomfortable?
Yes, sir.
What's that?
The duty belt and the undervest.
The what?
The duty belt and the undervest. It's
The duty belt and the undervest?
Yes, sir.
So you take those off when you can, just for comfort.
Yes, sir.
And the undervest, is that a bulletproof vest?
Yes, sir.
Is that assigned to all of the officers at the school district?
Yes, sir.
And the duty belt includes a firearm?
Yes, sir.
And does the school district actually provide y'all with weapons?
At the time, yes, we had the handgun.
Handguns?
Yes, sir.
Were there any rifles?
No, sir.
Okay, so just a handgun for school district officers?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you heard the gunshots, could you tell where they were coming from?
At first, no, sir.
Okay, and then what?
I went inside. I took my dog, I went inside, and that's when I heard on the radio something about a vehicle accident or I think it was a vehicle accident. that occurred first.
And did that have anything to do with the gunshots you heard as far as you were concerned at that time?
No, sir.
Okay. So what, did you receive additional information?
Yes, sir.
Tell us what that was.
Shortly after that, I heard an officer go over the radio saying shots fired at the school.
And did you recognize that voice?
Yes, sir.
And who was that?
That was Sergeant Coronel.
Sergeant Coronado?
Yes, sir.
And what did you do when you heard Sergeant Coronado say that there were shots fired at the school?
I grabbed my duty vest, my duty belt, I'm sorry, excuse me. I grabbed my duty belt and I got in my police unit and went to the school.
Okay, so once you heard that there were shots fired, you went to the school.
Yes, sir.
And what happened, when you got to the school, describe what you saw.
I arrived off of Old Carrizo Road. So I parked my unit at that intersection of Old Carrizo and West Cargill.
And why did you park there?
It's just the way I came from my residence. I parked my unit, I blocked off that road, and then I started going towards the school from where the cafeteria is.
And so you had to get to the school from where you parked on Old Carrizo Road.
Yes, sir.
And what route did you take?
I just cut straight. What route did I take from my house to get to the school?
Well, no, ma'am, from after you parked.
I just ran straight across the road. Old Carrizo is right across the street from Robb Elementary. So I cut through the parking lot where it's a small parking lot, I guess, where they have some of the faculty park. So I just cut through there.
And did you say you ran?
Yes.
And what caused you to run?
Just the sense of urgency.
And where did you run?
To the outer wings where they have the classrooms.
Which classrooms?
I believe it's maybe the second grade wing, second or third, possibly.
Okay. And what did you see there?
There was other officers in that general area.
Okay. And so what did you do?
I met with some of the Border Patrol agents that were there as well. They were talking about needing to get keys to start evacuating children.
Okay. And so do you know how long it was from when you heard gunshots that you actually got there?
I do not know, sir.
Okay. Because it took until Coronado said gunshots, and then you had to get dressed. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you ran. I drove and then ran.
Yes, sir.
To the location. When you got there, tell us how many officers were there.
Where I initially showed up, there was maybe about 10, possibly.
And did you ever go to the fourth grade wing?
I did, yes, sir.
And tell us what you saw there.
There was officers outside of where the building was. They were conducting crowd control of the people that were showing up. There was vehicles parked on the roadway. There was a bus parked in the roadway. Some ambulances.
So by the time you got there, they'd already summoned ambulances and buses.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And as far as number of officers around the fourth grade wing, how many officers did you see approximately, if you know?
I can't give an approximate number.
And did you go into the fourth grade hallway?
No, sir.
Tell us why.
Just the amount of police cars and things that I saw outside. I felt like if I was to have gone in there, it would have just taken up more space.
Okay. Was the hallway full of officers?
Yes, sir.
And can at some point that become a dangerous situation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you did not inject yourself where there was already a hallway full of officers?
No, sir. I made use somewhere else. There was other things that needed to be done.
So once the hallway is full, then you find other things to do?
Yes, sir.
And how do you find other things to do?
I ask around, ask other officers who have been in that area longer than I have, if they needed anything or what they need of me to do.
So as an officer, you arrive at the scene and you go to people who've been there before you.
Yes, sir.
And why do you go to the people that are there before you?
To get information, they can relay any type of information that they may have. Given that they've been there on the scene longer than I have, they have certain details that I'm not aware of.
And is that standard when you go to a crime scene?
Yes, sir.
To ask the people that are already there because they have greater information?
Yes, sir.
And do you rely on that information as you make decisions?
Yes, sir.
And in this case, what did you do?
One of the officers said the road needs to get cleared for additional buses. So I moved some police cars that were blocking the roadway. I assisted with some of the crowd control.
Tell us about the crowd control.
Some of the parents and people that live in the neighborhood were standing like near the roadway. So one of the officers had instructed me to kind of keep them back, keep them at a safe distance.
Did that take a significant number of officers to do crowd control?
Yes, sir.
And you joined in on that?
Yes, sir.
And when we say crowd control, was that around most of the building?
I'm not sure. It was just where I was
Where
at
did
the
you
moment.
go?
I went at the intersection of Bettis Street and Geraldine.
Okay. And you did crowd control there?
Yes, sir.
For how long?
Give or take maybe 10 minutes or so.
Okay. And did you see Chief Arredondo there?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you go to the south door of the 4th grade wing?
No, sir.
Okay. But Robb Elementary is the school district's jurisdiction?
Yes, sir.
And who is the highest person in law enforcement in that jurisdiction?
That would be Chief Arredondo.
Pass the witness.
Thank you, Judge. Officer Gonzales, we've never met before, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. Have you ever testified before?
No, sir.
Okay. Well, this is cross-examination. I'm gonna ask you questions. I may push back on some of the things you said, but it's not to be disrespectful or to question your character. There's serious allegations, and so I need to ask some serious questions, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If you don't understand my question, just ask me to repeat it, and I'm happy to do that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what did you review in preparation for your testimony today?
As far as like, what do you mean?
Anything. What did you review? Video, statements, reports?
Oh, no, sir. I didn't review anything.
Nothing.
No, sir.
Did you prepare any reports after this incident?
No, sir.
No one asked you, Rangers didn't ask you to make a report or just to notify and notate anything?
Not that I'm aware of, no, sir.
Are you going off of your memory?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And since this horrible incident, obviously there's been a lot of media, right?
Yes, sir.
And you've seen a lot of the media, I'm sure.
Yes, sir.
And there's been a lot of talk about this, right?
Yes, sir.
So we're gonna try to have you focus back on what you think you were perceiving and seeing at that time. Is that fair? Is that okay, officer?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You talked about jurisdiction. I'm not sure whether the government asked you questions about your jurisdiction with all the campuses in the district. Did you hear him ask you that?
Yes, sir.
But there were certain officers designated to certain schools.
Yes, sir.
Like Robb Elementary did not have a designated officer.
No, sir.
You know that Adrian was designated to the high school.
Yes, sir.
And that was his full-time position.
Yes, sir.
He was not designated to Robb.
Yes, sir.
None of you were.
Yes, sir.
But actually, and I know you know this, as a Texas peace officer, the whole state of Texas is your jurisdiction.
Yes, sir.
And you can make an arrest anywhere. That's a fair statement?
Yes, sir.
An agency holds your license to make sure that you're a peace officer, but as a Texas peace officer, if you're in Lubbock, you can make an arrest if there's an arrest made in your presence.
Yes, sir.
An offense, sorry, thank you, Jason. If there's an offense done in your presence, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so because Adrian wasn't assigned to Robb Elementary, he didn't have the keys to Robb Elementary.
Yes, sir.
And so I want to talk about keys because you were asked about lockdown procedures. The police department played a role in teaching lockdown procedures, correct?
I believe so, yes, sir.
Have you ever been part of that teaching curriculum?
Not that I'm aware of.
And when you mean not that you're aware of, what do you mean by that?
I mean, I put on presentations at the school, but it was more towards underage drinking, vaping, things like that. It's possible that I may have contributed somehow.
Okay. And when you say you made a presentation at the school, are you a subject matter expert in underage drinking?
No, sir.
So anybody can just give a presentation and you're really a facilitator. You're just clicking through slides and you're presenting information that somebody else created. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And anybody can do that. Someone can put on a training, but really they're just clicking through slides and facilitating information that somebody else put together. That happens often.
Yes, sir.
That's what you did with this underage drinking one, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, on the lockdown procedure, you know this from your experience that all school doors should always be locked.
Yes, sir.
Because they asked you a question about officers going around to check if doors are locked, right?
Yes, sir.
And is that because, unfortunately, there was kind of a culture of teachers leaving doors unlocked for convenience so they can get in and out of these school classrooms?
Yes, sir.
And you heard of the magnet system, right?
Yes, sir.
And so teachers in that whole district, approved by some of the schools, would be used this magnet system to where if a door was technically locked, you could use that magnet system to stop the latch from catching on the frame, correct?
Yes, sir.
And because they didn't have a key fob process in and out, it would be convenient for either a student or really substitutes to get in and out because they didn't have keys, right?
Yes, sir.
But that was, and I'm not being disrespectful, we just have to talk about this. I mean, that culture was against, I was going to use the word antithetical, but it's against the procedures of the school district, right?
Yes, sir.
Because those doors have to be locked.
Yes, sir.
Now, one second. Now, when it comes to lockdown procedure, will you go through the steps that a teacher should follow when a lockdown has been called?
Ensure that the doors are locked, turn off the lights, close blinds, get the students out of view.
And out of view, because if somebody has bad intentions, has a weapon, if they're looking in classrooms, they're going to see if there's someone in a classroom that'll catch their attention to go in, correct?
Yes, sir.
And time is of the essence. The government's been using that phrase, and I agree with it. Time is of the essence on these active shooter situations, right?
Yes, sir.
And those locked doors give law enforcement like yourself time to be notified, and we'll talk about the Raptor system in a second, to be notified so you can respond and hopefully engage someone with bad intentions and neutralize them.
Yes, sir.
Right? And so the first layer of defense is the school building itself to be locked.
Yes, sir.
And that's why it has to be locked.
Yes, sir.
Correct. The second layer of defense are those individual classrooms, and they have to be locked.
Yes, sir.
Right? And the only defense that these teachers and these precious children have, the only defense they have is those locked doors.
Yes, sir.
All the other things that you described are tactics to not be seen, but that's not a defense, right?
Yes, sir.
So if children were underneath the table hiding, but the door wasn't locked, that does them no good.
Correct.
And you know that unfortunately on May 24th, 2022, Robb Elementary, the building doors were not locked, correct?
Correct.
And you know now that room 111 was not locked.
Correct.
Some of your training for active shooter, you said was 8 hours?
I believe so.
Was some of that online, or is that another training you were talking about?
No, that was a separate training.
But some of the training, and it's not your fault, it's just because you have to get these qualifications. Some of them can be done on a computer screen, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, your active training, the government asked you about it, was an 8-hour training, and you said that Officer Ruiz and Officer Adrian Gonzales facilitated that, right?
Yes, sir.
And facilitated meaning that they did some classroom, right? The morning was classroom, right?
Yes, sir.
And the afternoon, you classified it as hands-on. But do you know the term stress inoculation?
No, sir.
Okay. Stress inoculation, and you did some of the training, if you don't understand, that's the labeling of it, is where you're placed in a stressful situation where your heart rate is up. You're trying to recreate a similar situation that you may deal with to inoculate you, get used to that circumstance in real life. That's part of your training in the academy?
Yes, sir.
And you have combatives?
Yes, sir.
And you have hand-to-hand, open-hand techniques?
Yes, sir.
You have control techniques, because you can't always punch or strike somebody, right?
Yes, sir.
And in your academy, you have open-hand strikes, correct?
Yes, sir.
You can use forearms.
Yes, sir.
God forbid, sometimes you can use an elbow, right?
Yes, sir.
Hammer fists,
Yes, sir.
elbows,
Yes, sir.
knees. And so all that can be done, but then also you can use manipulation tools where you're manipulating someone to get handcuffs on them without having to strike them, right?
Yes, sir.
And then in the continuum of use of force, some officers have an asp, right?
Yes, sir.
In the old days, I'm an older dude, they had a baton.
Yes, sir.
You have tasers,
Yes, sir.
and then you have your sidearm
Yes, sir.
with backup magazines,
Yes, sir.
and you have handcuffs.
Yes, sir.
So all of those are use of force that you're trained into, and some of those you're trained to inoculate, to do those under stressful situations. To hopefully you don't need to, but if you need to, you can perform well.
Yes, sir.
So with this afternoon scenarios that you had with Adrian and Officer Ruiz, it was more of a conversation. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Right? I mean, you guys didn't go through the school and use Robb Elementary or one of the high schools to simulate an active shooter.
So they ran us through some scenarios like in the auditorium area.
Okay.
I don't know if that's more or less what you're.
No, it's
Sure,
not,
fine.
but let's talk about that, because I want to go where you want to go. So the auditorium is a big area which has kind of escalated seating, right?
Yes, sir.
And so it's mainly for plays or for gatherings or maybe pep rallies. That's what that's used for more. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
In the auditorium at the high school, there's rooms behind the main area.
At the high school?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we're gonna, all my questions are in relation to Robb Elementary, okay?
Okay.
And in your afternoon portion of the scenarios, you didn't have a hallway with different rooms that you cleared hallways and you got into a stressful situation. Do you know what stacking is?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you guys didn't train in active, realistic stacking to where you're down a fatal funnel. The jury's heard a lot about a fatal funnel. You know what that is, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and so, and then under stress, work rooms and clear a school. You didn't do that in the afternoon, right?
No, sir.
You essentially maybe walked through or talked about scenarios that if this happens, keep this in mind, and you're planning suggestions, right?
Yes, sir.
This, in 8 hours, if you split that up, 4 hours in classroom, you're 4 hours of talking about scenarios, essentially.
Yes, sir.
And so Adrian, Officer Gonzales and Officer Ruiz essentially facilitated it and talked about it. And then everyone, it was kind of a group discussion based off you're reading a manual, you're reading a curriculum that somebody else gave them, like you did with the underage drinking.
Mm-hmm.
And then everyone's talking about what they trained before.
Yes, sir.
Essentially, right?
Yes, sir.
And when the government asked you, did you guys go over solo training, you paused, and I wrote it down, you said, I believe so, but you're not sure.
No, sir.
Right. And so solo training is very different than stacking and active shooting, right?
Yes, sir.
And you know that in active shooter training, it's usually done with some type of long rifle.
Yes, sir.
M4, AR-15.
Yes, sir.
And then your sidearm is your secondary weapon.
Yes, sir.
And so when someone stacks, there's usually a shield, and then people are behind them, and they're moving. At some point, once you breach a room, people are going to break off, clear a room, and then hopefully engage the attacker.
Yes, sir.
The bad guy. And then you guys didn't do that.
No, sir.
Have you ever trained in breaching a door?
No, sir.
And that's not typical training for a school police officer. And I'm not being condescending or disrespectful. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but that's not typical for a school district police officer, right?
No, sir.
But even though you haven't been trained in this, you know that there's a difference between breaching a door that opens inward versus open outward, correct?
Yes, sir.
On outward, you need tools, and the jury's heard about the tools you need.
Actually, she said she has not been through that training, Your Honor.
But she
So
says she knows about it.
beyond her- It'd be speculation if she hadn't been trained in it.
Okay, only answer if you know, ma'am. Go ahead. I'll overrule objection.
They don't want me to ask you these questions, but do you understand
I
this
want them to
training?
ask questions that they know, not that they speculate about, Your Honor.
Yeah, I just only answer if you know of your own personal knowledge.
Yes, sir.
Understood?
Yes, sir.
Proceed.
Have you heard through your training experience, not personally, but you know about outward doors, breaching an outward swinging door, correct?
Yes, sir.
You know that you can't kick open an outward swinging door.
Yes, sir.
You don't need special training to know that, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you know that there's tools needed to breach an outward swinging doors. I'm not asking you how to do it. You just know there's tools needed, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's all I was gonna ask you. Now, on May 24th, 2022, am I moving too fast?
No, sir.
Okay, and you know if I get a little passionate, it's not towards you, okay, Officer Gonzalez? It's not you at all, okay? So just bear with me, and if you think I'm, just tell me to, hey, Nico, calm down, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. You said you left to have lunch at home.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I believe you testified you live, without giving the address, you live less than a mile from Robb Elementary.
Yes, sir.
And you heard gunshots?
Yes, sir.
And then I believe you said that you have a bulletproof vest that you put back on. Do you know if it's rated for long rifle or just for handgun?
I'm not sure.
They don't let you know that when it's probably for just a handgun, or you don't know?
I'm not sure, sir.
Okay. But then you said that you heard, initially you heard there was a vehicle accident, and that would be a 1050, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when I say 1050, different things that are called in, different incidents that are called in have a labeling.
Yes, sir.
And so at 1050, and then you believe you heard Sergeant Coronado say that it was shots fired.
Yes, sir.
Right. Did you later come to find out and know that Sergeant Coronado, Officer Salcedo, and Officer Mendoza were actually on the west side of Robb Elementary before the shooter made it into the building? Did you find that out later on?
I believe it was mentioned, yes, sir.
And so you don't know where Sergeant Coronado was when he put this out on the radio. You believe it was him. Are you sure it was him, or do you think it was Adrian?
I believe it was Sergeant Coronado.
Why do you think it was him?
I distinctly remember hearing him yell into the radio.
Okay. But he's not your sergeant because he's not with he's with Uvalde, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so you don't know where Sergeant was, whether he was at the corner you later found out, or where he was, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you said that you got there and you got there quickly. And I want to bring your attention to that because you described to this jury based off questions from the government, but it seemed like you condensed time. So I want to make sure we go piece by piece, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Did I hear you correctly that when you got there, you parked on Old Carrizos, and where else? What was the other street?
West Cargyle.
West
Cargyle Street?
Cargyle. Okay. Where is that in relation to Robb Elementary? I know I can push it, sorry. You already gave me permission.
So it's right here.
You can use this.
No, it's just right here.
Can you see that? Why did you park that far away?
Just that's the route I took to get to the school from my residence.
But if that's the route you take, and I'm just asking, I'm not criticizing, I just would know. If Robb Elementary's here and you heard shots fired, did you relate shots fired to Robb Elementary, or you just heard shots fired, you didn't know where it was at?
I just heard the shots fired. I wasn't aware of where it was at.
But it seemed like you were going to Robb Elementary. At what point did you orientate yourself to Robb Elementary, and why did you know it was here? How?
They said I heard on the radio he's shots fired, he's going towards the school, and I just
You
made the assumption.
Okay. So you reassessed, and then in your mind, you parked here.
No, sir, I parked further down.
Where?
Right about here.
Okay, here. So you actually went to the front of the school.
Yes, sir.
Okay, got it. Then that's my mistake. And then when you came in here, you entered onto the campus.
Yes, sir.
And then I believe you said on direct examination that you ran into Border Patrol agents already.
Yes, sir.
How long did it take you to get to the school?
Maybe about 2 minutes, 3 minutes, roughly.
Right, and I know it's hard to sometimes, so you're telling us you're within 2 to 3 minutes, Border Patrol agents were already at the school?
I saw one, yes.
Okay. And what other officers? Because you mentioned a number of officers. You said how many officers there? The government asked you, and you said possibly 10. How many agencies did you see from that side of the school?
Maybe about 2 to 3 agencies.
Okay, so 10 officers within 2 to 3 minutes of that shots fired. Within 2 to 3 minutes, there were 3 agencies and 10 officers roughly.
Yes, sir.
And that doesn't include, because you're on the other side, you're on the, I guess technically the east side, even though it's the front of the school.
Yes.
That doesn't include, now you know that Sergeant Coronado, Officer Mendoza, and Officer Saucedo were here, right? You know that now.
Yes, sir.
And you know that they were there with line of sight, and the shooter was on the west side of the building before he went into the building.
Yes,
Correct?
sir. Yes, sir.
But these 10 officers were on the east side, so that doesn't include the 3 officers on the west side, and then Adrian was on the southeast side.
Yes, sir.
Correct? Did they tell you at that time what time they got? Because they were there before you, so if it took you 2 to 3 minutes, they were already out of their vehicles, right?
Yes, sir.
So they were there. What were they doing?
I'm not sure, sir.
Were they taking cover? Were they walking around? Were they pacing? What were they doing?
When I started speaking with them, they were standing like in the breezeway of where the office is.
They weren't running to the gunshots?
No, sir.
And so you understand the government's theory is that every time a gun was fired? Well, I'm going to ask her if she understands it. If she doesn't, she can say no.
I'll sustain objection.
And so you have 10 officers from 2 or 3 agencies standing in the breezeway, not running to the gunfire, but yet you proceeded towards the building though. You did.
Yes, sir.
Had you heard more shots by that time?
No, sir.
Had you heard any shots when you got at the scene?
No, sir.
At any point did you hear any shots?
No, sir.
How close did you get to the building?
I think at one point I was by the fence area off of Geraldine Street.
Well, you said that you went to the actual hallway, but you saw there was a lot of officers in there, a lot of officers. And so you said that you wanted to be helpful, so you said that, I want to use your words, there were other things needed to be done.
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to ask you what those were, okay? But so at some point you knew that there was a lot of, so by the time you got there, you arrived, if I tell you, and the government can correct me also, if I tell you that you arrived at 11:35:42, does that sound about right?
Possibly, yes, sir.
Right. And are you aware that the monster got into the building at 11:32:58 roughly?
Yes, sir.
Shots fired, 3 minutes. So you're actually it took you 2 to 3 minutes to get there, right?
Yes, sir.
And even though it took you 2 to 3 minutes to get there at 11:35:42, 10 officers were already there on the east side, 2 to 3 different agencies, and then you had 3 officers on the corner with line of sight on the west side of the building, correct?
Yes, sir.
And none of them were running to the gunfire.
No, sir.
Are you aware now, and if you didn't hear it, you didn't hear it, but are you aware now that there were gunshots after 11:35:42?
No, sir.
You're not aware of that?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, I want to bring you back to when you were at home, just before we continue. From your house, you said you heard a gunfire. How close do you live to Diaz Street?
Maybe like roughly 0.2 miles.
So you're closer to Diaz Street than you are to Robb Elementary.
Yes, sir.
And you know now that there was a gunfire at Diaz Street, right?
Yes, sir.
Because that same monster shot his own grandma in the face.
Yes, sir.
On Diaz Street.
Yes, sir.
Before he goes to murder children and to try to kill cops, right?
Yes, sir.
And so it makes sense what you testified. You heard the shot before you heard the 1050 wreck.
Yes, sir.
because the wreck happened as that animal was trying to get away from what he thought was a murder of his grandma,
Yes, sir.
right?
Yes,
And
sir.
so you heard the shot on Diaz Street of his grandma. That coward tries to go away, then he wrecks the car, and then that's when the 1050 comes out, the accident.
Yes, sir.
And so that's actually consistent. So when you said there was other things that needed to be done, you described some of them. Do you agree that the most important thing that needed to be done was to get those children out of the school?
Yes, sir.
But yet, and I'm not bragging on you, I'm just saying, but there was a lot of officers that weren't doing that. They were formulating a plan, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you went to do crowd control.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Officer Gonzalez. Pass the witness, Judge.
So when you got there, you heard no shots,
No, sir.
and you got there within about 3 minutes.
Yes, sir.
So all of the shooting, as far as you were concerned, had been accomplished by the time you got there.
Yes, sir.
You couldn't have done anything to stop it after 3 minutes.
No, sir.
So those first 3 minutes were very important.
Yes, sir.
And you talked a moment, I'm not sure the relevance of it, but you talked a moment about the hand-to-hand combat techniques you had so that you would understand the stress, and somehow that stress inoculates you so you can act when you need to.
Yes, sir.
When did that training occur?
That one occurred in the academy. And
Basic Academy?
yes, sir.
And did you have any training since then?
No, sir.
So it was one-time training,
Yes, sir.
and that was enough for you to have the stressful inoculation that the defense was asking about.
Yes, sir.
And finally, it's safe to say that you were a co-worker of Adrian Gonzales, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
This is hard for you.
Yes, sir.
Prefer not to be here.
Yes, sir.
But you did talk to Texas Ranger about who said shots fired, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Let's see if this refreshes your memory, this blue line.
Yes, sir.
And who was it that you heard say shots fired?
At this time, Officer Adrian Gonzales.
Not Coronado, but Adrian Gonzales. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
As the
So when I was asking that question, you were mistaken. I was right when I said it was Mr. Gonzalez, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Or at least appears to be that way.
Yes, sir.
Right, okay. And so the government asked you all of the shooting had accomplished by the time you arrived. Remember that question?
Yes, sir.
And you arrived at 11:35:42.
Yes, sir.
Are you aware that at 11:35:43, there were shots fired in room
She
111?
just said that that's all the shots fired she heard. Your Honor. It has to be speculation.
Well, no, this is from Texas Ranger report, Judge. The
It doesn't
same
matter
report
if
that
the
they're referring
report is from what she saw or heard. That's what I'm asking the
Yeah,
limitation.
I guess, man, if you said all the shots were done, you're gonna say you don't know that, but, it's your personal knowledge.
That's
So
right.
I'll rule the objection. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. And so, do you know that at 11:35:43, there were shots fired in room 111, 1 second after you got there?
No, sir.
Do you know that at 11:35:44, there were shots fired?
No, sir.
At 11:35:44, another shot fired.
No, sir.
11:35:51, shots fired.
No, sir.
11:35:51, shot fired.
No, sir.
11:35:51, shot fired.
No, sir.
11:35:52, shots fired.
No, sir.
11:35:52, shot fired.
No, sir.
11:35:52, shot fired.
No, sir.
11:35:56, shot fired.
No, sir.
11:35:57, shots fired.
No, sir.
I'm gonna stop. But so all the shooting hadn't been done at 11:35:42, correct? Obviously.
Yes, from what you're saying, yes, sir.
Yeah, and I'm not blaming you. I'm just trying to bring light to this. But there were 10 officers on the scene on the east side, and there were 3 officers that saw this person before he went into the building, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's the witness, Judge.
And I was just asking, as far as you were concerned, you testified that you didn't hear any shots. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
And so just based on what you knew,
Yes, sir.
is that a fair way to do things, to testify about what you know?
Yes, sir.
Let other people testify about what they know.
Yes, sir.
That's the witness.
Anything else?
No more questions, Judge. Thank you, officer.
Recall either side.
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, the rule's been invoked in this case. You are released from the subpoena. You're released to go. But please don't talk about the case with anybody until you're aware the trial's over.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll give you your afternoon recess. Let's take about 10, 15 minutes. Let everyone rise for the jury, please. please be seated in the court. Ladies and gentlemen, witness has been sworn outside your presence. You may proceed when you're ready, Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
Yes, I'm Myra Landry.
And Ms. Landry, what do you do for a living?
I'm a 911 communications supervisor
How long have you been a 911 communications supervisor?
for 11 years.
And who do you work with?
Uvalde Police Department.
Has that been for the past 11 years?
No, it's been for the past 17 years.
Excuse me?
17 years?
Okay, so before you were the 911 communications supervisor, you had another job with the police department?
Yes, I was a 911 dispatcher.
A dispatcher?
Yes.
Okay. So you worked your way up from dispatcher to supervisor?
Yes, sir.
So let's start at the very beginning then. What is a 911 dispatcher?
It's a 911 emergency call taker that I guess it can be different. Every agency is different, but they assist with taking 911 calls or non-emergency calls, and they also route officers to calls for service.
Okay. So they can get 911 calls in and then they can tell officers where to go.
Correct.
And do you have to be certified to work in the 911 office?
Correct. Yes.
And tell us about the certification.
Within a year of your employment with an agency, you would have to attend a 2-week training in order for you to get your license to be a 911 dispatcher.
And what is the training for a dispatcher like?
I mean, you have to attend several trainings for it as far as like what to do as far as like entering anything in the system or, radio etiquette or anything like that.
Okay, let's start with the dispatch room in Uvalde for the Uvalde Police Department.
Okay.
Could you describe the room for us and how it is equipped?
So the room it's small. We have a total of 3 consoles, however, only 2 are fully equipped with 911 and radio.
Okay, so it has 3 consoles, and what is a console?
It's just a workstation for a 911 dispatcher.
So you have 3 places for dispatchers to sit.
Correct.
And that's called a console?
Correct.
And how is the console equipped?
It has about 6 monitors. On each monitor, it has different softwares for different agencies that we dispatch for.
And so by monitor, are we talking about something like a small screen, a small TV screen? Or
Yes.
something like that?
A computer monitor.
And there's 6 in each console?
Correct.
And does each console have a different 6 screens? Or are they the same screens, just 3 times?
No, I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're trying to say.
That's because it was a horrible question. You have 3 consoles. Each console has 6 screens.
Mhm.
Are those screens for each person sitting in the console identical?
No.
They're
Except
different?
for the 2 on top, which are designated for 911 only.
Okay. So tell us then what each screen is dedicated to, if it is.
So we have 2 that are dedicated for 911. One of them shows the 911 maps, and the other one just shows where the call is coming from, the call information. The other 4 we each individually have for 2 of them are usually for the main agencies that we dispatch for, their CAD program, which is just a program on where we type in the calls for service.
Okay. So the top 2, I want to start with that then. The top 2 screens are dedicated exclusively to 911 calls.
Correct.
So that you can see where the call is coming from, as well as a map of it. Is that correct?
Correct.
And do you record 911 calls?
Yes.
And are those recordings done automatically?
Yes.
And are they done by an instrument that also attaches a time to that recording?
Yes.
And so that if we wanted to recover a 911 call and went back, we could not only recover the contents of the call, but we could also recover what time that call came according to what the machine attached to that number.
Correct.
And
it's somewhat accurate, at least within minutes, is that correct?
Yes,
But maybe not milliseconds.
Correct.
Okay. And so now we've covered the 911 calls, and then there's 4 other screens, is that correct? Describe what those are for.
like I mentioned earlier, 2 of them are set for the 2 major agencies that we dispatch for.
How many agencies do you dispatch for?
Total, we dispatch for 17 agencies.
17 agencies out of
Yes.
Uvalde.
Yes.
Could you tell us just in general terms, are all of those agencies law enforcement?
Most of them, yes, including EMS and fire.
So you have law enforcement, EMS, which is emergency medical,
Yes,
and the fire department.
correct.
Are there any other purposes for the dispatch consoles or screens?
Designated for them? No.
Okay. And so out of the city of Uvalde, you dispatch not only for the city police,
Correct.
you also dispatch for the sheriff's office,
Correct.
the school district,
Yes.
and who else?
Sometimes if needed, we will dispatch for DPS, Texas Department of Public Safety, and then the surrounding little cities that we have in Uvalde.
So you reach out and help other smaller communities?
Correct.
Okay. And as far as the dispatch consoles, those differ from a 911 call?
Yes.
Tell us how it differs.
I'm sorry, you said say that one more time?
The dispatch consoles are different from the 911?
Yes, I guess you could say that.
I guess describe for us what these 4 screens show a dispatcher.
So the 4 screens, one of the screen is for a program that we do call for service, and that's for the Uvalde Police Department, and then some of like the smaller entities that we dispatch for. And then the Uvalde County Sheriff's Office has their own software that we do calls for service for on another screen. And the other 2, we just have either, our daily email up or, just for, or the recording system is also up too as well, just in case we need it to replay something.
And so if a call comes in, whether from 911 or from dispatch, does the dispatcher then able to direct services to what is needed?
Yes.
Tell us how that works.
As far as like when we receive a call or?
Let's start with a 911 call.
Mhm.
It comes in.
Correct.
The dispatcher can talk on that 911 call,
Mhm.
and it's recorded.
Yes.
And if it's a call for service for police department or fire,
Mhm.
tell us what the dispatcher does.
The dispatcher would get the call information from the caller who's calling it in. We would do a call for service, which is, and then we would just type out the address, and depending on the, jurisdiction, whether it's city or county, we would dispatch who needed to be responding to that location.
And when you dispatch, does it go out to all of the agencies that you serve?
Not necessarily. Again,
Tell
it
us
just
about
depends
that.
on the jurisdiction.
I'm sorry.
Again, it just depends on the jurisdiction.
And so if you have a call that just needs to go to EMS, you can direct the call just to the radios that are tuned to that channel? Is that
Correct. Yes.
And if you want it to go out to more than one agency, how do you do that?
We would just, there's a thing that we could do, which is called a patch, and we can patch 2 channels together so the way that the same information can go out. But we only do that if it's like like something that all agencies are gonna be responding to maybe. But if not, then we would just broadcast on each individual channel.
And then each agency has their own channel?
For the most part, yes, but it's just mainly, we have, Uvalde Police Department has their own channel, but there's a separate channel which the sheriff's office is, and that's where a lot of the other agencies communicate with dispatchmen.
Okay. And so the radios that the police officers have, are they allowed to change channels and listen to other agencies?
Yes,
Okay. So it's just a matter of tuning to a channel. Y'all can choose to dispatch to one channel, but anybody can choose to pick up that channel.
correct.
Okay. So we talked about then a 911 calling in, and then dispatch can send somebody to that area, correct?
Yes.
And in addition to that, can police officers talk to dispatch?
Yes.
And how does that occur?
Just the way we would dispatch a call for service out for them through the radio.
Okay. And so it just comes in on a different screen is the only difference?
No, it'll be on the same screen, the same radio that we communicate with them on.
Okay. And when a police officer dispatches or sends information to dispatch, can his fellow officers also hear that?
Yes, if they are on the same channel or not scanning.
Okay. But if you're on a different agency, it just may depend on if you're on that channel or not.
Correct.
Now, in addition to 911 calls being recorded and the time recorded on that, are dispatch calls also recorded?
The non-emergency lines?
Yes.
Yes.
And on those emergency dispatches, does the recording instrument also attach a time that it came in?
Correct.
And once again, close within minutes, but perhaps not seconds or
Yes, sir.
milliseconds.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And so how many dispatchers do you have working at one time?
Right now it's 2.
And back in 2022, how many did you have?
2 including myself, so 3.
So 3 total? And who were the other 2?
Working that day or?
On May 24th, 2022.
Do I say their full name or?
Yes, please.
It would be Gianna Santianes and Samantha Diaz.
And were you there also?
Yes,
So there were 3 people in the room on May 24th, 2022?
correct.
And did it become extremely busy at that time?
Yes,
At about what time did it become busy?
probably around 11:30 in the morning.
Okay, and can you tell us what happened?
Yes, we received a 911 call stating of a accident that was near the funeral home in Uvalde, Texas.
And did you actually hear that call come in?
Yes, I was in the same room.
Okay. And when the call came in, it was a 911 call?
Correct.
And did y'all dispatch from that call?
Yes.
And who did that dispatching?
Which dispatcher dispatched it out? Samantha Diaz, I
Samantha
believe.
Diaz?
Yes.
Okay, relayed that information out to what agencies would receive that?
Uvalde Police Department.
Because it happened in the city of Uvalde.
That is correct.
And what agencies normally listen to the Uvalde Police Department channel?
That I wouldn't be able to be specific on.
Does the school district have their own channel?
No.
And so what channel are they assigned?
They could come in on either channel, which is the SO channel, the Sheriff's Office channel, or the Uvalde Police Department channel, whichever.
So just on their unit, they can turn it to either one of those channels and monitor that information.
Correct. Unless they're scanning, then they would come on either or.
And so did the dispatch office of the Uvalde Police Department receive a subpoena for phone calls, 911 calls, as well as dispatch from the period of 11/29 to 11/36/05?
Yes.
And did you help comply with that?
Yes.
And did you, in doing that, did you include all 911 calls
Yes.
that were recorded?
Yes.
And that would be all that came in
Yes.
and stamped with the time?
Correct.
And did you also comply by putting together all the dispatch, whether from a law enforcement agency to dispatch or from dispatch back to law enforcement?
Yes, sir.
And are each of those dispatch calls, are they fair and accurate representations of what happened?
Yes, sir.
And that's the whole purpose of making the recordings.
Correct. Yes, sir.
showing you State Exhibit 1039 and 1039A. Does that appear to be the same kind of time increments that were on these dispatch calls that you provided as pursuant to the subpoena?
Yes, sir.
Read off of State's Exhibit 1039 and 1039A. That's just the. No. I thought I covered this. Let me cover it a little more carefully. As far as the dispatch times that are here, these are just the times the instrument placed on the dispatch times. Is that correct?
That's the time that the 911 recording, that's the format of it, yes.
And the format is to place it on there.
Correct.
But y'all didn't make any efforts to try to synchronize this with actual time. Is that correct?
I don't recall.
Okay. I guess what I mean is, did you just lift the information and provide it to the people that issued the subpoena?
Yes.
You didn't make, and nor should you make any attempts to synchronize the time so that they were actually accurate as to real time?
No.
With that addition, Your Honor, the state offers exhibits 1039 and 1039A.
What's the word? Objection, no objection?
Yeah, Your Honor, can we approach?
Not to synchronize the times, correct?
Correct.
It's to provide the information that your instruments provide you.
That is correct.
And if somebody else synchronized that time so that it was more accurate, you would have no objection to the accuracy that they provided. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you didn't review their work?
No.
So you're not trying to comment on it, but you just don't object if a synchronized time may be different from what the instrument actually placed on.
Correct.
Is that sufficient?
Any objection?
In that case, Your Honor, we have no objection.
It's admitted.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Your witness, Mr. Hilliard.
Sorry, Judge, thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Landry.
Good afternoon.
How are you doing?
I'm okay.
Good. My name's Gary Hilliard. We've
Also,
never met.
can you use a microphone?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Is that better?
Is it on?
Is that better? Okay. My name's Gary Hilliard. We haven't met before.
No.
No. And you know, I have some questions for you.
Okay.
I'm one of the attorneys who represents Adrian. And I have your permission to ask you some questions.
Yes.
There are no trick questions, right? Just want to ask you about your experience and your experiences leading up to the events of May the 24th, 2022.
Okay.
Is that okay? All right. So I think you said that you were a dispatcher for 6 years. Is that correct?
About, yes, sir.
So approximately, and all of your experience has been with UPD, right? Uvalde Police Department.
Correct.
So you're a dispatcher for 6 years.
Yes.
So that means basically someone phones the police, you pick up the phone, take the call, you type something into the console that the prosecutor was talking about, right?
Correct.
decide which unit or agency is appropriate?
Yes,
Because sometimes people are calling for the fire department.
yes,
You take those calls.
correct.
Sometimes you need to send EMS.
Yes,
You take those calls.
yes,
So you take the call, you notate it in your system,
yes,
and then you will transmit it, probably with a device similar to this,
correct.
over the radio by pressing a button,
Yes,
right, and activating the appropriate unit with their call sign.
correct.
And that's called, is that radio protocol?
Yes,
So, and would it be correct to say that you wake the other unit up first? For example, you would say, I don't know, Uvalde 123 control, or Uvalde something like that, right?
correct.
And that would give that person, well, Uvalde 123, they're calling me,
Yes,
right, from Uvalde. And they would do the opposite.
yes,
And that is how you know who you're dispatching, right?
correct.
And they would acknowledge that call.
Yes,
So they would say received, control, something like that,
yes,
according to your protocol and their training.
correct.
And they'd use, and there's code words like 1050, right? Code number
Yes.
1050. That's for a traffic accident, right?
Yes,
And you hear, people see it on the TV, people say like 10-4 to confirm that they've received it,
yes,
right? Or received.
yes,
You hear people say Roger, right?
yes,
They don't know why, it's just something that's developed over time, right?
yes,
To confirm that they've heard and read.
correct.
And that's basically how that works. And I don't know how it is now, but at the time, so you did that for 6 years, sorry.
About, yes,
And then you promoted to become the supervisor.
correct.
So would it be fair to say that being the supervisor in the dispatch, I want to call it the control room because you're in control of stuff, but in dispatch, that means that you kind of got a back seat a little bit, and you are watching your dispatchers and you will help when appropriate, right?
Yes,
Is that a fair statement?
that's correct.
Right, and so the prosecutor asked you about the dispatch room and the equipment. I would imagine they're kind of desks like this where you've got a TV screen
Yes,
or a computer screen, right? But would it be fair to say that back in at the time of this incident, in the dispatch, when you received 911 calls, they were received on a telephone.
correct.
So, it's not a cell phone, right? But
Right,
not someone would phone emergency, whatever that is, and one of his dispatchers would pick up a telephone and speak into it, right?
correct.
Because the reason I ask that is that can be going on. For example, you phone me and I'm the dispatcher. I'm talking to you on the telephone,
Yes,
right? I'm the call taker, right? You'd
yes,
say that person is the call taker.
yes,
I'm the call taker in a hypothetical. And let's say, for example, I need to transmit that to a unit on the ground. I'm also the dispatcher,
correct.
right? So because, why ask in that case? Because on some of the 911s that the prosecutor just offered, you can hear like, how would you describe it? Like crossover, if you like. You can hear the phone call and you can hear someone being dispatched on the radio,
Correct.
right? So sometimes it's confusing to the ear, right?
Yes.
And it must be confusing to you sometimes,
Yes, it can be.
but you've done it for a long time, so you've got so much experience, you can key into the voices.
Yes.
Right. But so when we listen to these calls, you're going to hear someone dialing 911 and the content of that call with the dispatcher taking it, the call taker taking it, and dispatching units in the background.
Yes.
And then you can also hear sometimes the unit's response
Yes.
on the 911 call.
Correct.
So when the jury hears it, it gives them notice to listen. You're going to hear the response of the units on the ground.
Yes.
Because you'll hear, for example, you'll hear there is a 911 call that is in evidence. And I'm sure you've heard it from Miss Maureen. Are you aware of that one?
Possibly.
Yeah, one of the two. I think it's one of the ones on your. It's been put into evidence already. Yes. But we have to acknowledge they're disturbing phone calls, right?
Yes.
And this must have been a very difficult day for you, right?
Yes.
And so I come from I promise you I come from a place of respect when I ask these questions, and none of it's a criticism, right? But
Yes.
It's a disturbing phone call, and it's very sad that when you're hearing Miss Maureen talk, you can hear officers on the ground saying things, right?
Yes.
So and it's awful, and you can hear Miss Maureen describing the incident. The jury has seen the video, But, and when it happened at the time, we warned the jury, but you can hear Adrian transmitting things, right?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, because sorry, listen, you worked in what year did you start there?
2009.
2009. So you worked and dispatched radio transmissions for Adrian for a while, right?
Yes,
Because he worked for Uvalde PD,
correct.
and then he went over to the school police, right?
Yes,
So you recognise his voice.
yes,
So I mean, we hear at least at one occasion when Mr. Marine says that the killer goes into the school. At the same time, you hear Adrian saying he's going around the west side of the building towards the school, right?
I believe so.
Remember that? Right. So at the time, there were no headphones in the control room or in the dispatch.
Correct.
Do you have them now?
No.
Still not now?
No.
Okay. And I wanted to talk to you very briefly about the timestamps on the, we say timestamps. So when someone makes a 911 call, the system automatically records it,
Correct.
right? And when you make a dispatch, the system automatically records it.
Yes,
And that, you call that a timestamp.
yes,
Right? And I believe that you said to the prosecutor, they're somewhat accurate.
to the best of my knowledge, yes.
Yeah, and what I mean by that is that you don't set the time on that
No.
machine, right? That's done automatically.
Correct,
So you have no knowledge how that's done.
correct.
Right? So sometimes they can be off. Right? That's
Yes.
the point I'm trying to get at. That's why Mr. Turner asked you those questions
Okay,
a minute ago. Now that is no fault of your own, right?
correct.
Yeah, it's just the way the computer and the system works.
Yes,
Right. So I want to talk to you about the radio transmissions that came in and the dispatch calls that came in on the day of this incident.
okay,
Right, because you were interviewed a couple of times, right, as a result of this.
yes,
You were interviewed by the Texas Rangers,
yes,
right, and they asked you about certain phone calls that you supervised, right?
yes,
Okay, and then you were also interviewed later by Jesse Prado, right?
yes,
And you'd agree the first interview was kind of short with the Texas Rangers. I
yes,
think that was a telephone interview, right?
correct,
And then you later spoke to Mr. Prado,
yes,
right? And so you'd agree that, and again, you've been involved with critical incidents before.
yes.
When I say a critical incident, what do you describe as a critical incident? Because you've been involved with them, right?
Mhm, yes.
How would you describe a critical incident?
I mean, it could vary, but suicide or just anything.
Would it be fair to say that it's multiple agencies, right?
Yes,
And lots of officers, right?
yes,
And you have to coordinate a big response to an incident. That's also called a critical incident,
yes,
right? And you'd agree that in your experience, right, because you've done a lot, the prosecutors talk about your training and your experience, in a critical incident, the communications are an important piece,
correct,
a vital piece of the response,
yes,
right? And you're aware through your experience and being a supervisor in the dispatch that it is often communications that is highlighted, and it's nothing to do with you. I mean, systems globally that cause trouble with the operation itself,
yes,
right? And today, on that day, there were some issues with communication piece as well, right?
I believe so, yes,
Yeah. Because, and by the way, the 911 calls that come in, remember I said the 911 calls in here, I'm the call taker, I take the 911 call. That doesn't necessarily get transmitted out to the officer directly, right?
no, it does.
Well, it does, but the phone call doesn't get patched into the radio and go out.
No, it doesn't.
So it would come in, for example, I'm the dispatcher, the phone call comes to me. Well, literally, it's not a game, it's like playing, you know what the telephone game is, right?
Right,
So the call, let's say in my hypothetical, the call comes in, a call comes into me. I take the phone call on the 911, and it's my interpretation of it that gets transmitted out,
Correct.
right? The 911 call, the emergency call doesn't get patched into the officers on the scene.
Correct.
So all the officers on the scene can go by is what is sent out to them by dispatch.
Correct.
So you'd agree that sometimes there is a disparity or a difference between what is coming into the dispatch room, the call taking function, and what goes out to the officers.
It could happen.
Yeah. And so, and one of the things that can be a problem with that is an open mic, right?
Yes.
Or a hot mic.
Yes.
Right. And because what we said is, I believe that there are, how many radio channels did you say were operating that day?
I mean, I believe all of my radio channels were going off at once. So if I had to guess, maybe I believe I have 12 on my radio console.
So, but if you have an open mic, that basically will cut across all the transmissions on that channel, right?
On that one channel, yes.
On that one channel.
Yes.
And what an open mic means, I guess, is now a radio is like a really fancy walkie-talkie, right?
Yes.
And if it's a handheld, it's sometimes they call it a brick, right?
Yes.
So if it's a handheld radio, it'll have a similar thing to walkie-talkie, but it's like a kid's walkie-talkie. You press the button, you talk, right?
Yes.
It'll go, and then you talk.
Yes.
And that transmits. So you press the button, pause, then you transmit.
Correct.
Right. An open mic or sometimes a hot mic is where someone has pressed transmit on their radio.
Yes.
Right. And that means that no one else on that channel can talk.
Correct.
And that must be terribly frustrating for you.
Yes.
Right. And that can be for a variety of reasons. I guess police officers, we met one a minute ago, we've all seen them wear a lot of equipment.
Yes.
And sometimes if they've got their radio attached to their belt, because they sometimes do if they're just using the brick, right?
Correct.
That you can even lean and transmit.
Yes.
So what you would need to do is go on another channel, right? Presumably,
Yes.
and say, units, you've got an open mic.
Yes.
Tell them.
Yes.
Right? Because that's if you can identify the radio.
Yes.
So you might, if I was one of your officers, you might be able to identify the radio that's associated with me. Right?
Possibly, yes.
Possibly. So you'd be able to go onto another channel and say, hey, if someone's near him, tell him he's got an open mic.
Yes.
Right. But in this incident, because so many people were coming, would it be fair to say it was one of the longest open mics you've ever experienced?
Yes.
Yeah. And again, this is not, and that's nothing to do with you, right?
No.
But this is just your experience in dispatch.
Yes.
So that means that creates problems for you and your system sending messages out.
Yes.
And confirming whether or not they've been received.
Correct.
Right? Because you for example, you without, because the reason I asked you about the protocol for the radio, you call me and you wake my call sign up and I say received. That's the only way you know if I've received that communication or not.
Correct.
Right? Otherwise, you just don't know. Right?
Right.
You don't know when that's going. And that happened a lot during this incident, right?
Yes.
You were trying to relay some very important information about some of the phone calls contained on the government's evidence, right?
Yes.
And you said throughout, you've been consistent throughout your interviews, you said you tried and you kept trying to say, look, this is important. You need to know this. But there was an open microphone, so you never know who received it.
Correct.
Because normally you would say, whatever you would say, Uvalde to all units, we're taking this phone call, and then you relay the information, right?
Yes.
And then you'd say, right, 1, 2, 3 received. So you'd know that 1, 2, 3, unit 1, 2, 3 has received that information.
Yes.
On several occasions with some vital information that could have helped officers on the ground. In this case, you could not confirm if anyone heard it.
Correct.
Right. But what we can confirm is at the beginning of this incident, it came in as I think you said there was a 911 call to a 1050.
Yes.
And that's a traffic accident.
Yes.
And so that would be UPD, Uvalde PD's jurisdiction.
Yes.
In fact, you dispatched an officer to that, right?
Correct.
And that was Randy Hill. Is that correct?
I don't remember.
If I represent to you that you dispatched a UPD officer called Randy Hill to that incident, would you have any reason to doubt it?
No.
No, because that's his jurisdiction.
Correct.
Right. That's probably his patrol area.
Possibly.
Right? But you also know that Adrian volunteered to go.
Yes.
Remember that he broke, and when I say break, that means he went on his radio, pressed the button, transmit, said, I'm coming as well. Words to that effect.
Yes.
Right? So he volunteered to go to that call.
Believe so.
Yeah, and he didn't have to, right?
I mean, I guess I don't.
No, I mean, because the reason I say he didn't have to is because, he's going to a traffic accident, but that is someone else's jurisdiction. He could have I don't know, just let someone else go and deal with it. Right?
Correct.
He volunteered to go to it. Right?
Yes.
But we know it was on the corner of Geraldine and kind of Grove, but that's right on the edge of the jurisdiction of the school.
Correct.
And of course, Adrian has jurisdiction across the whole state of Texas, but that's specifically one of the places that he works. Right?
Yes.
Yeah, you have to say yes. I know
Yes,
you
sorry.
know that. And so, but he was nearby at the park with the high school. Did you know that?
No.
And I say he, I mean Adrian. He volunteered to come. He came from a thing with the high schoolers, and he came because you would agree that there are, in this area, there have been, I think it was, we've heard evidence there were 50 bailouts between February and March. February and April in this area, right?
Yes.
And of course, you're involved in coordinating the efforts for that as well, right?
Correct.
So one of the reasons was that a lot of these bailouts have gone in or towards the school. Well, you know that.
Yes.
And so one of the reasons Adrian volunteered was to get to that scene to do that, right?
I believe so.
Yeah. And so I think we've spoken about the communication problems that we experience on a day. Are you also aware that, would you agree that, or were you aware that sometimes there were communication problems at the school with radios not breaking?
Yes.
And when I say radios not breaking, that's almost like sometimes, let me draw an analogy or like an example, right? Sometimes you're in a building and you can't use your cell phone.
Correct.
Because you don't got signal.
Yes.
And it's the same as that.
Correct.
So you're aware that sometimes in that school, around the environment of that school, officers couldn't break, they couldn't transmit.
Not just in that school, but in all the schools in Uvalde.
In all the schools?
Yes.
All right, so in all the schools in Uvalde, sometimes officers couldn't transmit.
Correct.
So they would have to go outside.
Yes.
To transmit.
Yes.
Right, and that's a common practice.
Yes.
So if, I mean, I'm allowed to walk around, so if I was in the school and I wanted to transmit to the dispatch, I would have to go outside and then radio.
Yes.
Because I've got to get, for some reason, you've got to get away from the building in order to communicate with the dispatch.
Correct.
To give you vital information.
Yes.
And also to receive vital information.
Yes.
Because if I can't break, I can't receive.
Sometimes.
And then, were you also aware? Were you also aware that sometimes officers were dispatched via WhatsApp because of that problem?
I don't recall.
No. Go ahead,
Just a couple of questions. There was a long period of an open mic, is that correct?
Yes.
That was not within this first 5 or 6 minutes, though, that you provided as part of this subpoena, is that correct?
Correct.
So this open mic has nothing to do with the dispatches that you provided and we have just introduced into evidence.
Correct.
Absolutely.
Very briefly, Judge, and about these open mics. So, have you got a timestamp on any of the recordings when the open mic starts?
Yes.
There is, but you also agree that and I think it was one of your colleagues said it was one of the longest open mics you'd ever seen or heard.
Correct.
Right, maybe up to 15 minutes.
Possibly.
Yeah, 15 minutes of cut across any radio transmissions.
Correct.
So, yeah, and this is 15. You say 15 minutes, it doesn't sound like a long time, right?
No.
It's out 15 minutes, 15 minutes. But everyone can agree that in an incident like this, every second counts. Right?
Correct.
Government, every witness we speak to, we say every second counts.
Every second counts.
Right, so if an officer has to leave the building to break or transmit, that is time lost.
Yes.
And if an officer is in a position where they need to leave the building, that means they've gone into the building, right?
Yes.
Kind of logically.
Yes.
If I've gone into the building and I can't break, I need to leave in order to call for backup,
Yes.
right? I would need to leave in order to call for SWAT,
Yes.
like Adrian did, right?
I believe so. Yes.
Yeah. I've just got a couple more questions, Ms. Landry. So, am I right in saying your husband is Officer Landry from UPD?
Yes.
And he did you dispatch him to Robb that day?
Not specifically.
Did your dispatch that you were supervising dispatch him?
Not specifically.
Well, ma'am, I honestly, respectfully, thank you so much for your efforts. And really appreciate it. Thank you. No further questions.
Okay, she excused, not subject to recall.
Yes, sir. And no. So she can be released, Judge.
Okay. All right, you are released from the subpoena and you are not subject to recall. Thank you very much. You can take off. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we need we're going to take up outside the presence, and I don't want you to hang around, so we're going to go ahead and release you for today. We'll resume tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Please remember my instructions, and we'll see you tomorrow at 9. Would everyone rise for the jury? And if you get that witness, please. Please be seated in the courtroom, and we can get that witness in.
Yes, Your Honor, we're conferring, it may save us some time.
That's great. I'm all for it.
I do.
Have a seat over here. They're conferring, and we'll get to you in a minute. Yeah, if you do those Starbucks runs, you need to bring enough for the class. Yes, Your Honor. We're not going to finish you today, sir, so I'll just advise you, you know about this already. The rule has been invoked. So when you're released today, don't talk to anybody about the case other than lawyers until you know the case is over. All right, go ahead. He's been sworn.
Are you still Sergeant Coronado?
I am no longer Sergeant Coronado. I retired, so I'm no longer employed with Uvalde PD.
And the question I have for you, on May 24, 2022, did you have a body cam?
I did, yes, sir.
Can you tell us how that got started and what caused the body cam to start?
I can give you a pretty long explanation if you'd like. I can kind of explain to you why the body cam was activated when it was.
That's
Or-
kind of what the question is.
Yes, sir. So initially, when I first got to the scene, immediately we were receiving what we thought was receiving gunfire. So usually what happens is we're aware that there's limited battery on the body cam, so we try to activate it once getting there. But given the circumstances and type of call that we received, that was something that was in the back of my head. I hadn't thought about it as we were responding. So it wasn't until, as I said, when I got even close to the scene, I hadn't even fully arrived on scene. When I got close to the scene is whenever I drove to the other two officers that were already there. And at that point, received gunfire. And so at that point, that's when I repositioned myself. And I guess I can testify to that tomorrow, but I repositioned myself, and it wasn't until I got on campus and was running down that I activated my body camera.
And how do you activate your body camera?
You have to actually activate it by pushing a button.
And that's what you did.
Yes, sir.
When you were already drove to the other side of campus and had run down the hall, down the hall.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. And is that accurately depicted in your body camera?
I believe,
When
yes,
it
sir.
starts?
Yes, sir.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of when you activated your body camera?
I say that only because, so there's triggers that when you activate it, I believe the video immediately turns on, but the audio doesn't immediately turn on, I think. So it depends on how you program it and how the administration prepares it. So I want to say that the video immediately turns on, but the audio doesn't turn on, I think. It could be, it's been close to 4 years now.
But your operation is simply pushing a button.
Correct, yes, sir.
Pass the witness.
Thank you. Hey, Sergeant Coronado, this is like not really even, it's not a whole lot about you. We're just trying to figure out when your body cam started.
Yes.
And I'll just tell you because we have another officer that was away from you, and his apparently has started at the exact same time. So we want to just try to understand from you, have you reviewed your body cam footage that like and where it started with the prosecutor?
Every year I choose a Bible verse that I want to pray over our people for the year. And the verse that I've chosen for you is Ephesians 3:16, and it says this in the New Living Translation. I pray that from God's glorious, unlimited resources, God will give you mighty inner strength through his Holy Spirit. Here's the question. Do you really want to be stronger than last year? Do you want to be stronger physically, spiritually, mentally, socially, relationally, do you really want to be stronger? Because it doesn't happen by accident. You can go on being weak, you can go on being average, or you can be stronger. You see, you don't grow stronger by accident. You grow stronger by intention. Now, this weekend, I want us to look at the life of Samson, who was known as the strongest man in the Bible, but he had glaring weaknesses. And in his life, we see both the sources of strength and the sources of weakness in the life of Samson. There are 4 chapters in the Bible about this guy named Samson. And we're going to look today at 3 attitudes that weaken your spirit and 3 habits that strengthen your spirit, that make you strong in spirit. You know, the Bible tells us that John the Baptist was called strong in spirit. He was strong in spirit, and that's what I want you to be. Now, what about the 3 attitudes that weaken my spirit? Well, we have these found in the life of Samson. You know, physically, Samson was a Rambo, but spiritually, he was a Pee Wee Herman. He was a weakling. He was a wimp. He had everything going for him. He had talent. He had good looks. He had ability. God blessed him in every kind of way. And he started off great. He had a lot of early successes. But one day, he lost it all. And he was a broken man. He became a failure. And one day he woke up and all his strength was gone. I don't want that to happen to you. I don't want someday for you to wake up and go, all my spiritual strength is gone. I'm just not the man. I'm not the woman that I used to be. What happened? Well, what happened with Samson is that he chose a lifestyle that sapped his spiritual strength. This is a very practical message. And he fell into 3 traps, and I want you to avoid these 3 traps. Number 1, the first trap that will weaken your spirit is self-indulgence. Self-indulgence weakens my spirit. We find an example of this in chapter 14 of the book of Judges, verses 1 to 20. Samson lived a very self-indulgent life. He was very undisciplined. He lived only for his feelings. And his big weakness, of course, was women. Some people have wine, women, and song. For Samson, it was women, women, and women. In fact, in 3 chapters, he falls for 3 different women. And he keeps running into relationships, running out of relationships, running from relationships. The Bible tells us in chapter 14, the first 3 verses, he sees Delilah, and it says, she looked good. He said, she pleases me. He says, get her. Now, she wasn't Jewish. She wasn't even the right woman that God had chosen for him. But he says, she looks good for me. She lights my fire. Now, let's just